Chapter 1184. True Dragon Weave. Skyward Palace. Wang Jian will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Purple-Green Weave. Li Si will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 6th Legion and subdue the Purple-Green Weave. Yin Chuan said as he sat on the dragon throne. We obey. Wang Jian and Li Si answered. The Azure God King and the Violet God King had already been massacred. There were no powerful experts defending the weave. One was a martial artist, while the other was a scholar. These two were enough to subdue the barren lands. Meng Tian will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Barbarian Dragon Weave. Zhang, you will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 1st Legion and the 7th Legion. Quickly subdue the Barbarian Dragon Weave. Yin Chuan said. We obey. The two answered. The Barbarian Dragon, Holy King, was currently imprisoned in the Great Jun. Although it would take some time to subdue a leaderless weave, it would be extremely easy for Meng Tian. Bai Qi will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Heavenly Saber Weave. Yifeng will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 2nd Legion and the 9th Legion. Quickly subdue the Heavenly Saber Weave. Yin Chuan said. We obey. The two answered. Song Tianzong was already under Bai Qi's command. Subduing the Heavenly Saber Weave would be easy. The most important thing was internal governance. Listen to Liu Buwei's arrangements for the newly promoted officials of the 5th examination. Head to the 3 borders and work with the 3 commanders-in-chief to open up new territories and govern the area. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Some of the officials at the end of the hall immediately answered. After the battle of the 5th examination, Yin Chuan's fame and the Great Jun's ferocious might would sweep through the entire outer eastern continent in an extremely short time. If nothing unexpected happened, no one would fight with the Great Jun for the 3 large weaves. Subduing the 3 large weaves might not take long. The most important thing was to merge the 3 weaves. Soon, the Great Jun would be able to occupy the 4 borders in the world of the living. Everything returned to normal. Yin Chuan brought Zizi to the north of Xianyang City. This was a newly opened quiet place. When Yin Chuan's group arrived, guards immediately came forward to welcome them. Greetings, Holy King. The group of guards greeted respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He walked toward the center. In the center was a huge statue of Goddess Xichen. She was holding her hands together, as if she was praying for something. Looking at Goddess Xichen's statue, Yin Chuan took a deep breath. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Greetings, Yama Emperor. Dog God, who had just arrived, said solemnly. From the first time he was saved by Yin Chuan until now, Yin Chuan had given Dog God too many surprises. Yin Chuan's strength was like a mystery in Dog God's eyes, which made Dog God take him seriously. There's a vein of the primordial dragon here. It's not a disgrace for Goddess Xichen to be buried here. Yin Chuan said. Yes, but unfortunately, the goddess will never come back. Sigh. Dog God sighed. Dog God, what are your plans? Now that you have broken through to the ancestral immortal realm, there will be a wider world waiting for you. Are you going to stay here forever? Yin Chuan looked at Goshan. Dog God's loyalty would not change even after 1,000,000 years. Yin Chuan still had a lot of respect for such a person. Dog God frowned and sighed. I haven't decided yet, but I would rather stay by Goddess Xichen's side. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Sitting here makes your cultivation speed extremely slow. I'm here today because I hope that you can form an alliance with the Great Jun Empire and become the national beast of the Great Jun Empire. You can share the boundless fortune of the Great Jun Empire with me. Yin Chuan looked at Dog God with sincerity. Dog God was taken aback and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. After a moment of silence, he said, Thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. Haha, good. It's Great Jun's honor that you are willing to choose. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Dog God nodded gratefully. Over the past few days, Dog God had seen how powerful Great Jun was. Although he had just broken through to the ancestral immortal realm, there were still many people in Great Jun who were stronger than him. Still, Dog God was touched that Yin Chuan valued him so highly. Since you have become Great Jun's national beast, I'll give you this fate. Stay here and accompany Goddess Shichen. It will help you break through continuously. Yin Chuan handed over a jade box. This is? Dog God's expression changed. The moment he touched the jade box, Dog God felt a surge of energy of the same origin. Good use. Yin Chuan smiled. With that, Yin Chuan took ZZ and flew toward the palace. You're giving it to him just like that? ZZ asked worriedly. I believe in the character of a person who can persevere for 1,000,000 years just by guarding the tomb. Yin Chuan said with certainty. All right, as you wish. You're always right. ZZ smiled. How's Meow recently? Yin Chuan asked. It only knows how to sleep. It hasn't woken up yet. ZZ said. It's not that easy to comprehend hundreds of heavenly Tao. However, it's Meow, so it's a different story. Prepare more arowana. When it wakes up, it'll definitely want to eat it. Yin Chuan smiled. Got it. ZZ smiled. The two of them flew into the palace. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. Outside the great Qin city, at the peak of a mountain. At this moment, a purple-robed man was standing there. His face was fair, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Behind him stood 10 gray-robed subordinates, who were staring at the Yellow Springs Road in the distance. The Yellow Springs Road that connected heaven and earth. Great Jin Holy Court? Yellow Springs Road? The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, the purple-robed man shot toward the Yellow Springs Road. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was not far away from the Yellow Springs Road. Stop right there. A sudden shout came from the Yellow Springs Road. The sound wave carried a scorching aura as it charged toward the purple-robed man. Boom! The void shook slightly, and the purple-robed man's expression changed as he stopped. Whoosh! The golden-robed Jin Diyu suddenly stood in front of the purple-robed man. You're the Great Jin Holy Court's 3rd Army Commander, Jin Diyu? The purple-robed man sized Jin Diyu up. Jin Dayu's expression was cold as he said, I don't care who you are. If you want to enter the Yellow Springs Road, you have to get the Sage Ruler's permission. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan's permission? The purple-robed man showed a trace of disdain. Jin Diyu narrowed his eyes and said, Step back, or I won't hold back. Ha ha, won't hold back? I'd like to see how you're going to hold back. Yellow Springs Road? Ha, I'll force my way through the Yellow Springs Road today. What can you do to me? The purple-robed man said arrogantly. As he spoke, the purple-robed man took a step forward. Clang! Suddenly, a loud bell rang. In the sky above Jin Diyu's head, a huge bell rang. The sound wave of the bell rushed toward the purple-robed man. Originally, the purple-robed man was rather disdainful. However, when the sound wave spread, there was an unstoppable aura. The purple-robed man's expression changed. He quickly took a step forward and merged with the heavenly Tao. Boom! Even though he merged with the heavenly Tao, the huge force of the sound wave still pushed the heavenly Tao back by more than 100 feet. The purple-robed man's subordinates cried out in pain. The gray-robed subordinates covered their ears and rolled in pain. Bastard, do you know who I am? The purple-robed man glared and roared. Jin Diyu said coldly, I don't care who you are. The two of them instantly confronted each other. The bell also notified the experts of the Great Qin City. In the Great Qin City, zombie Yin Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the bell rang. He immediately knew that something had happened. His face was gloomy as he led the officials out of the central palace. In the plaza in front of the central palace, zombie Yin Chuan coldly looked at the Yellow Springs Road. Jin Diyu was blocking a purple-robed ancestral immortal. Where did this guy come from? Just as Yin Chuan was puzzled, among the officials, Qiliang Hua's expression changed. Reporting to the Holy King, this person is called Heavenly Lord Hua Tian. He's from the same clan as me. Qiliang Hua immediately said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression softened. I came to contact him, Qiliang Hua said. Yin Chuan nodded. Qiliang Hua immediately looked at Director Yuan and shouted, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian. In the distance, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, who was confronting Jin Diyu, raised his eyebrows and looked at Qiliang Hua in front of the central palace. He then looked at Yin Chuan. Ha! Chiliang Hua, you are indeed here. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian revealed a trace of mockery. Chiliang Hua raised his eyebrows and said, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, the old ancestor said that each of us has our own fate. No one can interfere with each other. You want to destroy my fate? Your fate? Ha 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 ha. Chiliang Hua, your fate? Ha ha ha, what a fate. In front of the old ancestor, you are so arrogant because of the old ancestor's favor. We have always been wondering what your fate will be. Will you be a subject of the heavenly court? Will you open your own heavenly court? Or will you open your own dojo? We have thought a lot, but we never thought that you would actually become a subject of the holy court. A subject of the holy court? Ha ha. Chiliang Hua. So your ambition is only this little? Heavenly Lord Hua Tian laughed. Chiliang Hua's face was cold. My matters are not for you to care. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, if there is nothing else, please leave. Ha! Heavenly Lord Hua Tian revealed a trace of a sneer. Leave? I didn't want to come here, but the old ancestor said that I had no choice but to come. It's just that when I see your appearance, it really hurts my heart. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian said with a relieved smile. Chiliang Hua looked at him coldly and said, The old ancestor said? What did he say? The old ancestor's birthday is coming soon. He asked me to call you back. At the same time, he asked me to give you, the master, an invitation. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, he threw out a green invitation. Who? The invitation flew straight at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan reached out and caught it. Pa! The invitation fell into his hand. Yin Chuan coldly looked at Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, then gently opened it. When he opened it, a vast aura suddenly rushed out. Great Sage King, Yin Chuan, I am indebted to you for taking care of my Hui son Chiliang. Living together in the eastern continent of the underworld, I have been friends with Yin Di for a long time. Next year, on the 5th of May, my 1,500,000th birthday, I specially invite Yin Di to come to my border for a meeting. Hua Mao welcomed it with open arms. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, Pa! Yin Chuan closed the invitation. Sage, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian? Zombie Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Chiliang Hua respectfully said, Sage King, this is my old ancestor. He wants to invite you to a banquet. What does the Sage King think? With a slight smile, Yin Chuan said, Since the sage invited me, I will naturally take a look at the sage of this world. After speaking, Yin Chuan looked at Heavenly Lord Hua Tian in the distance and said, Go back and tell him that I will go. To Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, Yin Chuan was not polite. With one sentence, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian was annoyed. Go back and tell him? What kind of tone is this? Am I your servant? Chapter 1185. Go back and pass on the message. Am I your servant? Hua Tian Lord's eyes widened. Then he sneered, Good, good, good. Zhen, Yin Chuan? Other than the old ancestor, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Little Zhen, who do you think you are? Lord Hua Tian angrily vented his strong dissatisfaction. However, Yin Chuan didn't listen to his complaints. He turned around and led the officials back to the central hall. Hua Tian Jun, who was halfway through his scolding, suddenly stopped and his face stiffened. Was he completely ignored? Completely. After Yin Chuan gave his orders, he ignored him? Left? Do you have any manners? Hua Tian Lord roared in his heart. Hua Tian Lord's face flushed red. Yin Chuan is humiliating me. He is humiliating me. This was the first time Hua Tian Lord was ignored like this. Although Yin Chuan didn't say a word, it was more ruthless than anything. I don't even want to talk to you. Hua Tian Lord, that little bitch. How did she find such a strange and arrogant master? Doesn't she know that I am an ancestor immortal? Roar. Hua Tian Lord panicked. Yin Chuan stepped into the main hall. Hua Tian Lord entered after Hua Tian Lord, who was in the distance. Hua Tian Lord, you should go back and report to the old ancestor. Hua Tian Lord said indifferently. After speaking, Hua Tian Lord also stepped into the main hall. After going through the world's examination, Hua Tian Lord's understanding of the Zhen increased by another level. However, this level was enough for Yin Chuan to put on airs. Moreover, Desolation Hua also understood that the reason why Yin Chuan ignored Lord Hua Tian was to vent his anger for him. Hua Tian Lord, you bastard, you dare to humiliate me, Hua Tian Lord said hatefully. However, everyone had already returned to the central hall. Only Jin Dayu coldly looked at Hua Tian Lord. All right, stop shouting. You should leave, Jin Dayu said in a low voice. After being angered by Yin Chuan and Hua Wuliang, Lord Hua Tian had nowhere to vent his anger. At this moment, Jin Dayu's cold shout was like tar on fire. Bastard, today I want to enter the Yellow Springs Road. What can you do about it? Lord Hua Tian was immediately enraged. Jin Dayu suddenly smiled faintly and said, If you can defeat me, I naturally have nothing to say. Oh, Lord Hua Tian narrowed his eyes. Since you're willing, please. This place is close to the great Qin city, so don't disturb the Holy King. Come with me, Jin Dayu said as he stepped forward. Hua Tianjun had a belly full of anger. Entering the Yellow Springs Road was secondary, but what he wanted the most right now was to beat someone up. There was no need to provoke him at all. He stepped forward and followed Jin Dayu to the south, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naturally, his subordinates quickly followed. South of the myriad ghost weave, above a vast sea, as the heavenly Tao was established, an intense battle swept up torrential storms and tsunamis. Bell tolled everywhere, and only after 10 hours did everything stop. A golden light flew back to the myriad ghost weave. Not long after, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. At the Yellow Springs Road, Su Fu saw Jin Dayu return. General Jin, how was it? Su Fu asked with a smile. His ancestral immortal position must have been obtained because he had a good ancestor. His ancestral immortal position is definitely not empty, Jin Dayu said with a smile. No wonder the Holy King favored Hua Wuliang. He has pride, but no pride. How can he be respected? Su Fu nodded and smiled. At this moment, above the myriad ghost weaves southern sea. Roar! Jin Dayu, Yin Chuan roar. Angry roars swept up torrential waves. 10 subordinates stood not far away, trembling in fear. Lord Huayan's hair was disheveled, and his face was bruised. Most of his clothes were tattered, and he looked battered and exhausted. Clearly, Jin Dayu had taught him a lesson. Sullen. Lord Huayan's eyes were filled with sullenness and anger. Hua Wuliang, you bitch, just you wait. The old ancestor doesn't allow people of the same race to kill each other, but I can find someone. I'll go find the Zhou family. Yes, the Zhou family has always valued me. I want a Zhou family to avenge me. Roar. Lord Huatian roared. Let's go. Lord Huatian roared. A group of 11 people walked towards the west. Myriad Ghost Weave, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Hua Wuliang stepped out and said, Holy King, although this subject's old ancestor's birthday celebration will not be too high profile, the major forces around the outer East continent may attend. Oh, the Netherworld has 6 continents, divided into the outer East continent, outer South continent, outer West continent, and outer North continent. There are also 2 continents that face each other, called the inner North continent and the inner South continent. The Zhou family of the inner South continent should be invited, because the old ancestor and the Zhou family are quite close, Hua Wuliang explained. Among the officials, Yin Henshin's lips curled into a trace of hatred. Zhou family. Secondly, the Kong family of the outer South continent may also be invited, Hua Wuliang explained. Kong family? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the demon King Kong that Holy King faced in the sealed realm is from the Kong family. Hua Wuliang nodded. Yin Chuan nodded. As for the others, I'm not sure, Hua Wuliang said. After Hua Wuliang finished speaking, Yin Hentian suddenly stepped out from among the officials. Holy King, Yin Hentian shouted. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. The Holy King's territory, the revered heaven territory, is close to another territory, the Azure Heaven territory. I humbly request Holy King to accompany me and stay in the Azure Heaven territory for a while. Yin Hentian said with melancholy. The Azure Heaven territory? Chuan's expression changed slightly. The Azure Heaven is already dead. Holy King's guess was right. The Azure Heaven of the past was called Mysterious. He was a powerful cultivator in this world and coincidentally obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Tao. He was promoted to the Heavenly Tao and controlled everything in this world. He was the Azure Heaven. The Azure Heaven territory was his training ground in the past. I would like to pay my respects to him and fulfill my wish. Tian said. Mysterious? Chuan's expression changed. In the past, in the Inspiration territory, when Old Demon by Xie escaped, he had cursed the person who killed him. He seemed to be called Mysterious. Was it the Azure Heaven who killed Old Demon by Xie? Tian looked at Chuan and thought for a while. He did not hide anything and said, Holy King, I'm going to the Azure Heaven territory for a personal matter. It was something that the Azure Heaven asked my family's ancestor to do. Chuan nodded and said, Since that is the case, follow me. Yes. Thank you, Holy King. Tian said gratefully. Hua Wuliang looked at Tian with a slightly changed expression. Every time he mentioned his ancestor, Tian did not seem to have a good impression of him. Could it be because of the Zhua family? Hua Wuliang did not say anything and returned to the officials. Chuan also gave some instructions on the matters of Great Jin. Then, it left the Great Qin city. The dragon carriage pulled Chuan, Gigu Zi, Hua Wuliang, and Tian towards the south. They were going to attend Sage Hua Zuntian's birthday celebration. At this moment, the only difference was that there were no longer 2 dragons pulling the dragon carriage. Instead, there were 3 dragons pulling the dragon carriage towards the south. Chapter 1186. Netherworld, Eastern Continent. Firmament Territory. Although heaven was already dead, heaven was still very important in the hearts of the people in the world. It controlled everything in the world. It represented everything in the world. It had protected the world for countless years. Thus, even though the worship of the heavens had been going on for 1,000,000 years, it had never stopped. After a few months, Chuan's dragon carriage finally arrived at the border of Firmament Territory. Roar! 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 3 dragon roars were heard, and countless cultivators at the border of Firmament Territory looked over in shock. The 3,000-meter-long dragons charged over with an incomparably majestic aura. Dragon carriage? Where did that come from? Thousands of feet-long dragons? That's at least the level of an ancient immortal. 3 ancient immortals pulling a carriage? Are they from the Eastern Continent? Chuan's dragon carriage drove into the Firmament Territory amidst countless discussions. On the balcony of the dragon carriage, Chuan, Gue Guzi, Hua Chiliang, and Tian looked into the distance. Let's go to Heavenly Palace. Tian said. I know it. The 7 demons shouted immediately. The 7 demons knew it, so Tian did not need to say much. The dragon carriage was driving inside. At the same time, in a palace in Firmament Territory. Inside the palace, there were 2 men standing there. One of them was covered in blood, and his face was as red as a sheet. Beneath his feet was a pool of blood. Wherever he went, this pool of blood followed, looking incomparably malevolent. The other man, if Chuan was here, he would recognize him. He was the one who had targeted Chuan twice and ended in tragedy. Elder, there are more and more experts gathering in Venerable Heaven Territory. Also, I saw people from the Dugu family. Gongyang Ben Lei said respectfully. The blood-faced man squinted his eyes and said, Dugu family? Haha, this birthday celebration is going to be exciting. Oh, wasn't the Dugu family invited by Venerable Heaven? Gongyang Ben Lei said in surprise. Of course not. The relationship between the Dugu family and the Huazuan Heaven is not good at all. Although the Dugu family is in the Yang Realm's southern outer continent, the southern outer continent has the road to the Yellow Springs. Just you wait, there will be a good show when the time comes. The blood-faced man sneered. Since Elder has said so, then it must be so. Elder, this time, the punishment of the clan was averted because of Elder's intercession. Ben Lei, thanks, Elder. Gong Yang Ben Lei said respectfully. Punishment? You do need to punish me. Those two disciples of mine, Gong Yang Ben Hong and Gong Yang Ben Tian, were killed by me. In the end, they both died together with you. The blood-faced man said coldly. Gong Yang Ben Lei panicked and immediately shouted, Elder, it has nothing to do with me. It was Dongfang Bubi and Yin Chuan who killed them. I want to save them, but I'm not strong enough. The blood-faced man coldly looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei. He took a deep breath and said, Dongfang Bubi, you were lucky to be able to escape from him. As for Yin Chuan, because I left in a hurry, I didn't take a look. How's his strength? Him? Peak Ancient Immortal and has Qing Tian Dao. He is the one who fixed Qing Tian Dao. Gong Yang Ben Lei immediately said, Peak Ancient Immortal? Since that is the case, there is nothing to worry about. Qing Tian Dao. So what if it is? The blood-faced man said arrogantly. Of course, Elder is an ancestral immortal. Dealing with ancient immortals isn't easy. Gong Yang Ben Lei immediately smiled apologetically. Go back and find Yin Chuan. Right now, the most important thing is to find the Emperor for me. We chased him all the way here. The Emperor is near these territories. We must find him, the blood-faced man said. Yes, but Elder, why do you want to find the Emperor? When he passed by my Gong Yang family, he was only a great immortal. I heard that he was only strong in the Saber Dao. How can a great immortal enter Elder's eyes? Gong Yang Ben Lei was confused. Great immortal? That was 4,000 years ago. How can he still be a great immortal? Hey, what do you know? Do you know who her father is? Oh, the scar on Gong Yang Zi's face was left behind by her father. What? The family head scar? Gong Yang Ben Lei exclaimed. Her father is dead. So the Emperor must have inherited his father's supreme saber intent. It is enough for a woman to take care of her husband and children. What is the point of passing down the supreme saber intent to her? Find him. The blood-faced man said coldly. Yes, but Elder, the other elders of the Gong Yang family don't know about this, right? Gong Yang Ben Lei asked carefully. The blood-faced man's face suddenly sank. If this news is leaked, I will be the first to kill you. Gong Yang Ben Lei immediately said, Don't worry, Elder. No one will know. The blood-faced man nodded. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the palace. Found him? The blood-faced man's face lit up. Yes, Elder, said the messenger. Although we didn't see the Emperor, we did see some of his disciples near the celestial palace. They went to offer sacrifices to the firmament. They should be finished by now. Our people are keeping an eye on them. Good, let's go. Bring me there. The blood-faced man said excitedly. Yin Chuan's dragon chariot headed straight for the Deva Palace. The three dragons moved at an extraordinary speed, riding the clouds. Soon, the dragon chariot arrived at the so-called Deva Palace. Countless mountains and rivers surrounded the place, giving off a bright light. When the cultivators flew near, they all descended from their clouds, as if they were paying respect to the heavens. The three dragons also slowly descended from their clouds. They landed in a huge valley. There were many palaces around the valley. At the center, there was a sacrificial altar covered in talisman scripts. At this moment, a white palace floated above the sacrificial altar. This palace was called the Deva Palace. At this moment, many cultivators were paying respects around the sacrificial altar. Some are kneeling, some are mourning. This place was very solemn. Holy King, this official will go and pay respects. Inhen Tian said gravely. Yin Chuan nodded. Holy King, since we are here, this official will also go and pay respects. After all, when this official was young, the old ancestor brought me here many times. Every time, we would pay respects to the heavens. Hua Wuli said coldly. Go then. Yin Chuan nodded. The two flew over to the sacrificial altar. They looked at the Deva Palace above them. Hua Wuli took out some fresh flowers and placed them outside the sacrificial altar. Then, he bowed respectfully. As for Inhen Tian, he knelt down, a melancholy look flashing in his eyes. Heavens, the descendants of the Yin clan are here to pay respects again. Enhention's eyes moistened. As Enhention spoke, he knelt before the sacrificial altar. Countless people were paying respects in all directions. However, very few were kneeling. The two's worship did not cause much of a commotion. After all, there were too many people paying respects here. In the distance, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi stood on the chariot. It has been 1,000,000 years, but there are still so many people paying respects. In the end, there are still many people in this world who are grateful. Yin Chuan said, after taking a deep breath. Gue Guzi raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Holy King, the surrounding mountains and rivers seem to have been moved by someone. Gue Guzi said doubtfully as he looked at the countless mountains and rivers outside the valley. Oh, the dragon vein there should have been moved less than 100 years ago. The dragon vein here should have been moved within 1,000 years. And there, Gue Guzi continued to count. This should be an empty training ground. Did someone pay a huge price to set up a feng shui array here? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Holy King, I'm afraid it's not a feng shui array. Some feng shui masters have been moving the dragon vein here. Perhaps they're looking for something, Gue Guzi said after taking a deep breath. Moreover, this technique is from the Zhua clan. Gue Guzi added. The Zhua clan? What are they looking for? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. I'm not sure. Gue Guzi shook his head. Yin Chuan looked around, then turned to look at the Deva Palace in midair. As he looked at it, Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. What? Did you find what the Zhua clan is looking for? Gue Guzi asked in surprise. That's too fast. No, it shouldn't be what the Zhua clan is looking for, but it is what I am looking for, Yin Chuan said in surprise. Without waiting for Gue Guzi's reply, Yin Chuan extended his palm and struck the Deva Palace. A cyan energy palm struck the Deva Palace. The experts in the surroundings all had their mouths wide open. What's going on? Who has the guts to do that? Who dares to attack the object of worship? Boom! The door of the Deva Palace was slammed open by Yin Chuan's palm. The experts who were originally reciting their respective eulogies all stopped abruptly. Countless experts who were silently mourning and kneeling on the ground stiffened. Even Enhentian and Hua Chiliang were stunned. The Deva Palace floating on the altar was the former Dao Palace of Firmament. In everyone's eyes, the Deva Palace was Firmament's tomb. Did he just dig up Firmament's tomb in front of everyone? The 7 demons, Dragon Fifth, and Torvosaurus also looked into the distance with their mouths agape. What is Yin Chuan doing? Bastard, what are you doing? Destroying the Deva Palace and insulting Firmament. Are you trying to make the whole world your enemy? Kill him and pay tribute to Firmament. Countless experts cried out in surprise. Yin Chuan ignored them and looked at the door of the Deva Palace that he had opened. Inside the Celestial Palace, it was empty. There was nothing, but there was a huge coffin. My world suppressing coffin. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Oh, it's the sky burying coffin. The 7 demons exclaimed. The 7 demons knew that Yin Chuan had the same coffin. There's one here too? News of this place quickly spread in all directions. In a valley not far from the Deva Palace. There were many palaces in the valley. Not good, ancestor. Someone broke into the Deva Palace. A cultivator rushed into the valley and shouted. What? Who dares to do that? Are they trying to steal the sky-burying coffin that the Zhua family put in? Haha. From the moment the Zhua family put it in, the sky-burying coffin represented Firmament's corpse coffin. Who dares to touch it? Even a sage wouldn't dare to touch it. Countless men in green robes walked out of the palaces. In the largest palace, 2 people walked out. One of them was a green-haired man with a cold face. Beside him was Lord Huatian, who had been beaten up by Jin Diyu not long ago. Brother Zhua, the Zhua family has been guarding this place for 1,000,000 years. Who dares to destroy it today? Haha, let's go and see who dares to do that. Lord Huatian laughed. Chapter 1187. The gates of the heavenly human palace opened wide. The experts around the altar were furious as they glared at the dragon chariot. Bastards, do you think you can blaspheme the heavens? A white-robed old man's eyes flashed with anger. He threw a punch at the dragon chariot. Guzi waved his hand. A yellow dragon-shaped energy emerged from the ground and collided with the energy fist. Boom! The yellow dragon shattered the energy fist. Roar! The yellow dragon roared. The dragon vein? The white-robed old man raised his eyebrows. The white-robed old man was not the only one. Many experts surrounded the chariot. A large number of energy fists, energy swords, and energy sabers shot toward the dragon chariot. Guzi waved his hand again. The ground churned again. Roar! 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 For a time, hundreds of dragon-shaped energy beams shot out from the ground and bombarded the chariot. Guzi controlled the dragon vein to defend against the attacks. Yinchuan looked at the heaven-burying coffin in the heavenly human palace. He waved his hand, and the heaven-burying coffin slowly flew up. Bastard! The experts around him were furious. However, none of them were peerless experts. Under Guzi's defense, there was no way he could stop Yinchuan's movements. The heaven-burying coffin flew out of the heavenly human palace and toward Yinchuan. The experts were anxious. The seven Banes, Dragon Fifth, and Torvosaurus did not know what to say. Inhentian and Chiliang Hua also looked at this scene in confusion, but they did not stop him. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Boom! A powerful aura pressed down on the dragon chariot. Yinchuan raised his eyebrows, but he ignored it and continued to grab. Boom! Yinchuan grabbed the heaven-burying coffin. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The angry shout rang out again. Streaks of sword chi charged towards the earth dragon vein. Rumble! A strong wind blew around the dragon chariot, sending sand and rocks flying. This was the aura of an ancestral immortal. It was extremely violent. Countless experts immediately looked over. Hundreds of azure-robed men stood in midair. Of the two people in the lead, one had green hair, the other wore purple robes. The person who shouted was the green-haired man. The green-haired man looked coldly at the dragon carriage. Haha, so it's you guys. Hua Desolation, you've got guts. I wonder what the old ancestor will say after you report this to him. Rob the heavenly corpse coffin? The purple-robed heaven-transforming monarch sneered. Brother Hua, do you know them? The blue-haired man frowned. Brother Hua, this daring person who stole the sky corpse coffin is the Yinchuan I told you about. Lord Huatian said in a deep voice. Yinchuan? Are you Yinchuan? My nephew, Zhua Tianhun, died at your hands in the myriad ghost weave? The green-haired man asked with a glare. And who are you? Yinchuan asked indifferently. At this moment, Yinchuan did not panic in the slightest. He was still as calm as ever. This is the Zhuo clan's ancestral immortal, Zhuo Qing. Yinchuan, you've got guts. You even dare to steal the sky corpse coffin? Do you want to become enemies with the entire world? Lord Huatian sneered. The sky corpse coffin? What a big hat. Who said it was the sky corpse coffin? What proof do you have? Yinchuan smiled. I'm the proof. Zhuo Qing angrily rebuked. Oh. Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. My Zhuo clan found this coffin 10,000 years ago and placed it inside. It's called the sky burying coffin. Zhuo Qing said coldly. Ha! The sky corpse coffin fell 1,000,000 years ago. You placed it 10,000 years ago, yet you say it's the sky corpse coffin? Are you stupid? Or do you think everyone in the world is stupid? Yinchuan said coldly. After Yinchuan finished speaking, the people who had been targeting Yinchuan fell into deep thought. But even more people were glaring at Yinchuan. Ha ha! If I say it's the sky corpse coffin, then it is. During the ancient calamity, the sky corpse coffin fell and was buried in the sky burying coffin. That's why this coffin is called the sky burying coffin. Zhuo Qing said coldly. What else? Yinchuan said indifferently. What else? Zhuo Qing asked. Not far away, Desolation Flower immediately said. Zhuo Qing, are you trying to change the topic? The sky burying coffin from back then was not this one. Desolation Flower's words caused more people to frown. So what? The sky burying coffin turned into 9, and this is one of them. That's enough. The sky corpse coffin disappeared, but must be inside. The Zhua clan has already tried their best to find one. This is the sky corpse coffin. Zhua Qing shouted. Are you there? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Bang! The lid of the sky burying coffin suddenly opened. How dare you! Shocked and angry voices came from all around. However, after opening the coffin lid, everyone was slightly stunned because the coffin was empty. Zhua clan? Huh. An empty coffin, and you call it the sky corpse coffin. How shameless are you? I think the coffin here is fake. Doing unrighteous things is the real thing. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Unrighteous things? The expressions of countless cultivators changed. What was going on? The Zhua clan had been guarding the tomb conscientiously and even found the sky corpse coffin 10,000 years ago. How did it become unrighteous things? Many people did not believe Yin Chuan, but some people kept quiet. They waited and watched. Unrighteous things? Ha! My Zhua clan has guarded the tomb for 1,000,000 years. Everything we have done here is worthy of heaven and earth, worthy of the people, worthy of the dead sky. How can we tolerate slander? Zhua Qing glared. Most of the surrounding people stood on the Zhua clan's side. Anxiety flashed in Hua Wuling's eyes. Digging up Sky's tomb was challenging the bottom line of all the experts in the world. If they were not careful, they would become enemies with the entire world. Hua Wuling was anxious. However, Zhua Qing was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he wanted to force Yin Chuan to death on the basis of righteousness. There was no need for him to do anything. At that time, the entire world would find trouble with Yin Chuan. Just at this moment, Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up. He smiled coldly and said, Slander, you are the one slandering. Tian shouted coldly, and the surrounding people immediately revealed curious expressions. Who are you? Zhua Qing asked coldly. Who am I? Ha, who am I? 1,000,000 years ago, when Sky was still here, no one dared to ask my clan members such a question. Today, 1,000,000 years later, no one knows me. Zhua Qing, I am Tian. Tian said coldly. Tian? Zhua Qing and Lord Hua Tian were confused. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Tian in confusion. Tian smiled coldly and said, You have chased after my clan for 1,000,000 years. Zhua Qing, do you really not know? Clan? Zhua Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. Clan's remnant evil? The main culprit that caused Sky to fall? Zhua Qing suddenly shouted. Shut up. My clan is indebted to Sky. We speak for Sky, organize the world, and issue orders to the world. We have never betrayed Sky. When Sky fell, the servants betrayed us, causing the clan to be chased by the world. You're a group of vile people who betray their masters. Tian suddenly said hatefully. Humph. Who is a vile person? You're not allowed to speak nonsense. Thinking about it, my nephew died because of you. Humph. Today, I will represent Sky and destroy you. Clan's remnant evil. Zhua Qing shouted. Zhua Qing stretched out his hand and attacked Tian. Gue Guzi's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared before Tian. Then, he raised his palm to meet the sky. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the void trembled violently. A storm raged, and many cultivators were immediately thrown to the ground. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move when you haven't said anything clearly? Could it be that your Zhua clan is really guilty? You want to silence us? Gue Guzi laughed. Not far away, Hua Qiliang revealed a trace of surprise. He had never seen Gue Guzi fight before, but he was actually able to casually block Zhua Qing's punch. Beside him, Lord Huatan narrowed his eyes. Great Jun? This was the second ancestral immortal that Lord Huatian had seen. Why was there no description of this in the previous information? Lord Huatian looked at Hua Qiliang strangely. What did this little bitch know that made her join Great Jun? The restlessness of the surrounding experts suddenly calmed down. Although many people were still glaring at Yin Chuan, more people wanted to see what was going on. Perhaps the cultivation of the surrounding experts was not high. Of course, There might be experts with high cultivation who did not make a move. However, the surrounding experts came from all over the world, at least from all over the outer eastern continent. The matter today would definitely spread throughout the entire outer eastern continent. Guilty? It's impossible for you to protect the remnants of the Yin clan. No one in the world can tolerate them. Zhuqing said coldly. Gue Guzi was not angry. Instead, he said indifferently, the Zhua clan's heaven-burying coffin attracted the attention of others, making them think that your Zhua clan is a clan that respects the heavens the most. Therefore, the Zhua clan will not be criticized by others for moving the mountains, rivers, and lands. Now, you can avoid the gazes of others and search for what you want, right? What? There were already Xiozha in the surroundings who were shocked. Indeed, the Zhua clan had moved the dragon veins around these years. However, no one paid much attention to it, thinking that the Zhua clan might have done it out of respect for the heavens. But what a joke! Zhuqing's eyes shrunk, but she still scolded Gue Guzi. Behind Gue Guzi, Inhentian laughed coldly. Is it a joke? It's not a joke at all. Back then, the Zhua clan was only a servant of my Yin clan. Although they heard some words, they were just words. How can you find what is hidden here? Other than the heavens and my Yin clan, no one knows. Know what? What were we looking for? Zhuqing was still stubborn. As for Huatian Lord and Hua Qiliang, they were confused. What was it? Was there something here? Inhentian laughed coldly. Keep pretending. My Yin clan was deceived by your face back then. This is also the reason why I am here today. Entrusted by the heavens, I have waited 1,000,000 years for the disciples of my Yin clan to return to the Heaven Human Palace. I'm going to expose your hypocrisy in front of everyone. Inhentian scolded. Those who were originally on Zhuqing's side started to waver. I don't know what you're talking about, Zhuqing said in a low voice. Inhentian smiled. It's okay. You will see it soon. However, you might be disappointed. The thing that your Zhua clan has been waiting for 1,000,000 years for is not what you think it is. Zhuqing squinted her eyes. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed curious looks. As for Inhentian, he flung his robe and stepped onto the altar. Some of the cultivators wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, they held themselves back. The Yin clan, the Zhua clan? Many people had heard of them, but they knew too little. 1,000,000 years had passed. Who knew what had happened back then? The powerful Zhua clan was originally a servant of the Yin clan. This news was enough to shock many people. Hua Qiliang and Huatian Lord were curious. At this moment, Zhuqing did not stop them. The Zhua clan had heard that there was something extremely important left behind by the heavens. However, they had searched for 1,000,000 years and found nothing. 10,000 years ago, they had paid a huge price and used the sky-burying coffin to stir up the sorrow of the world's experts. They had secretly moved mountains and dug tens of thousands of miles to search, but they still found nothing. The Yin clan? The remnants of the Yin clan knew about it. Zhuqing waited for Inhentian to find it. Zhuqing was not worried that this group of people would snatch it and run away. At least they knew about the myriad ghost domain. Moreover, the Zhua clan had some people in the neighboring domain. If they could find the thing left behind by the heavens, it would not be difficult to take it back. Moreover, the Zhua clan had a strong backing. Inhentian stood on the altar and looked at the Heaven Human Palace. Mr. Gue Guzi, please help me. Inhentian said. Oh, please guide the Tian Fu, Tian Liang, Tian Ji, Tian Tong, Tian Xiang, 7 Kill, and Southern Meteor to the Heaven Human Palace. Inhentian said. Astral power? Zhuqing's expression changed. The Zhua clan had thought of many methods, but they had never thought of astral power. No, they might have thought of it, but they did not put it into action. After all, the stars were too far away. Moreover, they needed a few specific stars. How could they guess? Gue Guzi nodded. Astral power? In the past, when he was immortal, he could use astral power to increase his strength. However, there is no need for that now, because the power of the path of heaven was many times greater than that of astral power. Gue Guzi was indeed a feng shui master. He reached out his hand and waved at the sky. The 6 stars in the starry sky that could be seen with the naked I seemed to light up in an instant. Buzz! 6 beams of light shot straight down into the Deva Palace in an instant. The Heaven-Human Palace turned from white to emerald green in an instant. Then, the emerald green light rushed to the altar below Enhention. Buzz! The altar also turned emerald green in an instant. Enhention cast a spell in his hands. Suddenly, some of the runes on the altar started to move. In the green light, they floated upwards. About 100,000 runes floated in midair. They floated in the air and slowly rotated into a ball. They rotated slowly and densely. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. This thing is not underground or in the Heaven-Human Palace, but in the air. Zhuqing muttered to herself with a pale face. How could they find it if it was hidden in the air? Boom! Countless runes exploded with a loud bang. Then, a crack seemed to appear in the void. From the crack, 13 colors of light shone out. It was extremely beautiful. Crack, 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 crack. The crack grew bigger and bigger. It was as if a cocoon was about to break open. Enhention bowed at the crack and said, "Butterfly Queen, the firmament has told the Yin clan that if the firmament falls, the Yin clan will let you out. The Yin clan has declined and can only return here after 1,000,000 years. Butterfly Queen, you are about to come out." Butterfly Queen? Countless experts in the surroundings revealed confused looks. Desolation Hua and Lord Huatian looked at this scene in surprise. Zhuqing's face changed. Butterfly Queen? Crack, 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 crack. The crack in the void grew bigger and bigger. Just as the cocoon was about to break open, "It smells so good. What is this smell? Yeah, what is this strange smell?" A large number of cultivators were confused. At this moment, the butterflies in the firmament territory suddenly stopped. They stopped collecting honey, drinking water, flying, and sleeping. Instead, they flew toward the Heaven-Human Palace as if they had been summoned. Not only in the firmament territory, but in the entire outer East continent. As long as there were butterflies, whether they were living butterflies or hell butterflies, all of them were summoned. As time passed, the countless butterflies in the netherworld and the mortal realm began to tremble as they flew higher and higher into the air. They all flew into the people's sight. At this moment, it was as if all the butterflies in the world had appeared. It was as if there was a rain of butterflies in all directions, dancing endlessly in the air. Chapter 1188. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent. Tong Tian stepped out of the roaming Jade Palace and looked at the surroundings. Countless butterflies danced in the sky as if they were extremely happy. Some butterflies even flew in front of Tong Tian. Tong Tian stretched out his finger and allowed the butterflies to land. The butterfly race is enlightened and is responding to the heavens and earth. It seems like a powerful being has appeared in the butterfly race. Tong Tian looked at the countless butterflies and sighed. In the West Outer Continent, Wu Jiong looked at the countless butterflies flying into the imperial city with a serious expression. In the Northeast Outer Continent, Dongfang Bubi looked at the butterflies in confusion. Old Demon by Xie walked out a hall and looked at the butterflies. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Butterfly Queen? She has appeared as well? Netherworld. Firmament territory. Under the Deva Palace. Countless cultivators were staring at the crack in the void as if a giant void cocoon was breaking open. Crack! 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 Boom! The giant cocoon in the void exploded with a loud bang. Endless 13-colored light quickly lit up the heavens and earth. Everyone suddenly realized that the place they were standing on had undergone an earth-shattering change. Other than the altar and the Deva Palace, the original mountains and rivers had all disappeared and turned into a grassland. On the grassland, countless butterflies danced and a strange fragrance lingered. At the center, there were 2 pairs of huge blue wings. Whoosh! The blue wings spread out, revealing a woman in a gorgeous blue silk robe. The woman's hair was tied up, revealing her beautiful white neck and exquisite face. It was as if all the beauty in the world had gathered into one. The woman was extremely beautiful. As she stepped on the void, she was incomparably holy. For a moment, Many cultivators were mesmerized. The woman hugged the two pairs of huge blue butterfly wings behind her. At this moment, many cultivators were immersed in the woman's gentle beauty. Not only the male cultivators, but even the female cultivators were mesmerized. Many people were confused. There was such a perfect woman in the world. Many people were mesmerized, but some quickly sobered up. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. An illusion? Gigu Zi also nodded. Holy King, this butterfly queen's cultivation is not to be underestimated. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her blue pupils were like a deep pool of water. For a moment, countless cultivators were attracted to her. Even Lord Huatian and Zhuqing were looking at the woman with infatuation and yearning. The current head of the Yin family, Yin Hentian, congratulates the Butterfly Empress on escaping. Yin Hentian said solemnly. The Butterfly Queen opened her eyes and looked around before looking at Yin Hentian. Yin family. The Butterfly Empress frowned slightly, but her voice was extremely soft. Many Xiuzhou were mesmerized once again. Zhua family's Zhuqing greets the Butterfly Empress. Zhuqing immediately said. Hua clan's Heaven Transforming Monarch greets Butterfly Empress. Heaven Transforming Monarch hurriedly said. The Butterfly Queen looked at the two of them, but ignored them. Instead, it looked at the sky. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Heaven and earth are incomplete? Where's the mystery? Butterfly Queen asked calmly. The heavens are dead. They have been dead for 1,000,000 years. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. The Butterfly Queen's emotions weren't greatly affected. Instead, she nodded gently. Raising its head, the Butterfly Queen continued to look at the sky. Countless butterflies flew over from all directions and surrounded the Butterfly Queen as if they were worshipping her. Boom! Suddenly, a white light descended from the sky. The white light rushed in and shattered half of the plain illusion, revealing countless mountains and rivers. The white light illuminated half of the world. The other half of the world was still under the Butterfly Queen's control. Wherever the white light shone on, countless intoxicated cultivators suddenly woke up with a start. Within the white light, there was a white-clothed man. The man's face was blurry, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, he emitted an aura that made people want to worship him. Old Ancestor! Hua Qiliang's face lit up with joy. Old Ancestor! Heaven-transforming monarch also woke up and bowed respectfully to the white-clothed figure. Zhuqing's previous intoxication also woke up. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. He was an ancestral immortal. How could he be intoxicated? If he was like this in battle, he would have died countless times. Many thanks, Sage, Zhuqing said solemnly. Sage projection, Gue Guzi said. Supremacy, transforming heaven. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. The Butterfly Queen looked at the sky and sighed. Then, she looked at the sage projection in front of her. I am supremacy, transforming heaven. You are? Transforming heaven asked softly. Sage, since heaven is dead, the sages of this world must have withered as well. How many sages are left in this world? The Butterfly Queen asked gently. Transforming heaven didn't put on the airs of a sage. Instead, he replied, including me, there are 6 people who hold the Qi cultivation position. 4 sages and 2 celestial emperors. After the great calamity of the ancient times, there was nothing left. It took 1,000,000 years to reach today. This calamity is indeed huge. The heavenly Tao has collapsed so much. Heaven is broken like this. Mysterious. You have failed in your duty. The Butterfly Queen looked at the sky and sighed. When transforming heaven heard the Butterfly Queen's words, he fell silent. Scolding heaven? What was this woman's background? The Butterfly Queen suddenly stretched out her pure, white right palm. Blue light gushed out from her eyes and entered her palm. Suddenly, countless blue rings of light danced in his palm. The rings of light spun rapidly as if they were following a certain pattern. Gradually, they spun into 7 miniature pillars. Rumble. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in all directions. For a moment, the world trembled. In the void in front of the butterfly queen, there were 7 blue pillars that connected heaven and earth. They were the heavenly Tao. The 7 heavenly Tao were extremely damaged, but they were constantly being repaired. Mending the heavens? Yin Chuan's expression froze. This was the same as Yin Chuan's heaven-devouring Tao scripture. Mending the heavens? And it was mending 7 heavenly Tao at the same time. The 7 heavenly Tao quickly recovered. Half an hour later, rumble. Heaven and earth rumbled. Multicolored light shot in all directions. Everywhere in the world, auspicious clouds rushed into the sky and illuminated the earth. A grand aura spread out in all directions. The butterfly queen clenched her fist. She looked at the 7 heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth. Rumble. Great merit of heaven and earth surged towards the butterfly queen. You have mended another 7 heavenly Tao. Your merit is immeasurable. You are a great benefactor to the world. Transforming heaven exclaimed, "These are the heavenly Tao that I originally had. Mending them is not difficult. However, I don't know when I will be able to complete the remaining 100 heavenly Tao." The butterfly queen shook her head. 7 heavenly Tao that are all great calamities? Transforming heaven suddenly said in surprise, "That's right. I believe that now you know who I am, right?" The butterfly queen suddenly smiled. This smile was devastatingly beautiful. The countless cultivators who were originally awake were once again intoxicated by this smile. Misfortune goddess? The ancient misfortune goddess? Transforming heaven immediately said in surprise, "My eyes are called ominous calamity eyes." The butterfly queen smiled slightly. With a smile, a dazzling blue light suddenly emitted from her eyes. Boom! The blue light instantly shone in all directions. The world was filled with blue light. When transforming heaven saw the blue light pouncing over, he immediately retracted the white light, and his projection rushed into the starry sky. Misfortune goddess, since you have come into being, I will not disturb you anymore. We will meet again if fate allows. Leaving behind a sentence, the saint's projection disappeared. It was as if he did not want to be tainted by this light, and the blue light shone on the surrounding people. When Yin Chuan saw the blue light rushing over, he seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin quickly grew larger. The heaven-burying coffin quickly covered the dragon carriage and the 4 of them. Countless cultivators were confused. Some blocked it, but the blue light seemed to be able to penetrate most of the defenses and entered everyone's body in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Qing's expression changed, but after checking her body, there was nothing wrong. "I'm fine. It's just a ray of blue light. There's no reaction." Transforming Heaven Lord also touched his body, but there was no change at all. What was the use of this blue light? The butterfly queen looked around and stepped into the sky. With a flap of her wings, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Countless butterflies fluttered in the air, feeling lost. Countless cultivators were at a loss. Many people were still in a state of shock. Saint King, the butterfly queen's personality is like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. Unpredictable. Our family has records that the butterfly queen does as she pleases and does many things without a specific reason. The ominous light just now, Inhentian said with a bitter smile. That's too casual. Gue Guzi's face revealed a trace of strangeness. Ominous light? Does this ominous light harm the body? Transforming Desolation immediately asked. It doesn't harm the body, but it's more terrifying than harm. Inhentian said strangely. Oh, those who are illuminated by the blue light will be unlucky for a year. Inhentian explained. Transforming Desolation was at a loss. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, "It's similar to ZZ, but it's also different. ZZ has the yellow spring fate, which is passive. But the ominous light, just now, is active. It can change a person's fate. It can destroy a person's fate, similar to a curse. As long as the blue light enters the body, everything will go wrong." Everything will go wrong? Transforming Desolation asked with a trace of curiosity. All right, Yin Chuan, the butterfly queen has left. Now hand over the heaven corpse coffin. Zhuiqing suddenly shouted with a heavy expression. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Heaven corpse coffin? Zhuiqing, you really have the face to say that. Umph. In Hention released the butterfly queen, but so what? What can it prove? Maizhua family's actions are worthy of the heavens and earth, worthy of the heavens. Moving the surrounding mountains and rivers is a thing of the past. Maizhua family only made the heavens tomb more spacious, making it more convenient for cultivators to worship. Moreover, Maizhua family has not moved the surrounding mountains and rivers for a long time. Zhuiqing shouted. Just as Zhuiqing finished speaking, a mountain not far away suddenly trembled. Rumble. The mountain trembled for a while, immediately attracting the attention of many cultivators. Suddenly, a voice came from within the mountain. Is there anyone from the Zhua family? Quickly save me, I'm stuck. Jiaohu's voice came from within the mountain. Zhuiqing. All the Zhua family disciples' faces darkened. Zhuaming, Zhuigao. Quickly find someone to save me. I'm stuck. There are 2 pangolins biting me. Quickly. The voice continued to come from within the mountain. Zhuiqing's face also darkened. Good, it's a thing of the past, ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed. Chapter 1189. South of the Heavenly Human Palace. Ha ha, little brats, let's see where you can run to. An arrogant voice rang out. Junior sister, let's go. Eldest senior brother, I'm not leaving. If everyone else isn't leaving, I'm not leaving either. Old demon, my master isn't here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant. A series of angry roars rang out. A blood-red heavenly Tao connected the heavens and the earth. Below the heavenly Tao was a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood spun wildly around the heavenly Tao. It was similar to Yin Chuan's super divine ability. However, it did not have the vicious aura of Yin Chuan's sea of blood. It also did not have the blood god's sun churning in the sea. It was just a sea of blood. Even so, it was filled with vicious aura. The one standing in the middle of the heavenly Tao was the elder of the Gongyang family. The elder controlled the sea of blood. Waves of blood turned into ferocious beasts that pounced on the 5 men and women. The 5 men and women each held a long saber. Under the long sabers, the energy sabers were extremely ferocious. However, the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, they were like trapped beasts. The 5 of them were ruthlessly suppressed. Outside the sea of blood, Gongyang Benlei and the other Gongyang family members looked into the distance in shock. 2 great immortals and 3 ancient immortals? Are the Emperor's disciples all so terrifying? It's only been 4,000 years for 1,000 years. Gongyang Benlei exclaimed. Little brats, where's the Emperor? Where's that little girl? The elder controlled the sea of blood to attack the 5 of them. The leader of the group had a ruthless expression on his face. Oomph. Old demon, you want to find my master? If my master wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as slaughtering a pig. The blood-robed elder narrowed his eyes. A bunch of reckless fools. It seems that if I don't kill 1 or 2 of you, you won't be obedient. As he spoke, the blood-robed elder was about to attack. Suddenly, a 13-colored light shot into the sky from the north. The blood-robed elder's expression changed. At this moment, countless butterflies suddenly flew around the sea of blood. What's going on? Gongyang Benlei was shocked. The elder also looked at the sky in shock. Elder. With the elder's eyesight, he could see countless butterflies even though they were far away. What happened to the celestial palace? The elder's face sank. In the distance, the direction of the Deva palace became hazy. A powerful aura was faintly discernible. This aura caused the heart of the blood-robed elder to tremble. Just as the blood-robed elder was in shock, boom. In the north, a beam of white light descended from the sky. A holy aura was emitted. Saint? Huazun Tian also came. Did something big happen in the Deva palace? The blood-robed elder said solemnly. Just as the scarlet-robed elder turned extremely grave, 5 cultivators gathered above the Scarlet Sea. One of the men took out a jade talisman. Sealed within this talisman is a strand of Master's saber intent. I will release it and break through the sea of blood. Let's escape immediately, the man said in a deep voice. All right. The man clenched his fist and suddenly released it toward the heavenly Tao. Boom! Suddenly, a 10,000-meter-long astral blade broke through the sky. The 10,000-meter-long astral blade carried with it an unstoppable force. As soon as the astral blade appeared, an endless storm of saber chi condensed in the surroundings. Together with the astral blade, it shot straight towards the heavenly way. The elder's expression changed. Bastard! Boom! The astral blade collided with the heavenly way, and the void shook violently. As the void shook, a hole appeared in the sea of blood. Let's go! The leader shouted. Whoosh! The 5 of them quickly shot towards the north. In the heavenly way, the blood-robed elder was flustered. The saber intent sealed by the sovereign was naturally ferocious. The heavenly way shook for a while before it stabilized. Supreme saber intent. It is indeed a supreme saber intent. Roar! Little brats, where are you running to? The blood-robed elder shouted with a hint of anger. Eldest senior brother, where should we go? To the north. Something big happened in the Deva Palace. There must be a peerless expert there. Let's fish in troubled waters and hope to escape this calamity. All right. The 5 of them quickly shot towards the north. The blood-robed elder also reacted quickly and chased after them. Gongyang Benlei looked at it in a daze and then said in surprise, Supreme saber intent? The sovereign's saber intent can actually shake the heavenly way of an ancestral immortal? No wonder the elder is so anxious. Gongyang Benlei led the Gongyang family disciples and quickly chased towards the north. Outside the Deva Palace, Yin Chuan's group was facing off against Zhuqing. Zhuoming, Zhuigao, quickly find someone to save me. I'm stuck. There are 2 pangolins biting me. Hurry. The voice continued coming from the mountain. Zhuqing's face darkened. What a good, it's all in the past. Ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed. Yin Chuan laughed heartily, and the surrounding practitioners also reacted. No matter what, at least Zhuqing was lying. Yin Chuan, don't try to twist words. No matter what, the heaven-burying coffin was placed here by my Zhou family to mourn the heavens. It is for the heaven-burying coffin. No matter how you quibble, you can't change the fact that you are a traitor. Zhuqing shouted. Zhou family? This coffin has always belonged to me, Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan said coldly. Ha 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 ha, you say I'm thick-skinned? I think you're the thick-skinned one. The heaven-burying coffin is yours? Call it and see if it answers. Zhuqing sneered. Yin Chuan suddenly smiled and said, Coffin, are you mine? Zhuqing. Lord Huatian. The surrounding cultivators. Yin Chuan really called it? Zhuqing was speechless, but more than that, he sneered. He had already studied it. The coffin did not have an artifact spirit. Was Yin Chuan playing to the gallery? However, a strange scene appeared. The heaven-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Green light shone. It seemed to be responding to Yin Chuan. The heaven-burying coffin agreed. Zhuqing, the Zhou family disciples, the surrounding cultivators. Everyone could clearly see that Yin Chuan had not used any dermic powers at all. There was no dermic powers at all. But the sky-burying coffin had really agreed? Zhuqing's face suddenly turned red. How could this be? Yin Chuan called. The heaven-burying coffin really agreed? Was this a joke? The surrounding cultivators were also choked by the heaven-burying coffin's response, but more of them looked at Zhuqing curiously, wanting to see how he would react. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Only the cracking sound of Zhuqing's fists could be heard. Obviously, things were not going well, and he was in an extremely bad mood. Is there anyone from the Zhou family? I'm stuck. Someone come and save me. Not far away, cries for help continued to come from the mountain. It was like slapping Zhuqing's face again and again. Everything was not going well. Desolation suddenly understood what it meant to have everything not going well. For a moment, he felt a lingering fear. How long had it been? It seemed that everything was not going well for a year. The scene became extremely strange. Zhuqing seemed to have realized the horror of the blue light just now. Many cultivators around also had ugly expressions. 1 year? There was still 1 more year? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin shrank quickly. This was the 4th heaven-burying coffin that Yin Chuan obtained. Zhuqing glared. Even if everything was not going well for him, he could not give the heaven-burying coffin to Yin Chuan. Just as he was about to speak, a shout suddenly came from the south. "Ha ha! Little brats, where are you running to? You can't escape. Stop struggling." A sinister voice rang out. "Junior sister, run quickly. Quick, we'll block him. First senior brother, no. If we die together." A Jiahu sound came from the south. Everyone looked over and saw a sea of blood surging over from the south. 5 men and women were fleeing at the edge of the sea of blood. However, the 5 were getting closer and closer to the sea of blood. The 5 felt anxious. They originally thought that there was a peerless expert who could take advantage of the chaos in the heavenly human palace. Who would have thought that the peerless expert had already left? The 5 despaired. Boom! The sea of blood pounced and immediately blocked in front of the 5. The sea of blood soared into the sky and turned into a blood dragon in front of the 5. "Haha, let's see where you can run in now." The blood-robed elder laughed wildly. "Oh, it's over. Junior sister will break through the sea of blood. Run quickly and go back to report to Master so that he can avenge us." A man said sadly. "No, we'll die together." The woman cried. "Oomph, you want to run into my sea of blood? I was just careless just now. You little brats, I'll kill 2 of you to feed my sea of blood. Then you'll be obedient." The elder shouted coldly. Then, the sea of blood pounced toward the 5 of them. Just as it was about to kill the 5 of them, the woman from before suddenly showed a look of ecstasy on her face. "Yindi, save us, Yindi," the woman shouted happily. In the distance, Yin Chuan also recognized the 5 of them at a glance. Weren't they the emperor's disciples? Yin Chuan had seen them when the emperor was transcending the tribulation. Seeing the 5 of them, Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he stretched out his palm into the distance. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's palm seemed to have traveled through time and space. It was extremely fast and arrived above the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a clench, he grabbed the 5 of them and pulled them back. Bang! The sea of blood missed. "Who is it?" The blood-robed elder was furious. The 5 of them arrived at the dragon carriage in the blink of an eye. They were on the verge of death just now, but they were suddenly saved? The 5 of them were extremely glad. Yindi, thank you, Yindi," the 5 of them said, in surprise. Although they did not know the complicated relationship between Yin Chuan and their master, at least their master and Yin Chuan had some friendship back then. For a moment, the 5 of them felt as if they had caught a life-saving straw and were extremely glad. "Who is he?" Yin Chuan asked. "The ancestral immortal of the Gonyang family. He wants to deal with my master," the first senior brother immediately said. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan was enough to distinguish between friend and foe. Then, Yin Chuan shielded the 5 of them behind him and looked coldly at the sea of blood in the south. Above the sea of blood in the south, the blood-robed elder looked coldly in Yin Chuan's direction. The blood-robed elder's sudden appearance made the countless experts in the surroundings hesitate. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in my private matters?" The blood-robed elder asked coldly. The elder was rather cautious. He would not act rashly in a situation where he did not understand his opponent. At this moment, Gonyang Benlei chased over with a group of panting disciples from his family. "Ah, elder, it's him. He is Yin Chuan," Gonyang Benlei suddenly exclaimed. "Yin Chuan?" The blood-robed elder's face sank. The surrounding cultivators were also at a loss. Could it be that this Yin Chuan had enemies all over the world? Someone who suddenly appeared was also his enemy. Chapter 1190. Elder, he's the one who killed Gonyang Ben Tian. Gonyang Ben lay shouted with bloodshot eyes. The blood-robed elder's eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan also sized up the blood-robed elder in front of him. His entire body was blood red, and even his face was blood red. Blood essence demon. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Gonyang Ben Lei, let me ask you, what is Yin Chuan's cultivation? The blood-robed elder asked in a deep voice. One had to know that Yin Chuan had just snatched someone for his blood sea. That method was extremely brilliant. Elder, I guarantee with my life that Yin Chuan is definitely a peak ancient immortal. He's definitely not an ancestral immortal. Although he has grasped the clear sky Tao, he's definitely not an ancestral immortal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from him back then. Gonyang Ben Lei said with absolute certainty. Ancient immortal? Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed a confused expression. Huatian Lord and Zhuqing were even more shocked. Especially Huatian Lord. He didn't believe it at all. That day, Jin Deyu, today, Gue Guzi, two ancestral immortals were his subordinates. How could Yin Chuan be an ancient immortal? An ancient immortal having two ancestral immortal subordinates? The three dragons also revealed a look of disdain. Ancient immortal? Was there something wrong with this kid's head? Especially the seven fiends. They remembered zombie Yin Chuan's attack that day. That attack made them, a peak ancient immortal, look like a chicken in front of him. Ancient immortal? Ancient immortal, your sister. Of course, the three dragons couldn't say it out loud. Many of the cultivators here didn't know Yin Chuan's cultivation, so they didn't say anything. As for Huatian Lord and Zhuqing, they hadn't seen Yin Chuan attack before. However, they felt that Yin Chuan wasn't an ancient immortal, but they didn't have the obligation to tell the blood-robed elder. Everyone was silent. Are you sure? The blood-robed elder said seriously. After all, that attack didn't seem like an ancient immortal's attack at all. Elder, I'm sure. How many years has it been? Even if he broke through, his cultivation can't be too high. Gonyang Ben Lei said. I know. The blood-robed elder's heart calmed down. Once again, he looked at Yin Chuan aggressively. Yin Chuan, come out and accept your death. You kill my disciple. Now is the time for you to pay. The blood-robed elder said coldly. Gue Guzi took a step forward. Yin Chuan grabbed Gue Guzi's shoulder. Don't waste the blood essence to transform into a demon. This emperor will do it. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Understood. Gue Guzi nodded. When the emperor's 5 disciples heard Gonyang Ben Lei's words, they immediately became worried. At this moment, Zhuqing no longer forced Yin Chuan. Wouldn't it be great if there was someone to fight for him? Moreover, if necessary, he could assist from the side. Zhuqing gave Lord Hua Tian a meaningful glance. Lord Huatian's eyes lit up as he immediately understood the meaning. Lord Huatian came to find Zhuqing in order to find trouble for Yin Chuan. At this moment, after seeing Zhuqing's attitude, he immediately calmed down. Zhuqing's meaning was to wait for an opportunity to kill Yin Chuan and take the sky-burying coffin, while Lord Huatian was in charge of stopping Gue Guzi. Zhuqing coldly looked at him. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and put the shrunken sky-burying coffin into his sleeve. He took a step forward and stepped out of the dragon carriage, flying into the air. Countless cultivators in the surroundings did not have a good impression of Yin Chuan. For a moment, no one said anything. When the blood-robed elder saw Yin Chuan coming forward alone, he immediately became suspicious. Gonyang Ben Lei, is what you said true? The elder asked again. Elder, don't worry. I am certain. I guarantee that Yin Chuan was an ancient immortal at that time. He is definitely not an ancestral immortal. Don't worry. He is seeking his own death. Gonyang Ben Lei swore. The blood-robed elder was relieved. Zhuqing waited for an opportunity not far away. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped into the blood sea. The blood-robed elder's eyes lit up. Ha! You are indeed seeking your own death. You have no chance of escaping in my blood sea. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless waves of blood surged toward Yin Chuan. The waves of blood turned into 100 blood dragons, carrying vast power as they charged toward Yin Chuan. Boom! The blood dragon crashed into Yin Chuan's body. Blood splattered everywhere as the blood dragon shattered. Yin Chuan was unharmed, and he was still charging toward the blood-robed elder at an extremely fast speed. What? The blood-robed elder's expression changed. Each of his blood dragons had the power of a peak ancient immortal. Why was it that when they crashed into Yin Chuan, they were like splashing water? Dragons go, the blood-robed elder said somewhat anxiously. Another 1,000 blood dragons charged toward Yin Chuan. Boom! There was another strong collision. The 1,000 blood dragons were shattered once again, but Yin Chuan was unscathed. Blood splattered on his body, but it was instantly forced away by Yin Chuan's aura. Body? How can it be so tough? The blood-robed elder's expression changed. In the distance, Zhuqing, who was about to attack, paused slightly as she looked into the distance with a grim expression. Yin Chuan arrived in front of the blood-robed elder at a constant speed. His attack had no effect at all. The blood-robed elder's expression changed. With a step, the blood-colored heavenly Tao soared into the sky. Boom! The moment the heavenly Tao appeared, a powerful aura erupted in the surroundings. The blood-robed elder merged with the heavenly Tao, an ancestral immortal who cultivates the blood Tao. Zhuqing raised her brows slightly. However, Yin Chuan ignored the heavenly Tao and continued approaching. Yin Chuan, do you know who I am? The blood-robed elder said coldly. In the outside world, Gongyang Benlei watched as Yin Chuan approached the elder. For a moment, he felt uneasy as if something was wrong. Yin Chuan had already arrived in front of the heavenly Tao. After today, you will be gone. Why should I know who you are? With that said, Yin Chuan charged toward the heavenly Tao. You're courting death. Blood sea karmic fire. The blood-robed elder roared. The heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with blood-red flames that swept toward Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan, who was wrapped in blood-red flames, sneered. His originally calm face suddenly revealed a hint of malevolence. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's speed suddenly increased by more than 1,000 times as he charged toward the heavenly Tao at an extremely terrifying speed. The blood-robed elder's pupils constricted as he was shocked. However, he quickly comforted himself that Yin Chuan could not break the heavenly Tao. How could his heavenly Tao be broken by an ancient immortal? In the next moment, there was a miserable shriek. It was Yin Chuan's hand that pierced his chest. What? The heaven transformation lord and Zhuqing in the distance suddenly exclaimed. The heavenly Tao was still there. However, Yin Chuan had entered the heavenly Tao and arrived before the blood-robed elder. How did he enter? Impossible. That is the heavenly Tao. If he did not break it, how did he enter? Zhuqing exclaimed. Gongyang Benlei also exclaimed in shock. Impossible. That is the elder's heavenly Tao. No one can enter. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at this scene in confusion. What is going on? Could it be that Yin Chuan grasped the same heavenly Tao? His grasp was even deeper than the blood-robed elders. Dragon Fifth and the barbarian dragon gaped in shock. However, the 7 fiends curled their lips. This was because they had enjoyed this scene back then. Zombie King? Yin Chuan, the Zombie King, had already jumped out of the heavenly Tao and was no longer within the 5 elements. Heavenly Tao? Before the zombie Yin Chuan, the heavenly Tao was nothing. If he faced a holy king in the Yang realm, he might be able to put up a fight. But in the netherworld? What's so great about being an ancestral immortal? The 7 fiends said disdainfully. Inside the blood-colored heavenly Tao, Yin Chuan thrust one palm into the blood-robed elder's chest and grabbed half of the blood-robed elder's body with the other. This caused the blood-robed elder to be stuck, unable to move. No, impossible. How did you get in? The blood-robed elder roared in shock. Is that very difficult? Yin Chuan retorted disdainfully. After saying that, Yin Chuan's expression turned increasingly sinister. Suddenly, 2 blood-colored fangs appeared in Yin Chuan's mouth. Zombie King, the blood-robed elder exclaimed. Yin Chuan is a zombie? In the distance, Zhuqing's expression changed as well. Zhuoqing recalled that the limit of a zombie king was indeed such a situation. Jumping out of the heavenly Tao, no longer within the five elements, ignoring the heavenly Tao. Bastard! Let go of me! The blood-robed elder roared in shock. Roar! Zombie King Yin Chuan's mouth slowly opened. The huge threat made the blood-robed elder feel the threat of death. You want to drink my blood? Gongyang Benlei. Didn't you say he was an ancient immortal? The blood-robed elder roared in grief and hatred. In the outside world, Gongyang Benlei's legs had already gone soft from fear. Once, twice, thrice. Without hesitation, Gongyang Benlei turned around and ran. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly sucked. A terrifying suction force came. The blood-robed elder seemed to be unable to resist as he was sucked into Yin Chuan's mouth. His body continued to shrink and gradually entered Yin Chuan's mouth. Gongyang Benlei, this old man was killed by you. I hate you. The blood-robed elder roared in grief and hatred. In the distance, the fleeing Gongyang Benlei turned his head to look. Just in time to see this scene, Yin Chuan swallowed the blood-robed elder in one mouth. After swallowing the elder, the suction force in Yin Chuan's mouth was unceasing. The sea of blood below was also rushing towards Yin Chuan's mouth. Ancestral immortal? Eaten by Yin Chuan? Gongyang Benlei was crying in his heart. It was the same thing again. He had rushed over and fled in a hurry. Every time, he would lose a batch of experts from the Gongyang family. This time, it was even more exaggerated. An elder was an ancestral immortal. He was actually eaten by Yin Chuan. Eaten? Gongyang Benlei turned around, not daring to look anymore. He instantly fled far away. He lamented in his heart. How was he going to explain this to the old ancestor? Yin Chuan swallowed a living person. This scene caused the hearts of countless cultivators to turn cold. Ancient immortal. Ancient immortal, your sister. Is this an ancient immortal? Can an ancient immortal swallow an ancestral immortal so easily? Zhuoqing, who was waiting for an opportunity to take action, stopped in his tracks. He opened his mouth and looked at Yin Chuan, who had just swallowed an ancestral immortal and swallowed the entire sea of blood. Zhuoqing's face twitched. He turned to look at Lord Huatian and said, Brother Huatian, is this the Yin Chuan you wanted me to find trouble with? Lord Huatian's face was also extremely ugly. I also didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so terrifying. Yes, if he wasn't a powerful ancestral immortal. How could he subdue Jin Diyu and Gue Guzi? What a powerful ancestral immortal. Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed a shocked expression. The seven fiends had a face of relief. Dragon Fifth and Barbarian Dragon opened their eyes wide. The three dragons suddenly rejoiced. Pulling the carriage was really a great favor from Yin Chuan. What level of ancestral immortal was this terrifying? Just as the experts were exclaiming, Yin Chuan finally swallowed the entire sea of blood. His face was still ferocious, and his two fangs were extremely terrifying. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, countless tribulation clouds gathered high in the sky. Tribulation clouds? The faces of countless cultivators in the surroundings froze. How could there be tribulation clouds? Ancestral immortal tribulation? This is ancestral immortal tribulation? Yin Chuan, he's really an ancient immortal. Suddenly, someone shouted. This shout made the surrounding cultivators lose their voices. It was as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Their entire worldview was turned upside down. Even the heavenly Tao is useless to me. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Ha, roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. The suction force in his mouth was still there, and he opened his mouth to swallow the ancestral immortal tribulation. Chapter 1191. It was just like the human body of the Yang realm. No, the zombie body was even more domineering. When it opened its mouth to swallow the tribulation, a terrifying suction force locked all the lightning, making it impossible for the lightning to escape. The lightning clouds swarmed into the zombie's mouth. Rumble. It stood in the void and swallowed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, It was the ancestral immortal tribulation. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. Even the 7 fiends, Dragon Fifth and Barbarian Dragon, were shocked. Is it really an ancient immortal? Why is it only an ancient immortal? The 7 fiends said in shock. The 7 fiends found it hard to understand how an ancient immortal could be so powerful. Could it be that the zombie king was so abnormal? Gue Guzi was used to it. Inhentian and Chiliang Hua's eyes flashed with surprise. Zhuqing and Lord Huatian's expressions turned ugly. Brother Huatian, is this what you meant when you told me that there was nothing to worry about? Zhuqing said with an ugly expression. Lord Huatian. Rumble. Under the powerful suction force, the tribulation clouds soon entered zombie Yin Chuan's stomach. Roar. After swallowing the tribulation clouds, Yin Chuan roared at the sky. The roar shook everyone's hearts. Countless cultivators suddenly felt their hearts tremble. After the roar, zombie Yin Chuan felt comfortable. His face slowly recovered, and his fangs slowly retracted. Yin Chuan gradually returned to his original appearance. Yin Chuan walked toward the dragon carriage. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of the dragon carriage. At this moment, countless cultivators were still looking at Yin Chuan numbly. Yin Chuan's gaze swept across everyone's eyes. Many Xiozha shuddered in fear. Inhentian, is it over? Yin Chuan looked at Inhentian. Yes, I have released the butterfly queen and paid my respects to the heavens. It is over. Inhentian said. Since it is over, let's go. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, 3 dragons, go south. Chiliang Hua immediately ordered. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 dragons roared and pulled the carriage into the air. They slowly flew south. Anxiety immediately appeared on the faces of some Xiozha. They wanted to stop him, but were forced to restrain themselves. Instead, they turned to look at Zhuqing, who was standing not too far off in the distance, as though they were hoping that the Zhuo clan's ancestral immortal organization would stand up for them. Zhuqing was also speechless. The Zhuo family did not have much faith in heaven, so how could they stop Yin Chuan now? Thinking back to how Yin Chuan had devoured the ancestral immortal earlier on, Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. That's a man-eating monster. If I go and stop him, what if I get eaten too? Moreover, Zhuqing had also felt the terror of the butterfly queen's blue light. She was currently in bad luck, and the possibility of being eaten was very high. Roar. Off in the distance, the dragon carriage moved further and further away, but no one around the Deva Palace dared to stop it. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked at the 5 disciples of the emperor. Why are you all here? Where's the emperor? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. The 5 of them looked at each other as if they were in a difficult position. Finally, the eldest senior brother took a deep breath and said, Thank you for your help this time, Yindi. Yindi, Master is at the bottom of the sea between the firmament territory and the celestial territory. I heard from Master that the ancestor had left a stone inscription at the bottom of the sea. The eldest senior brother said. Yin Chuan nodded. Lead the way. The 5 of them nodded. Celestial territory. Sage Hua Zuntian's dojo. Inside, there was a huge merit cloud sea. Merit surged, illuminating the world. Thousands of rays of light shone, and immortal birds flew everywhere. It was a bustling scene. Below, there were countless palaces. The largest palace was the Celestial Palace. Inside, the Celestial Palace. At this moment, a man in white was sitting cross-legged. The man's face was blurry, and not a trace of his outline could be seen. The man took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. Goddess of misfortune, Butterfly Queen? And that unknown old demon by Xie from the Yang realm? Is there going to be a revolution in the world? The man was the sage, Hua Zuntian. Hua Zuntian took 2 steps in the palace and took a deep breath. In the end, it turned into a slight sigh. Come in, Hua Zuntian suddenly shouted. Quang! The door of the palace opened. Outside the palace, a few guards said to the 3 figures at the door, The sage invites you in. The 3 of them nodded. The 3 figures slowly stepped into the celestial palace. 2 of them and a gorilla. If Yin Chuan was here, he would recognize one of them at a glance. It was Demon King Kong from the sealed world. However, the cracks on Demon King Kong's face had all disappeared. The gorilla was Kong Outyin, the Tao god who was chained to the Beast Tao by ZZ using the Book of Life and Death. There was also a gray-robed elder. The elder closed his eyes and walked into the palace together. "Greetings, sage." Demon King Kong and the gorilla bowed at the same time. Hua Zuntian nodded. He looked at the gray-robed elder. "Blind Kong, what's the matter?" The gray-robed elder, Blind Kong, smiled bitterly. "Sage, I'm here on behalf of the family head. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you." "Ha ha ha. I know the rules of the family head of the Kong family. Other than the heavens, you don't bow to anyone. Even when you face the heavens, you didn't bow to them. The heavens even tacitly agreed to this rule. If the heavens didn't make you bow to them, why would I make things difficult for you? I just don't know what your Kong family is relying on to not bow to the heavens." Hua Zentian asked with a trace of curiosity. Blind Kong smiled bitterly. "Other than the family head, we don't know. Please forgive us." "Forget it. One day, you will tell us. Why did the family head of the Kong family send you here?" Hua Zentian asked in a deep voice. "Kong Outyin." Blind Kong shouted. "Yes." The gorilla immediately walked forward. "Kong?" Hua Zentian revealed a trace of doubt. "Sage, this gorilla was originally a member of the family. He was cursed to become a gorilla. We can't break the curse. Please help us." Blind Kong said solemnly. "Oh, from a human to a gorilla?" Hua Zentian's eyes flashed with surprise. "The family head said that if you can break Kong Outyin's curse, the Kong family will owe you a favor." Blind Kong said, "Someone from the Kong family? Haha, there's no need for that. The family head of the Kong family and I are friends." Hua Zuntian shook his head and looked at Kong Outyin. "Tao God? Isn't your Kong family unable to produce a Tao God?" Hua Zuntian asked doubtfully. "That's why it's so rare." Blind Kong smiled slightly. Hua Zentian looked at Kong Outyin carefully. He stretched out his hand, and a white light entered Kong Outyin's body. Buzz! The white light circulated for a while and overflowed again. "What a strange curse," Hua Zentian said in a deep voice. 2 hours later, Blind Kong, Demon King Kong, and the gorilla walked out of the heavenly hall. "Even the sage can't do anything?" the gorilla said with a sad face. "Shut up." Demon King Kong's face showed annoyance. Blind Kong walked slowly. He frowned deeply. "Elder, what should we do now?" Demon King Kong frowned. "The one who tied the bell should untie it. Kong Outyin's curse must be broken." Blind Kong said in a deep voice. "Yes, yes." The gorilla immediately shouted. Chapter 1192. Firmament Territory. Heavenly Human Palace. Yin Chuan left safely, and countless cultivators looked at Zhuqing. Because just now, Zhuqing did not stop Yin Chuan at all. Yin Chuan was strong, but Zhuqing did not even speak. For a time, many people looked at Zhuqing with less admiration. They did not believe in the Zhua family's reverence for firmament. Zhuqing also felt the change in the surrounding gazes. She flung her sleeves and flew back to her original residence. The Zhua family disciples looked at each other, and most of them followed. Only a few stayed behind to save the family members who were stuck in a mountain. In a hall, Zhuqing looked at Lord Huatian with a gloomy face. "Lord Huatian, are you sure that Yin Chuan attended the sage's birthday?" Zhuqing asked. "Yes." Lord Huatian nodded. "The sky-burying coffin is only an ancient immortal artifact, so it's fine. But that Enhintian and my Zhua family will not rest until one of us is dead." Zhuqing narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" Lord Huatian smiled. "Yin Chuan robbed the Heaven's tomb and stole the Heaven's corpse casket. This news is enough. Before the saint's birthday celebration, I want to spread this news to all the cultivators in the 4 territories." Zhuqing said solemnly. "Oh, I want to kill Yin Chuan and Enhintian in the sky's sovereign territory." Zhuqing's eyes were cold. "What? That's my ancestor's birthday." Lord Huatian glared. Zhuqing shook her head and said, "Many people die in this world every day. Yin Chuan and his group are not many, but Yin Chuan and his group are not many. Killing Yin Chuan is not a destruction, but a celebration. Don't worry, you can tell the sage. I think he won't stop us from killing Enrich. West of Firmament Territory, Gongyang Benlei ran with a few disciples of the Gongyang family. Seeing that Yin Chuan did not chase after them, they stopped at the foot of a mountain with a bitter expression. Yin Chuan tricked me to death again. Gongyang Benlei wanted to cry, but had no tears. How was he going to explain this to his ancestors when he returned? Tell them that the elder was eaten by Yin Chuan? Wouldn't he be sprayed to death by a mouthful of tea from the ancestors? Granduncle, what should we do now? Are we still going to attend the saint's birthday banquet? A disciple of the Gongyang family who had followed them asked with a bewildered expression. Yin Chuan's trip this time might be to celebrate the birthday. Who wants to go? Gongyang Benlei asked. All the disciples of the Gongyang family kept quiet out of fear. Let's go back and report to the patriarch. Gongyang Benlei said bitterly. Should we report it truthfully? Asked the disciple of the Gongyang family. Report truthfully? Gongyang Benlei's eyes suddenly flickered with uncertainty. That's right. When reporting, he could leave me out? Gongyang Benlei's eyes flashed for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Report the truth. This was not something that Gongyang Benlei could hide. Not to mention a few Gongyang family disciples. There were countless cultivators watching them. Yes, in the center of the Venerable Heaven Territory and the Firmament Territory, there was a vast sea. In the depths of the sea, there was a huge sea valley. At the mouth of the sea valley, 5 men and women each held a saber and sat at the mouth of the valley as if they were guarding. Inside the sea valley, there were a large number of night pearls that illuminated the sea valley. There was also an array that isolated the sea water outside. In the sea valley, there were a large number of words carved on the walls of the valley. There were some simple tables and chairs around. At this moment, on a stone bed, there was a short-haired woman sitting cross-legged. She was the daughter of the saber demon in the sealed world, the Empress. With a long saber on her knees, the Empress sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to comprehend. At the same time, above the sea, Yin Chuan's 3 dragons carriage also stopped above the sea. On the dragon carriage terrace, Yin Chuan looked at the vast sea. Yindi, Master is below. Does Yindi want to go down? Or should we go and inform Master? One of the senior brothers asked. Yin Chuan stood at the edge of the terrace, looking at the sparkling sea and frowning slightly. There was a moment of silence. The sea breeze blew Yin Chuan's long hair. Yin Chuan did not speak. In the sea valley, the Empress was originally comprehending with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she sensed something. She slowly stood up, put down her long saber, and looked up. A trace of excitement flashed in the Empress's eyes, but in the next moment, this trace of excitement was extinguished by some kind of emotion. A trace of pain flashed in the Empress's eyes. Biting her lips, the Empress's eyes revealed a complicated look. The Empress did not go out, but stood in the sea valley. On the surface of the sea, Yin Chuan did not go into the sea, but looked at the sea like this. Gigu Zi and the others stood not far away, and no one spoke. The 5 brothers and sisters looked at each other, and a flash of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Yin Chuan and the Empress, separated by the sea, could not see each other, but felt that each other was on the other side of the sea. They quietly stared at each other for a while. In the end, Yin Chuan sighed slightly. You guys go down, I won't see her. Yin Chuan shook his head and said. The 5 brothers and sisters looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. The 5 of them could see that Yin Chuan wanted to see their master, and he had already arrived here. But if they met, they were only 1 step away, but they stopped. 1 step away, but it seemed to be the furthest distance. Yes, the 5 of them nodded. The 5 of them admitted that they were not qualified to interrupt the matter between their master and Yin Chuan, and they did not dare to say much. Leaving the 5 of them behind, the dragon carriage continued to head towards the southern, revered heaven territory. In the depths of the sea valley, the Empress seemed to have sensed the departure of the dragon carriage, and a flash of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Sigh. She sighed slightly. The Empress sat cross-legged again. The long saber was placed on her knees, but it was difficult for her to meditate again. She revealed a bitter smile. A few days later, the dragon carriage stepped into the revered heaven territory. The birthday of the sage, Hua Zun, attracted countless cultivators to celebrate. At least, the experts of most territories in the underworld's eastern continent came one after another. Even though there was still some time before the birthday, countless experts would rather come early than be late. Sage King, there are more people now for my old ancestor's birthday. Why don't you stay at my place first and wait for me to report to the old ancestor? Desolation Flower said respectfully. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. The dragon carriage pulled everyone straight to the center, entering a place with extremely dense heaven-earth essence chi. When they got close, a large number of cultivators flew over. Desolation Flower stood in front, and the cultivators flying over immediately recognized her. Greetings, young master, the cultivators said respectfully. Desolation Flower nodded. The dragon carriage was unobstructed all the way, and it went straight into a huge palace complex. At the entrance of the palace complex, there was a huge stele erected. Sin Death Villa. Gue Guzi read the inscription on the stele strangely. Desolation Flower smiled bitterly. This is the name given by the old ancestor. I have asked many times, but the old ancestor has never said. Sin Death. Yin Chuan also read it strangely. Everyone quickly arrived at a huge palace. Immediately, many servants came up. Sage King, how about you stay in Sin Death Hall for the time being? Desolation Flower asked. After all, the biggest palace in Sin Death Villa was Sin Death Hall. Although the name was a little unpleasant, it was the best here. Yin Chuan nodded, not being picky. At this point, Yin Chuan and the others stayed. Chapter 1193. Yin Chuan and his group settled down in Sin and Death Hall. Their originally peaceful life was no longer peaceful because of a rumor. Robbing the sky corpse coffin, Yin Chuan of the Holy Court of Great Perfection had gone against the law of the world. He had disrespected the world and challenged the bottom line of morality. He had destroyed the sky tomb and robbed the sky corpse coffin. He was full of evil. This time, he had come to venerated heaven territory to wish the sage a happy birthday. The moment the rumor spread, venerated heaven territory boiled over. In a tea house. Why did the sage invite the old devil? You don't know. The sage didn't know about Yin Chuan's demonic nature and had already sent out an invitation. It's too late to regret now. Old devil, Yin is living in Sin and Death Hall. The sage is too embarrassed to chase old devil Yin away. Let's go. Yes, make him hand over the sky corpse coffin. For a time, many cultivators in venerated heaven territory were agitated. Although heaven territory had been dead for 1,000,000 years, there were still many people who remembered it. Many people quickly headed to Sin and Death Hall. Countless cultivators headed to Sin and Death Hall. On the peak of the mountain, Lord Huatian and Zhuiqing watched coldly. In the end, they're just weak cultivators. Lord Huatian frowned. Zhuiqing sneered. Some old fellows saw through it and didn't join the fun. However, it doesn't matter. As long as these people die, more and more experts will be attracted. Lord Huatian nodded. Outside Sin and Death Hall. Hand over Old Devil Yin and the Sky Corpse Coffin. Old Devil Yin, you're inhumane. How can the Sky Corpse Coffin be something you can touch? Sin and Death Hall was in an uproar. With the formation set up, the cultivators in Sin and Death Hall were all agitated. In front of Sin and Death Hall, Desolation Hua looked outside with a cold face. In Hentian and Gigu Zi stood beside him. Looks like it was the Zhua family who spread the news. How did it spread so quickly? Gue Guzi sneered. They're coming for me. In Hentian frowned. The two looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. Prince Desolation Flower, you are the descendant of a saint. You should eliminate evil and defend the Tao. Yin Chuan, you bastard, must be executed immediately. Desolation Flower Prince, the saints are righteous. Don't disgrace the saints and associate yourself with old demon Yin. Voices of advice came from the outside world. Desolation Transformation said coldly, "Everyone, listen up." Hua Desolation shouted, and the noise in the outside world came to a halt. This is the territory of exalted heaven, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Furthermore, this is my condemned death mountain manor. If anyone dares to insult my sage monarch again, they'll be making an enemy out of desolation. Now retreat immediately. Otherwise kill without mercy. Mournful Transformation shouted coldly. Hua Wuji's desolate words confused countless cultivators in the outside world. Prince Desolation, you've been deceived by Yin Chuan. You're the descendant of a saint. Make old demon Yin hand over the corpse coffin. The outside world was still noisy. Send Death Guard. Desolation Transformation shouted. Here, 1,000 blood-robed cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Anyone who doesn't retreat more than 100 miles will be killed. Desolation Transformation said solemnly. Yes, the 1,000 Sin Death Guard shouted. Boom! 1,000 people flew out of the array and immediately raised their blood blades to kill in all directions. Desolation Transformation, you're so stubborn. A cultivator roared. Boom! That cultivator was slashed into a bloody mist. Are really killed? Desolation Transformation is crazy. These are the Sin Death Guards? The strongest guards trained by the saints actually listen to Desolation Transformation. Does the saints know about this? The reputation of the saints is going to be ruined by Desolation Transformation. Kill. Outside the condemned Death Mountain Manor, there was an uproar. The Sin Death Guards wantonly slaughtered the noisy cultivators. For a time, the sky outside the condemned Death Mountain Manor was dyed in blood. Desolation Transformation was merciless. In the outside world, Lord Huatian and Zuiqing narrowed their eyes. Desolation Transformation? Is he determined to stand on Yin Chuan's side? Zuiqing said coldly. Sin Death Guards? The old ancestor transferred them to protect that little bitch Desolation Transformation. Who would have thought that this little bitch would be so arrogant and use the Sin Death Guards to deal with these people? Isn't it said that the saints are protecting Yin Chuan? Lord Huatian said with an ugly expression. Indeed, I think you should go and talk to the saints and ask him to stop Desolation Transformation from continuing to mess around, Zuiqing said in a deep voice. Lord Huatian nodded. Lord Huatian quickly flew to the revered heaven hall. Before he saw revered heaven, a blue-robed man walked out of the hall. The man's face was cold, and there was a majestic look in his eyes. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor. Lord Huatian's eyes lit up. Lord Huatian, why are you in such a hurry? Ice Transformation said in a deep voice. I'm here to find the old ancestor and ask him to withdraw the Sin Death Guards. Lord Huatian said truthfully. Oh, then Lord Huatian told him about the rumors and how the Sin Death Guards massacred those who came to congratulate him. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor, you are the #1 person in the revered heaven sect except for the old ancestor. You're the most qualified to say that we can't lose face for Desolation Transformation. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor, you should also persuade the old ancestor. Lord Huatian said. Nonsense. Ice Transformation glared. Does the old ancestor need you to teach him how to do things? Ice Transformation said coldly. I just got the news about the firmament territory and reported it to the old ancestor. Lord Huatian, you are the descendant of the saints. Don't lose face for the saints for no reason. Ice Transformation said coldly. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor, what did I do wrong? Lord Huatian said in surprise. What did you do wrong? Go back and think about it. Ask the old ancestor to withdraw the Sin Death Guards? Are you a saint or is the old ancestor a saint? Ice Transformation said coldly. Lord Huatian suddenly quivered. Yes. Lord Huatian knows his mistake. Outside the Sin Death Villa, the Sin Death Guards massacred the noisy cultivators, and the effect was extremely obvious. Soon, many cultivators were forced to stay 100 miles away. One by one, They could only stand 100 miles away and keep scolding. No one dared to scold the saints. They could only say that Yin Chuan had bewitched desolation. Just like that, a few more days passed. Outside the Sin-Death Villa, 3 figures came. One was a gorilla, and the other 2 were men. They were Blind Kong, Demon King Kong, and Kong Out Yin. Yin Chuan actually came to the Netherworld? Demon King Kong said with a solemn expression. He still remembered that in the sealed world, Demon King Kong and Yin Chuan fought once. At that time, Yin Chuan used the power of the world to tear off Demon King Kong's arm, and Kong Out Yin was turned into a gorilla. More than 5,000 years had passed, and Demon King Kong was still brooding. Although he was seriously injured at that time, he was still defeated in the end. Although he was unwilling, the result could not be changed. Blind Kong couldn't see with his eyes, so he stood in the distance and sensed with his heart for a while. Demon King Kong, are you sure that Yin Chuan has half of the Kong family's bloodline? Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Yes, I can't be wrong, but unfortunately, Demon King Kong's expression turned ugly. Elder, not only did Yin Chuan's wife cause me to become like this, but it seems that the heaven-seeking token is also in Yin Chuan's hands, the gorilla said anxiously. Blind Kong took a deep breath. The Kong family has produced an extraordinary person, but unfortunately, he's a distant relative. Elder, the family head said that this matter not only requires Kong Out Yin to return to his human body, but also the heaven-seeking token. What is the use of this heaven-seeking token? Demon King Kong asked curiously. Heaven-seeking token? Hee. Its most basic use is to ask the heavens and hold the heavens accountable. Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Oh, although the Kong family has declined a lot, in the ancient times, our Kong family did not lose to anyone. At that time, the Yin family was the representative of the heavens and ruled the world. Although our Kong family did not have much to do with the heavens, as long as we saw something wrong with the heavens, we could hold the heavens accountable with the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said in a deep voice, hold the heavens accountable? Does the heavens really listen? The gorilla said in surprise. Yes, although I don't know why. Perhaps only the family head knows this secret, but the heavens did listen to the Kong family's opinions in the past. Blind Kong said. The gorilla and Demon King Kong were shocked and confused. Then what other uses are there? Demon King Kong asked curiously. Other uses? That is what we need to do. First, we need a male descendant to give birth to a Tao god, and then use the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Use? How? What can it do? The gorilla was curious because he was that Tao god. Only the family head knows the specifics. I only know that it can push the family to the peak and restore the glory of the ancient times. No, it can even exceed the glory of the ancient times. The heaven-seeking token is the root of the Kong family. Last time, I calculated the possibility of a Tao god being born in the family, and that was why the family head allowed you to leave the family with the heaven-seeking token. You succeeded, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Why didn't you take it in these 5,000 years? Demon King Kong asked in confusion. I calculated that the heaven-seeking token is in Yin Chuan's hands. It can't be lost. Moreover, the family had other matters to attend to at that time. But now, the other matters of the family are almost settled. Now it's time to ask about the heavenly order and the Tao God. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Let's go. Take me to see Yin Chuan. Yes. Demon King Kong nodded. The 2 men and the gorilla walked inside. Stop. Suddenly, a condemned death guard shouted. Inform Mournful Flower. Tell him that I am Demon King Kong. I am here to see Yin Chuan. Demon King Kong shouted. Not far away, the condemned death guard raised his eyebrows. After all, the 2 men and the gorilla were different from the others. Wait. The condemned death guard immediately went back to report. In the condemned death hall. Demon King Kong? There is also a blind man. Blind Kong? Gorilla? Kong Out Yin? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Sage King, the Yin family has records. Although the Kong family was not the strongest family in the ancient times, it was the most special one. That was because the Kong family was qualified to blame the heavens. The Yin family does not know the specific reason. Tian said, "Blame the heavens? Heaven-seeking token? Heaven-seeking token?" Yin Chuan looked pensive. "Sage King, do you want to summon them?" Mournful Flower asked. "Let them in." Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 1194. Sin and Death Hall. Yin Chuan sat on a throne while Gue Guzi and Tian stood beside him. Hua Desolation stood at the door. "Please enter," Hua Desolation said with a smile. "Thank you." Blind Kong nodded. Demon King Kong frowned. Kong Out Yin, on the other hand, rushed into the main hall. The three of them entered in the blink of an eye. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Yin Chuan sitting there. He did not stand up to greet them. "Yin Chuan," Kong Out Yin shouted as he looked at Yin Chuan. Anger flashed in his eyes. Although the curse was cast by ZZ, without Yin Chuan, none of this would have happened. Demon King Kong also looked at Yin Chuan coldly. He still remembered the grudge of losing his arm. Only the blind Kong had a calm expression on his face. "Demon King Kong, it's been 5,000 years. We meet again." Yin Chuan smiled faintly. "Umph." Demon King Kong snorted coldly. "Yindi," Blind Kong suddenly said. When Blind Kong spoke, Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin immediately fell silent. "You're blind, Kong?" Yin Chuan asked with a trace of doubt. "I'm blind. I came from afar. May I have a seat?" Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Chuan looked at Blind Kong curiously. Was Blind Kong trying to talk to them on equal terms? "Take a seat," Yin Chuan said. Hua Desolation nodded immediately. He reached out and brought over a chair. "One?" Demon King Kong raised his eyebrows. Anger flashed in his eyes. Kong Out Yin screamed on the spot. "Only one chair?" "Yin Chuan, what is the meaning of this?" Kong Out Yin said angrily. "You're a guest from afar. I welcome you. As for you two, haha, you're no match for Blind Kong." Yin Chuan smiled. "You," Demon King Kong glared. Gue Guzi laughed. "Demon King Kong? If the Holy King says you don't have the right to sit, then you don't have the right to sit. Here, even I'm standing, let alone you." It wasn't that Yin Chuan was deliberately making things difficult for them. It was just that Yin Chuan wanted to see their attitudes. Although this was the first time Blind Kong had met him, he had heard of him over the years. He was a fate usurper and a cultivator of fate. He was the brains of the Kong family. Yin Chuan naturally treated it seriously. "Many thanks, Yindi." Blind Kong nodded. He touched the chair and slowly sat down. "Haha, Yin Chuan, do you think it's still 5,000 years ago? 5,000 years ago, I was heavily injured. 5,000 years ago, you mobilized the power of a nation. Umph, you were lucky enough to beat me once. Do you think you can be lucky again?" Demon King Kong coldly shouted. Zhuo Qing spread unfavorable rumors about Yin Chuan. Of course, she wouldn't say that Yin Chuan had eaten an ancestral immortal in firmament territory. Otherwise, the number of Xiuzhe who came to condemn Yin Chuan would be much less. Because of this, Demon King Kong didn't know Yin Chuan's background. Yin Chuan looked at Demon King Kong and suddenly smiled. "Do you still remember what I said to you 5,000 years ago?" "What?" Demon King Kong said in a low voice. "I said, how can a defeated general speak of bravery? If I can defeat you once, I could defeat you forever." Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha ha. Defeat me forever?" Demon King Kong sneered. "You don't believe me?" Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yin Chuan suddenly stretched out his right index finger and pointed at Demon King Kong. Whoosh! It was like a sharp blade cutting through the air with an unstoppable force. Demon King Kong's expression changed. It was too fast. Demon King Kong didn't expect Yin Chuan to suddenly attack. Instinctively, Demon King Kong reached out and pulled out a long sword. The long sword stabbed at Yin Chuan's finger. A sword energy stabbed at Yin Chuan's index finger. Bang! The sword energy shattered. Demon King Kong's expression changed. He exerted more force in his hand and rushed forward. Clang! The tip of Demon King Kong's long sword collided with Yin Chuan's index finger. Yin Chuan's right index finger was unharmed. Demon King Kong exerted as much force as he could in his hand. He looked down at the long sword in his hand and then at Yin Chuan's index finger. This is impossible. This long sword had been with Demon King Kong for many years. Demon King Kong knew how terrifying it was. Even an ancestral immortal artifact would have a mark on it. However, Yin Chuan's index finger blocked it. Moreover, Yin Chuan didn't use any magic power at all. Was it just his body? Was he from the Boulder tribe? No, even the Boulder tribe couldn't have such a sturdy body. That's what I said. Yin Chuan smiled. He exerted force with his fingertip. Bang! Demon King Kong's long sword exploded into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Demon King Kong, who had suffered the most, was forced back by Yin Chuan's finger. Thud, thud, thud. He took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Impossible. How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. The gorilla Kong Out Yin's mouth was agape as well. One finger? One finger? Peak ancient immortal? He's just an ancient immortal after all. I've never gone back on my word. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Impossible. It's only been 5,000 years. Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King, back down. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Elder? Demon King Kong was still a little shocked. You're no match for Yin Di. He's already an ancestral immortal. Also, if I'm not wrong, the minister beside him should be an ancestral immortal as well. Blind Kong said indifferently. What? The gorilla exclaimed. Demon King Kong was even more shocked. Ancestral immortal? How many years had it been? An ancestral immortal? Although Demon King Kong did not believe it, he did not dare to refute the elder's words. Indeed, good luck. Blind Kong laughed. Blind Kong? Hey, you have good eyesight. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Since Demon King Kong didn't know about the firmament territory, Blind Kong definitely didn't know either. However, Blind Kong could sense that he and Gigu Zi were ancestral immortals. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Yindi, you flatter us. Demon King and Out Yin are not sensible. Please don't take offense. Blind Kong smiled. Demon King Kong was speechless. In fact, Yin Chuan was his junior. It was as if he was a junior. Yin Chuan looked at the gorilla and Demon King Kong and nodded. After all, we're connected by blood. I'm not that petty. May I know why you've come to me today? Yin Di, you're a straightforward person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. I hope you can lift the curse on Kong Out Yin for the sake of our connection by blood. Blind Kong said honestly. Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the gorilla. The gorilla and Demon King Kong still did not understand why the elder did not ask about the heavenly order. Blind Kong waited patiently. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, You've done something wrong. Naturally, you have to be punished. Forgive me for being powerless. Powerless? What? You cursed him. Lifting the curse is just a matter of a word from you. The gorilla said anxiously. Out Yin, shut up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Elder, Yin Chuan. The gorilla did not understand. I told you to shut up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Yes. The gorilla did not dare to say more. Blind Kong faced Yin Chuan again and said, Yin Di's words are reasonable. However, humans are not saints. How can they not make mistakes? Besides, even saints make mistakes. Out Yin made a mistake. Yin Di, on account of our connection by blood, can you give him a chance to change? Oh. Yin Chuan looked at the gorilla curiously. The gorilla was angry, but he did not dare to interrupt. Yin Chuan looked at Blind Kong strangely. What was Blind Kong's cultivation level? Yin Chuan did not know, but he could guess that someone who could see his cultivation level was definitely an ancestral immortal. And this ancestral immortal was an expert among ancestral immortals. He was not someone ordinary ancestral immortals could compare to. But such a person was going to deal with Kong Out Yin again and again. Blind Kong, it seems like you care a lot about Kong Out Yin? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Blind Kong smiled and said, I can't help it. The Kong family has a big matter that requires a Tao god. Kong Out Yin is currently imprisoned by the curse. Although he is still a Tao god, he is not perfect. Elder, Demon King Kong exclaimed. Could he tell them about this matter? Moreover, it was Yin Chuan. Big matter? Yin Chuan was slightly curious. Not only was he curious about this matter, but he was also curious about Blind Kong's attitude. It is a big matter, a hope for the Kong family to rise again. Not only does it require a Tao god, but it also requires the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said very honestly. The gorilla and Demon King Kong looked at Blind Kong blankly. Could they tell him? If they did, wouldn't Yin Chuan be even more unwilling to break the curse? Yin Chuan was Yin Chuan. Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin could not understand him. Moreover, from Blind Kong's attitude, Yin Chuan could not only hear a hint of pleading, but also a sense of determination. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. This was a kind of burning one's boats, but also a kind of honesty. Yin Chuan looked at Blind Kong, as expected of the Kong family's think tank. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan smiled and said, Kong Out Yin, you have only yourself to blame. You want to change? How to change? I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you help me think about it? Blind Kong nodded and said calmly, Yindi's words are reasonable. It is indeed difficult to think about it in a short time. However, I have an idea. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. Rumor has it that Yindi took the Zhua family's sky-burying coffin. Clearly, Yindi likes this thing. Coincidentally, I also know the location of a sky-burying coffin. Let Out Yin go and take it to atone for his past sins. What do you think? Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. In the end, he smiled and said, a blind man's eyes are blind, but his heart is not blind. All right, let's take it as atonement. When you find a sky-burying coffin, you will send it to the Zhenlong territory. Ha. Yindi is straightforward. This blind man thanks you. Blind Kong stood up and bowed. Yin Chuan also stood up and nodded. Although Blind Kong's words were very gentle, Yin Chuan could hear that this blind man was not ordinary. Yin Chuan naturally respected someone who could be recognized by Yin Chuan. Today's conversation with Yindi made me very emotional. Unfortunately, Yindi is only a distant relative of the Kong family. This blind man will not disturb you any longer. I will leave revered heaven territory immediately and find a sky-burying coffin for Yindi. Blind Kong said immediately. All right, if you have the chance in the future, you can find me in Xianyang. Yin Chuan nodded. Right, Yindi, be careful. The Zhua family is making a big move today. A storm is coming. Be careful, Blind Kong said before leaving. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. Blind Kong also nodded and walked out of the hall with Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin. Chapter 1195. May 5th, Venerate Heaven Territory. It was the day of Venerate Heaven's birthday. Multicolored light shone. An auspicious chi soared into the sky. Waves of fragrance lingered between heaven and earth. Countless immortal birds and divine beasts flew around Venerate Heaven territory, and celestial music drifted in the air. It was a grand scene of prosperity. One expert after another officially headed to the square of Venerate Heaven Palace to celebrate the sage's birthday. Sin Death Hall. In Hentian bowed to Yin Chuan again. Thank you, Sage King. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. If you want to do it, then do it. No matter what the result is, no matter how many enemies you attract, since you are a subject of Great Zhun will help you deal with any danger. In Henshin's eyes were filled with gratitude. The happiest thing in my life is to be a subject of Great Zhun. Let's go. The sage's birthday is about to begin. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. After leaving Sin Death Hall, they boarded the dragon carriage and headed toward Venerate Heaven Palace. Before they arrived, they saw countless multicolored lights in the distance. Countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Venerate Heaven Territory Lord, Chun Baitian, presents the 9-revolution Heavenly Flame Pearl to congratulate the sage on his longevity. Benevolent Tao Lord, Fu Su, presents the sage's will to congratulate the sage on his longevity. In front of Venerate Heaven Palace, a group of experts presented their treasures to congratulate the sage on his birthday. The sage had yet to appear in Venerate Heaven Palace. The sage's first disciple, Hua Bing, received everyone. Sec Master Baitian, this way please. The old ancestor has been talking about you for a long time. After this birthday, you must stay in Venerate Heaven territory for a few more days. Hua Bing received him. Benevolent Tao Lord, the old ancestor has often mentioned you. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. Please. Hua Bing smiled at an elegant and handsome man. The square of Venerate Heaven Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. The square of Venerate Heaven Palace was divided into two areas, the upper area and the lower area. The upper area was filled with domain lords, experts of large clans, or ancestral immortals. It was the closest to the sage. The other guests sat in the lower area. Although they could see Heaven Palace, there was still some distance, just as everyone was greeting each other. Look, it's old Demon Yen. Someone immediately cried out. You may not know any other cultivator in the venerable heaven domain apart from the saints, but you definitely know of old Demon Yan's great achievements. Robbing the heavenly corpse casket? How bad of a reputation was that? Not long ago, he had only robbed the heavenly corpse casket. Now, several months had passed. Everyone knew that this Yin Chuan had even eaten an ancestral immortal. His strength was monstrous, and his demonic nature was rampant. The Shouja that went to eliminate the MO and defend the way were all killed. At this moment, the dragon carriage flew over. Many cultivators were envious. Of course, most of them were curious. Not everyone was a parrot follower. The news from the Deva Palace quickly came to the conclusion that Yin Chuan was at odds with the Zhou family. The Zhou family was a colossus. What did Yin Chuan do to deserve it? The dragon carriage landed in a corner of the square. There were a total of 16 people in the Zhou family's VIP area, including Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashing in her eyes. The expressions of the Hua clan disciples in charge of the reception also flickered. Lord Huayan's expression was ugly. Hua Bing, on the other hand, was curious and walked forward. This must be Yin Di. Hua Wuling is in great jun. Thank you for taking care of him, Hua Bing said politely. Yin Chuan looked to Hua Bing. Sage King, this is great ancestor Hua Bing. Apart from the old ancestor, he's the strongest person in the Hua clan. Hua Wuling explained. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Hua Wuling is in great jun. He relied on his own ability. I didn't take care of him at all. Everything that he has obtained is what he deserves. Oh, Hua Bing's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yin Di, let's leave the dragon carriage here for now. The old ancestor has already arranged a seat of honor. Please. Hua Bing smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. They got off the dragon carriage. Yin Chuan followed Hua Bing in front. Gue Guzi, In Hentian, and Hua Wuling followed behind. As the group walked through the square, the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. They opened up a path for Yin Chuan and his group to walk through. Countless cultivators looked at Yin Chuan with complicated expressions. Because Yin Chuan and his group were actually seated in the guest area? Was it just because he was an ancestral immortal? Many cultivators looked unconvinced, but no one dared to be impudent on the sage's birthday. Yin Chuan and his group stepped into the guest area. The experts in the guest area also looked over curiously. The guest area was divided into a total of 18 districts. In the Zhou family district, the 16 people's expressions flickered. Some sneered, some mocked, some were solemn, and some were worried. Zhou Qing's eyes flashed with resentment. In the Benevolence Dao Lord district, Fu Su's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was holding a folding fan and gently pinching it with his right hand, as if he was hiding the agitation in his heart. Yin Chuan stepped into the guest area and looked around the 18 districts. When he saw Fu Su, he didn't show much of an expression. It flashed past, as if he didn't care about Fu Su at all. Slowly, he was led to his own small district. With a wave of his black robe, Yin Chuan sat down. On the table, there was delicious wine and delicacies. There was everything, and there were servants beside him in charge of serving him. Gue Guzi sat at the side and said, "Sage King, a quarter of the territory lords of the outer East Continent are here. There is also the Zwo family from the inner South Continent. It seems that the Zwo family is the strongest force on this trip. They have come with ill intentions." Yin Chuan nodded. In Hintian looked in the direction of the Zwo family, hatred flashing in his eyes. "Sage King, I will go and see the old ancestor." Mournful Transformation said respectfully, "Go, it's Venerable Transformation's birthday. You are also his descendant. Don't worry about us today. Also, since you are here to congratulate, this is a gift." Yin Chuan handed over a scroll. "Yes," Mournful Transformation replied. Yin Chuan of the Great Perfection Celestial Court gives Yin Chuan a handwritten scroll to congratulate the sage. Mournful Transformation raised the scroll and walked to the gift area. His own handwritten scroll? Countless cultivators looked at Yin Chuan with disdain. "Isn't this gift too stingy?" Not far away, Beitian Territory Lord laughed at Fu Su. "Ha ha, brother Fu Su, you and I have known each other for many years. I have seen many stingy people, but today I have seen something new." His own handwritten scroll? Ha. Does he think it is the same as your sage's will? Fu Su adjusted the folding fan in his hand and shook his head slightly. "Brother Chun, you are underestimating that scroll. The sage's will that I gave you is worthless compared to it." "Oh." Chun Beitian was slightly stunned. "If you can get this scroll from the sage, I can guarantee you that it will not be long before more than half of the ancestral immortal artifacts in the world will be willing to exchange for it." Fu Su laughed. "What? It's just a scroll?" Chun Beitian was in disbelief. Fu Su smiled and did not explain further. Gradually, the heavenly revered hall square was filled with people. There were also many who came uninvited and waited outside the heavenly revered hall square. Rumble. The door of heavenly revered hall slowly opened. In an instant, the noisy square of heavenly revered hall quieted down. Everyone looked over. The door gradually opened, and a pure white light shot out from the main hall towards everyone. For a moment, everyone who was enveloped by the white light felt a sense of comfort, as if their cultivation that had not been able to break through for many years was beginning to stir again. A white figure walked out from the white light. It was a white-robed man. He walked out slowly with a group of disciples and descendants behind him. The man's face was blurry, and no one could see him clearly. However, he had a subduing aura that made everyone worship him. "Greetings, sage." Countless cultivators stood up and bowed respectfully. Only a few people did not stand up. The man with the blurry face was the sage, Hua Zuntian. "Everyone, please take a seat," Hua Zuntian said softly. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. "Thank you, sage." Everyone sat down. "This time, I am indebted to all of you for coming to my 1.5 million birthday banquet. I am eternally grateful," Hua Zuntian said gently. "You are too kind, sage. We are honored." Countless polite voices came from all around. Hua Zuntian nodded his head and said, "The ancient gods rushed about for the world. With the heavens above, they even benefited the common people. It's a pity that in the end, they still welcomed the great calamity of the ancient times. The heavens have already died. The heavenly Tao has collapsed. The world is in great sorrow. The world is in great suffering." When Hua Zuntian opened his mouth, the emotions of everyone around were stirred up. Before the ancient times, under the guidance of the heavens, all the heroes of the world fought for immortality, for transcendence, for everyone to be dragons. Unfortunately, when a great calamity arrived, no one could stop it. Even the heavens fell in the great calamity. The common people suffered. We only hope that when the great calamity comes again, the common people can survive. Hua Zuntian sighed slightly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings frowned. Clearly, what Hua Zuntian said now was somewhat different from the birthday celebration. It was as if he saw through everyone's doubts. Hua Zuntian took a deep breath and said, "It's been 1,000,000 years. It's been a long time. Perhaps the great calamity will come again. Once it comes, none of the common people of our world will be spared. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed blank expressions. Everyone knows that I, Hua Zuentian, do not pay attention to the occasion. In the past, I have never held such a feast. This time, I have invited the heroes of the underworld's eastern continent. Of course, more than half of them were unable to come. However, to be able to come, I am already satisfied, Hua Zuentian said. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. Could it be that it was not for the birthday celebration? Not long ago, I came into contact with the other 3 saints. I am willing to use the knowledge of us 4 saints to strengthen the world. Starting from me, we will each preach the Tao. I hope that everyone will not make this trip in vain. Hua Zuentian said solemnly. Preach the Tao? Woo! The square of the heavenly hall suddenly exploded like a pot. Saint preaching the Tao? Saint preaching the Tao? Today, countless cultivators revealed excited expressions. They rejoiced that they could come to the birthday celebration. One had to know that the saints were now the pinnacle existences of the world. When the saints preached the Tao, every word would be perfect. That was the cultivation experience of the saints. Saints' kindness. Saints' kindness. Excited cheers came from all directions. Chapter 1196. A Sage's Sermon? In the square of revered Heaven Hall, countless cultivators were jubilant. The cultivation experience of a sage could be immensely useful with just a few words. The guest area was jubilant. In the guest area, the 18 forces had different expressions. Some were happy, while others were thoughtful. Among them, Yin Chuan revealed a thoughtful smile. Birthday? Sermon? Yin Chuan had the memories of his first life, so he naturally knew how rare a sage was. In a complete world, the number of sages was fixed. There were 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld. There could only be a few. If one wanted to become a sage, one had to die to give up the position of a sage. Now that the world was damaged, there were only 4 sages in both the world of the living and the netherworld. It would be even more difficult to become a sage. And one way to become a sage was to kill a sage. Sermon, strengthen other cultivators, and then kill them. Hua Zuentian was obviously not so selfless. Therefore, he used the birthday banquet as an excuse to invite the cultivators of the eastern continent. Those who could come were not evil with the sage. They were not evil and had more or less received his favor. These people would only admire him more in the future. Hua Zuentian waved his hand. All the jubilant cultivators suddenly quieted down and looked at the northernmost Hua Zuentian. In the distance, there were countless uninvited cultivators. At this moment, they were also looking forward to it. Among them, there were 2 forces who did not show any joy. One of them was a mountain forest. The emperor was standing in a secluded place with his 12 disciples. The emperor had a complicated expression as he looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. The emperor was originally comprehending the Tao at the bottom of the sea, but since Yin Chuan passed by that day, the emperor had been unable to calm down. The emperor kept reminding himself that Yin Chuan was the descendant of the enemy who killed his father and should be killed. However, for some reason, he could not help but come to revered heaven territory. The 12 disciples did not know why, but they stood behind respectfully. The emperor watched quietly. In another valley, there was a group of men in black. Each of them carried a long sword on their back. The leader let out a sneer. Sermon? Ha, ridiculous! In front of revered Heaven Hall, Hua Bing had already prepared a large praying mat for the sage. They were waiting for the sage to sit down and start the sermon. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hua Zuentian. Sage Hua Zuentian's voice suddenly. In the Zhou clan's area, Zhou Qing stood up. Everyone raised their eyebrows. The sage is about to preach. Why are you interrupting? Taoist Zhou Qing, Hua Zuentian asked doubtfully. Zhou Qing smiled and said, the purpose of a sage's preaching is to make all the cultivators in the world stronger, for the sake of all the people in the world. However, not all of the cultivators here can understand the sage's intention. Why don't the sage let everyone understand why? Oh, Hua Zuntian asked doubtfully. Zhuqiang has overstepped. Zhuqiang bowed towards Hua Zuntian. Hua Zuntian nodded. Zhuqiang walked to the center of the square. Everyone, why did the heavenly Tao of our world collapse? Why did heaven die? Do you all know where the disasters come from? Zhuqiang shouted. Many cultivators in the surroundings frowned and felt puzzled. Some knew, but even more did not. However, where Yin Chuan was, Yin Henshin's pupil shrank. Everyone knows about the great calamity of the ancient times, Zhuqiang said. Everyone knows about that battle. Our world was turned upside down by a transcender called the Lotus God. Heroes perished, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the high heavens died. Do you know the details? What exactly happened? Someone shouted. What happened? Let me tell everyone. First, everyone must understand one thing. Where did heaven and earth come from? Where did it come from? The surroundings were silent. Infinity gave birth to Taiji, and Taiji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Taiji is our world. Our world was born from infinity. Infinity is nothingness. It is nothingness. From nothingness, our current being was born. And this being was born in a total of 4 worlds. Our world is one of them. Zhuqiang explained. What? 4 worlds? 4? Suddenly, there was an uproar below. Many people were surprised. They thought that heaven and earth were the greatest existence. Now, there were actually 3 worlds of the same level. Everyone looked at Hua Zuntian, but Hua Zuntian nodded. The sage nodded. Obviously, there was no more falsehood. The 4 worlds are also called the 4 worlds with 4 worlds. The 4 worlds with 4 worlds with 1 being the strongest and 3 being the weakest. The strongest world is always trying to annex our 3 worlds. How? Instead of occupying, we're going to crush the world and integrate it into the strongest world. It's like using our world as fertilizer for the strongest world to nourish their world, while crushing my world and all the living creatures and dead souls in our world to become fertilizer for the strongest world. Are you willing to do that? Zhuqiang shouted. Fertilizer? Living creatures and the entire world as fertilizer? Suddenly, countless cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Hua Zuntian, but only nodded. It was too terrifying. 3 weak worlds formed an alliance to fight against the strongest world. Our world is also called the weakest world. We have a long way to go. In order to strengthen our world, countless ancient experts sacrificed themselves so that our world could exist forever. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the world. They kept fighting against the demons of the strongest world. They are the heroes of our world. Zhuqiang took a deep breath and said. The surroundings were silent. Everyone clenched their fists. The heroes were outside, resisting the demons, and the heavens were responsible for protecting the world. This world is the last pure land for all of us. We can't lose it. All the heroes risked their lives to protect our home. At that time, there was the Yin family, who represented the heavens to protect the world. The Yin family's power was unparalleled. No one dared to disobey the orders of the Yin family, because he represented the heavens. Zhuqiang shouted. When Zhuqiang shouted, many people recalled such a vague legend. Some people even stared at Yin Hentian, who was beside Yin Chuan. Yin Henshin's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuqiang. Ha! But no one would have thought that the Yin family would betray the heavens, betray our world, and collude with the demons of the strongest world. Yes, the Yin family colluded with the Lotus God, which caused the fall of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the fall of countless experts. Even the moon in the netherworld was destroyed by the Lotus God. The Yin family is a traitor to this world, a traitor to everyone. Zhuqiang shouted firmly and looked at Yin Hentian. Hua Qiliang was anxious. He looked at Hua Zuntian, wondering why the old ancestor would tolerate Zhuqiang to steal the limelight on his birthday. Zhuqiang looked at Yin Hentian. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian as well. The Yin family caused the fall of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the loss of our world's dreams. They colluded with the Lotus God and betrayed our world. In the end, the Lotus God retreated and the En family was hunted down by thousands of sections. Should we kill the En family? Zhuqing looked at everyone. We should kill them. Suddenly, many cultivators shouted, if we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease public anger. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease the heavens. If we don't kill them, we will be letting down all the experts who fell in the great ancient calamity. Moreover, during that battle, the Lotus God had not yet transcended. It was because of the bloody massacre of our world that the Lotus God had the opportunity to transcend. Finally, he transcended and became immortal. Zhuqing said, killing the world to prove immortality? Many people know that the Zhou family and the En family have a great enmity. The Zhou family hates that we can't eat their flesh, drink their blood, break their bones, and sleep on their skin. It's because of them that our world is so bleak. The En family has suffered countless casualties, but there is one right in front of us. Enrich, how long do you want to hide? Traitor, are you worthy of the heavens' trust? Just a few months ago, you colluded with Yin Chuan to rob the heavenly corpse coffin. Enrich, do you know your crime? Zhuqing shouted. The shout seemed to have aroused everyone's anger. They all stared at Enrich. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone in the world to appease the heavens. To comfort the world, Zhuqing shouted. At this moment, after a long reprimand, the killing of Enrich was inevitable. Ha 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 ha! Zhuqing, what a shameless Zhou family! Enrich laughed angrily. The surrounding cultivators fell silent. Enrich stood up and bowed to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. Enrich also stepped forward. Sage, I don't know how your relationship with the Zhou clan has reached this stage after 1,000,000 years. You actually allowed the Zhou clan to seek revenge on your birthday. Enrich questioned. Huazuntian did not answer. This time, when we came to celebrate the birthday, we wanted to wait until the end to ask the sage to make the decision to clear the En family's name. But now, it seems that the sage can't distinguish between right and wrong. Even if we announce our innocence to the world, we won't be able to get justice? Enrich said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, innocence? It's been 1,000,000 years. Your En family didn't say anything 1,000,000 years ago. Now, you're saying you're innocent? Zhuqing sneered. The sage looked at Enrich and said, innocent? Can you prove the En family's innocence? If I say we're innocent, I naturally have evidence. 1,000,000 years? That's because I didn't get the chance. Sage, before you became a sage, you went through an ancient calamity. You were one of the 360 over-gods of the heavens and resisted the attack of the strongest demons. Do you still remember the tragedy of that year? Do you want to give justice to the heavens? Don't you want to talk nonsense now? Enrich said solemnly. I have received countless favors from the heavens. Today, if you have evidence, you can take it out. If you can really prove the En family's innocence, I will give you justice, the sage said solemnly. Zhuqing sneered. Back then, thousands of sects forced the En family. At that time, the En family head did not have evidence to prove their innocence. Now 1,000,000 years had passed. What evidence could he have? Chapter 1197. Countless cultivators looked at the three people at the front of the square. They were the sage, Zhuqing, and Enrich. It was time for Enrich to take out the evidence to prove the En clan's innocence. Enrich stared at Zhuqing and said, since you have mentioned the great ancient calamity, why don't you make it clear? Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Enrich looked at all the cultivators around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I, Enrich, have stepped forward today. I will not run away from what happened in the past. Please be my En clan's witness. If my En clan is really innocent, please spread the word of mouth and tell the world about the injustice that my En clan has suffered for 1,000,000 years. As he spoke, Enrich bowed to everyone. This bow calmed the anger of the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Ha, why don't you say it? Zhuqing sneered. Enrich looked at Huazuntian. Heaven is dead. You four sages and 2 heavenly emperors should take responsibility for the world. Please correct me. Enrich took a deep breath and said, "Speak." The sage nodded. 4 worlds. 3 weak worlds fought against the strongest world. Where did they fight back? It was at a place called Heavens Beyond. There were many heroes of our world there. They threw away their lives and fought for our world, for our home. No, if they went to Heavens Beyond, they would die. It was just a matter of time. However, they did not hesitate. They could have enjoyed everything in this world, but they still went to Heavens Beyond. Am I right? Enrich said solemnly. That's right. The battlefield of the 4 worlds is at Heavens Beyond. The sage nodded. Countless cultivators around were confused. Heavens Beyond? Originally, our world had an entrance to the Heavens Beyond battlefield. Am I right? Enrich said. That's right. There are only 2 ways for the Lotus God to enter our world. The first way is to enter the Heavens Beyond battlefield. The second way is to pass through Wuji and enter our world from the void. However, the void is not a place for humans to live. After a long time, one would be turned into nothingness and disappear. However, at that time, our heroes were guarding the entrance to Heavens Beyond. Hence, the Lotus God came through Wuji and paid a huge price. The Lotus God's body was turned into nothingness. Enrich explained. Countless cultivators around listened attentively. That's right. The sage nodded. When she first entered our world, the Lotus God was extremely weak. The power of our world is different from that of the Lotus God's cultivation. The Lotus God managed to recover some of her strength, but it was impossible for her to overturn the entire world. To overturn the world, the Lotus God needed the power of the strongest world. But who would have thought that the Lotus God had a spatial gate that could cross space and connect to the strongest world? In the strongest world, the Lotus God had prepared an endless amount of power. Once it reached our world, it would cross space to obtain it. Enrich said. Worry appeared on the faces of countless cultivators in the surroundings. Spatial power? Perhaps other cultivators might not be able to sense it, but the heavens are mysterious. She understands the power of space and instantly sensed that something was wrong. At that time, she quickly asked my family to gather 360 top experts in the world to set up a skylock array to seal the void and cut off the space door of the Lotus God. This made it so that the Lotus God's power could not enter this world. Said Enrich. That's right. The heavens did it back then. The sage nodded. They did it. The Lotus God might have been killed by the heavens in this world. My family was responsible for passing down the orders of the heavens. Everything was done in an orderly manner. However, something happened when the 360 top experts set up the array. The sealing of space and time failed. Enrich said hatefully. Ha ha, that's right. It failed. Your family colluded with the Lotus God. This skylock array did not follow the instructions of the heavens at all. Zhuqing interrupted. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. However, Enrich revealed a cold smile and said, Zhuqing, I have not finished speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? Humph. The skylock array was passed down by the heavens. It would definitely be able to block the Lotus God before she transcended. If your family did not set up the array wrongly, would such a thing have happened? Zhuqing sneered. The truth is not something you can slander. Enrich shook his head. Humph. Let's see how you explain this. Zhuqing said coldly. Enrich looked around and then at the sage. Sage, you know that of the 360 top experts, my family had 36. In the end, more than half of the 360 experts were killed by the Lotus God. My family's 36 people all died. How can my family allow one of our own to be killed? The sage's tone turned grave. The surrounding cultivators also revealed confused expressions. Who told you to believe the Lotus God? The Lotus God went back on her words. All your efforts were for naught. Zhuqing said viciously. Huh. Enrich sneered. Someone did collude with the Lotus God. However, it was not my family. Back then, everything was fine in the Skylock array. However, something happened at one of the nodes. Someone must have colluded with the Lotus God because the 360 experts under the Skylock Array were all protected by the heavens. No one could hurt them. Even the weak Lotus God back then could not do it. However, something happened. Someone colluded with the Lotus God. Who was it? Who was it? It has been 1,000,000 years. My family has been investigating for too long. Countless disciples died, but we could not find anything. Enrich said with a bitter smile. Humph. Keep making things up. Zhuo sneered. The Skylock Array collapsed, and the Lotus God's evil plan succeeded. Surging evil energy surged, and the Lotus God regained her strength. She destroyed the world, killed countless experts, and destroyed the sun of the netherworld. It could be said that the Lotus God was the only one who collapsed. When the heroes of Outer Heaven received the news and rushed back, the heavenly Tao had already collapsed. The world's essence energy was greatly damaged, and the Lotus God was forced away. However, the heavens were not dead at that time. Enrich said, What? Wasn't the Lotus God the one who killed the heavens? Countless cultivators looked at the sage in shock. The sage nodded and said, That's right. At that time, the heavens were not dead. After the heavenly Tao collapsed, the heavens fell into a weakened state. They survived for hundreds of years before falling completely. The surrounding cultivators looked at the sage in shock. Since the sage spoke, naturally it would not be false. It turned out that there was such a secret behind this. Perhaps everyone does not know this, but the heavenly human palace in the firmament territory used to be where the corpse of the heavens was placed. Enrich said with a bitter smile. Oh, the heavens? Back then, cultivators were mysterious. They advanced to the heavens and controlled the heavens. However, they were not controlled by their physical bodies, but by their primordial spirits. The primordial spirits became the heavens, and when the primordial spirits left the body, they left behind the corpse. The corpse remained in the heavenly human palace. The surrounding territories are called Reverence Heaven Territory, Reverence Heaven Territory, Rights Heaven Territory, and Reverence Heaven Territory. They were all believers of the heavens back then. Sage, your name was also changed because you feared the heavens back then, right? Enrich asked with a smile. Reverence Heaven? Reverence Heaven? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately revealed shocked expressions. Really? Before the sage could speak, Chun Beitian, who was sitting beside Fu Su in the guest area, suddenly said, That's right. I can testify that my ancestor once told me that the surrounding territories used to be the most loyal believers of the heavens. My ancestor also requested that if anyone from the Chun family became the new ruler of the Reverence Heaven Territory, he would change his name to Chun Beitian. He would forever believe in the heavens and worship the heavens. As Chun Beitian spoke, everyone looked at the sage. That's right. I am indebted to the heavens for taking care of me back then. The sage nodded. Ha ha. Back then, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the heaven's vitality was greatly damaged. No, its foundation was damaged. It bitterly held on for a few hundred years, sometimes in a coma, sometimes awake. During these few hundred years, the Zhuo family appeared and provoked the world to kill the Yin family. They said that the Yin family colluded with the Lotus God and betrayed the heavens. They invited the world to kill the Yin family. Is that right? Enrich looked at Zhuo. Colluding with the Lotus God? You should have expected this outcome, Zhuo said coldly. Enrich looked at Hua Zhuentian and bowed respectfully to him. Thanks to Saint's righteousness back then, thousands of sects hunted us down. The believers of heaven were the craziest group of people. Only you, Saint, did not kill them all. The Yin family thanks you. I was also injured back then. There was nothing I could do. The sage shook his head. But in the end, you did not pursue my Yin family. Otherwise, I might not be standing here now. Enrich smiled bitterly. Enrich turned to look at Zhuo and said, Zhuo family? Ha ha! You were just a servant of my Yin family back then, but you betrayed your master. What a vicious heart. My Yin family has treated the Zhuo family well for so many years, but who would have thought that we raised an ingrate? Bastard, colluding with the Lotus God. Everyone has the right to kill you. You still expect my Zwo family to wallow in the mire with you? Zwo said coldly. Inhentian did not look at Zwo. Instead, he looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, too many things happened in those few hundred years. The heavens were sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. My family did not participate in many things, so we're not clear about it. I only learned some news recently, and it was sealed by the large sects and families. Now, I will announce it to everyone. I believe that this news is more important than countless cultivation secret techniques. Blood curse. Many of the surrounding cultivators were confused. As for the ancestral immortals, their expressions changed. They looked at the sage. The sage did not stop him. When the heavens woke up, it gathered all the ancestral immortals and placed a huge curse. The number of ancestral immortals in the world was fixed. Everyone's fate was cursed. Only by killing the ancestral immortals could the curse be lifted, and one could advance to the ancestral immortal realm. Inhentian said, "What?" The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one advance to the ancestral immortal realm. There is no secret technique. There's only one way. Kill. Sage, am I right? Inhentian looked at the sage. The surrounding ancient immortals were excited as they stared at the sage. Countless ancient immortals had been searching for a way to advance to the ancestral immortal realm. Some of them were even willing to join the big families as slaves, just to find a way to advance to the ancestral immortal realm. It was actually this. The sage was in a difficult position. Sage, the will of the heavens is for the world to become stronger. However, if the tyrants seal off the news, how can they face the will of the heavens? You're the heavens. Please respect the will of the heavens. Inhentian said solemnly. After a moment of silence, the sage finally nodded. That's right. Wow. On the square, the ancient immortals were in an uproar. There were even some ancient immortals who were crying tears of joy. Killing the ancestral immortals was difficult. It was indeed difficult. However, there was always hope. It was better than no hope at all. Instantly, the countless ancient immortals looked at Inhentian. At least, they did not hate him as much as before. Zwo face turned ugly. Inhentian was challenging the bottom line of the wealthy families in the world. If this news were to spread, the world would definitely be in an uproar. Was he crazy? Yes, he was a lunatic. It was good that only he knew this. Why do you have to say it out loud? Didn't he see that none of the ancestral immortals in the world were willing to tell him? Everyone, Inhentian shouted again. The excited ancient immortals stopped talking. At least, they continued to listen to the hope that Inhentian had brought to them. In those few hundred years, the heavens were dying. My family was being hunted down endlessly. However, Zwo family, do you think that the Zwo family can replace my family? Did the heavens trust you? Inhentian looked at Zwo. Zwo's face darkened. Around them, countless cultivators were deep in thought. At that time, the heavens were so weak that they often fainted. They could not make arrangements for the world. When the Zwo family launched the war to destroy the Een family, the heavens did not trust the Zwo family. Instantly, more people started to suspect the betrayal of the Een family. Otherwise, why would the heavens not trust the Zwo family? My Zwo family was implicated by your Een family. The heavens did not trust your Een family. My Zwo family and your Een family were in alliance. Naturally, the heavens rejected us. Zwo shouted coldly. Alliance? Are you worthy? Alliance? We are master and servant. Remember this clearly. Inhentian said viciously. With just you, Zwo retorted. Inhentian flung his sleeves and looked at the surrounding cultivators again. In those few hundred years, who did the heavens choose? Everyone should know that the heavens chose Goddess Xichen. Every time she woke up, Goddess Xichen would command the world. Countless cultivators held great respect for Goddess Xichen. In those few hundred years, the returning Lotus God finally transcended. The hope of the heavens being alive became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was completely destroyed. During this period, the sky-burying coffin entered our world. It was obtained by goddess Jichin. The primordial spirit of the heavens was completely destroyed, and the world mourned. On that day, the experts of the world went to the territory of the heavens to cry. Goddess Jichin used the sky-burying coffin to bury the mysterious corpse of the heavens in the heavenly human palace. Inhentian said, "Quang." Yin Chuan suddenly took out the sky-burying coffin and placed it in the middle of the square to cooperate with Inhentian. Inhentian looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. He did not need to take out the sky-burying coffin. However, Yin Chuan still took it out. Inhentian bowed slightly to Yin Chuan in gratitude. After all, with the sages present, it was easy to take out the sky-burying coffin. However, it was not so easy to take it back safely. Under the Zhou family's promotion, it was the sky-burying coffin. So many people were watching. Inhentian took a deep breath and looked around. Perhaps some of you know that when the world mourned, goddess Jichin used the sky-burying coffin to bury the corpse of the heavens. However, there was a strange change that day. The sky-burying coffin suddenly split into 9 coffins. This is only one of them. However, the corpse of the heavens disappeared. This was not a secret. Many people nodded their heads. The heavens are dead, and our world has reached its lowest point. However, many experts in our world have made up their minds to live and die for the world. Many ambitious and ruthless people have given up on their past pursuits. Many people have entered the heavens beyond heaven, and many people have begun to mend the heavens. They are the so-called heaven menders, and each of them is extremely noble. They have dedicated their lives and energy to the world. In order to mend the heavens, many of them have died from exhaustion. There is even an entire race that has died in order to mend the heavens. Many of them have even died. Every heaven mender is indebted to the world. Inhentian said. Many people nodded their heads out of habit. The Yin family seemed to be born with the ability to organize. Many people were convinced. Zhuqing was anxious at the side. She looked at the sages, hoping that the sages would stop them. However, the sages were unmoved. It's a pity that the lotus god has transcended. The strongest world has become strong again. More and more demons have appeared. In the heavens beyond heaven battlefield, the heroes of our world have been defeated. Some demons have even invaded our world through the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven, causing disaster to our world. Inhentian said bitterly. The emotions of many cultivators around were stirred. They clenched their fists and looked at Inhentian. At that time, there were 9 peerless experts in the world. They rose up and resisted. Although they blocked the demons, they fell one after another. They were buried by goddess Jichin in 9 heaven-burying coffins. This is not the heaven's corpse coffin, but the corpse coffin of a peerless expert. The Zhou family used this as an excuse to put it in the heavenly human palace. It was to confuse the public and achieve their hidden goal. There must be someone there at that time. I have already exposed them on the spot. Inhentian said. After he finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators looked at Yin Chuan again. Their original anger suddenly faded. At least, this was not the heaven's corpse coffin. Yin Chuan's guilt immediately lessened. Zhuqing's eyes flickered. It did not matter whether they succeeded in convicting Yin Chuan or not. The key was Inhentian. He was too good at talking. He had not even taken out evidence to prove his innocence. But the surrounding cultivators no longer hated him. In the past, the world was in a bleak state. 9 peerless experts perished. However, there were still demons that constantly entered our world through the entrance of the sky beyond heaven. Goddess Jichin was kind. She sacrificed herself and used her own primordial spirit to mend the entrance of the sky beyond heaven. She used her body to mend the sky beyond heaven. Goddess Jichin sacrificed herself for the sake of the people of the world and isolated the sky beyond heaven. She was revered by the people of the world. However, did you know that there were many heroes in the sky beyond heaven who were isolated and without help? Countless cultivators clenched their fists. For a moment, Enrich seemed to have stolen the limelight. This made countless cultivators think of the ancient experts. Everyone, you said that I, the Holy King, stole the Heaven's Corpse Coffin. However, this is no longer the Heaven's Corpse Coffin. On the contrary, it was used by evil people. You are helping evil people, Enrich said. Immediately, some of the surrounding cultivators lowered their heads. However, even more people insisted on their own thoughts. Some people do not believe it. Some people have forgotten their roots. If anyone goes to the Yang world, they will know that not long ago, many people went to the Yang world to destroy Goddess Ji Chen's tomb. Goddess Ji Chen's corpse was found there. It was the Holy King, the old demon Yin you all speak of. It was he who protected Goddess Ji Chen's corpse and reburied it for the world to remember. Is such a person the old demon you all speak of? I feel that he is more noble than some people. Enrich shouted. What? The surrounding cultivators immediately discussed. Also testify. Desolation Hua suddenly said. The Holy King looked at Desolation Hua and did not refute. For a moment, countless cultivators no longer looked at Yin Chuan with the same hatred as before. Chapter 1198. After talking for so long, where's your evidence? You were the one who picked the 360 top experts to set up the array. Do you want to frame them? 1,000,000 years ago, you didn't even succeed. Now, you want to frame them? Zhuqing sneered. Frame them? If my Yin family didn't do anything for the world, how could we be authorized by the heavens? Enrich laughed. Enrich suddenly looked at the sage. Sage, do you still remember Enrich, the family head who set up the array? Enrich asked solemnly. Yes, before the ancient calamity, Enrich and I drank and chatted many times. Unfortunately, the sage sighed. Unfortunately, my ancestor met with such a calamity and was spurned by the world. My ancestor was able to rule the world in the past and was naturally very powerful. Although he wasn't a sage, he had few opponents below the sage level. He was chased by thousands of sects, but did not fight back once. Do you know why? Enrich's eyes were slightly red. Why? The sage was puzzled. My ancestor, Enrich, had a heart of sincerity to the heavens and earth. He was selfless and selfless, doing everything for the sake of the heavens and earth. Back then, he was spurned by the heavens and earth, yet he wasn't willing to harm any of the sections. He wanted to preserve the seeds of hope for the world. But in the end, my ancestor died of depression. Some people who believed in Enrich were affected by his words. An ancestor could die of depression. How much faith did he have in the world? How much affection did he have for the world? Sigh. The sage sighed as if he felt sorry for Enrich. Humph, Enrich, don't be hypocritical. I don't care how Enrich died, but he colluded with the Lotus God and was despised by the world. He deserved it, Zhuqing said in a low voice. Deserve it? Your ancestor was just a beggar picked up by my ancestor from a mass grave. It was my ancestor who gave your Zhua family hope to survive. It was also my ancestor who created your Zhua family. In the end, you betrayed me, and now you say that my ancestor deserved it? Enrich said with hatred in his eyes. Back to the topic, where's the evidence? Zhuqing shouted irritably. Enrich stretched out his hand. Quang! A huge block of ice suddenly fell on the square. No, it was an ice coffin. Sealed within the ice coffin was a corpse in green. The corpse's face was filled with pity. He opened his arms and was sealed in the ice coffin. Hiss! The saint took a deep breath and subconsciously took a step back. Most people didn't see this step because almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the male corpse in the ice coffin. Only a few people saw this subtle scene. Among them, there was Yin Chuan, who had been sitting at the side the entire time. When Yin Chuan saw Hua Zuntian suddenly take a small step back, his pupils suddenly shrank. Who is this? Zhuqing asked in a low voice. Sage, can you please tell everyone here who the male corpse in the coffin is? Enrich took a step forward and asked, Enrich's corpse? It has been close to 1,000,000 years, and it has actually been carried by your clan's people all this while. The saint said in a deep voice, Enjichen? Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Was this the legendary Enjichen who had colluded with the Lotus Goddess? Countless cultivators immediately widened their eyes. At this moment, Zhuqing was also shocked. Zhuqing had never seen Enjichen before, but she had heard of his name. In that generation, he was a figure who commanded the world. With one command, all sects had to listen to him. Even the saints and heavenly emperors responded to Enjicheng's words. Zhuqing's body swayed, but she forced herself to calm down. Humph! Enjicheng couldn't even prove his innocence when he was alive. How can a corpse prove his innocence? Zhuqing pretended to be calm. Enhentian, why did you take Enjicheng's corpse? The saint became anxious for the first time. Enhentian revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, My ancestor has been sincere all his life. I didn't expect that he would die of depression in the end. As he spoke, Enhentian looked at all the cultivators around him. He bowed solemnly to all the cultivators. Everyone, next, I will prove my clan's innocence. Please watch carefully and bear witness for me. Please promote my clan's innocence. Enhentian said solemnly, If the clan is innocent, I will promote it. I will repay the favor of you telling me about the bloodbath curse. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. That person's shout was both abrupt and not abrupt at the same time. Many people here felt the same way because of that person's gaze. Although the bloodbath curse was worthless, none of the ancestral immortals in the world were willing to tell him about it. None of the noble clans were willing to tell him about it. This was a glimmer of hope, the hope of all the ancient immortals in the world. No matter what the result was, all the ancient immortals owed Enhentian a favor. Enhentian felt somewhat moved as he bowed to the crowd again. Following that, Enhentian erected the ice coffin. Ancestor, I, Enhentian, will fulfill your final wish. I am named Hentian, not because I hate the heavens, but because I hate all the ungrateful people in the world. Enhentian said solemnly. Boom! Enhentian threw a palm strike at the ice coffin. The ice coffin suddenly shattered, revealing Enjicheng's corpse. Enhentian, what are you doing? The sage asked in a low voice. Back then, my ancestor died of depression. He instructed us to prove his innocence in front of the world. He couldn't defend himself even if he wanted to. Everything he said was groundless and there was no evidence. However, nothing is absolute in this world. My ancestor placed a curse on fate, a curse on one's heart. Enhentian said, Heart-seeking curse. Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Heart-seeking curse. You know about it. The heart-seeking curse is to let fate judge one's merits and demerits. At the cost of destroying one's soul, one's merits and demerits will appear in one's heart. Someone shouted, What? Countless people looked at Enjicheng in shock. Did he not even want the chance to reincarnate? Was his heart dead? At this moment, the sage's body trembled slightly. My ancestor served justice his whole life. In the end, even when he was being hunted down, he was unwilling to harm the world. He was unwilling to do anything. In the end, his soul was destroyed. As a descendant, the only thing I can do today is to prove my ancestor's innocence. Enhentian smiled bitterly. Enhentian stretched out his finger and drew a line across Enjicheng's chest. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his inner chest. Enhentian, you want to destroy your ancestor's corpse? The heart-seeking curse will shatter the heart and dissipate it after 2 hours. One unfilial descendant. Zhuqing sneered. Corpse? My ancestor had a clear conscience, but he was framed and died of depression. His greatest wish was to prove his innocence. Today, if my ancestor was still alive, he would definitely agree with me to dig out his heart to prove his innocence. Enhentian said. With that, in front of everyone, he drew a line across Enjicheng's chest with his index finger. A wound appeared. Perhaps because Enjicheng had been dead for millions of years, his blood had frozen and no blood flowed out. His chest melted, and suddenly, a white light emerged from his chest. Everyone's eyes widened. Why was there light in his chest? Enrich stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the glowing object. It was Enrich's heart. The weak blood vessels were quickly broken. Enrich's heart was dug out by Enrich. It wasn't bright red, but white and transparent. Within the transparency, there was white light. Moreover, there were 7 holes in the heart. Heart of 7 orifices. Someone exclaimed, "This is the heart of 7 orifices?" Those with the heart of 7 orifices were upright and plain-spoken throughout their lives. All of them were honest gentlemen. They are virtuous. Someone shouted, "This is a transparent heart of 7 orifices? This is even more flawless than the heart of 7 orifices." Another person shouted. Zhuqing's face turned ugly. Yanchuan noticed that the sage's right pinky was trembling slightly. "Ancestor, there is no need for the heart-seeking curse. With just the heart of 7 orifices, who would dare to say anything about you?" Enrich looked at the transparent heart in his palm and cried, "Who knows if it's true or not?" Zhuqing suddenly interrupted. Suddenly, Enrich's eyes were filled with hatred. In the surroundings, many cultivators already believed in Enrich. The heart of 7 orifices was already sufficient. Now, there was even the heart-seeking curse. Under this curse, the purer one's heart was, the fewer blemishes they would have. Could it be that Enrich's entire life was without blemishes? Was the Yin clan really wrong back then? Wronged? What a great injustice. Discussions continued in the surroundings. Who knows if it's true? A transparent heart? How can there be such a saint in the world? A flawless life? This must be fake. Zhuqing shouted. At this moment, Zhuqing was getting more and more irritated. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings had changed their attitudes. Looking at Zhuqing, they were also annoyed. Enrich sneered and said, "This time, I will naturally convince you wholeheartedly. Under the curse of my ancestor, all his memories have been sealed in his heart. Sage, my ancestor was your best friend when he was alive. Come and read his memories and prove my En family's innocence." Me? The sage paused and hesitated. Zhuqing's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, she looked at the sage. The sage took a deep breath and was about to agree. "Wait," Yanchuan suddenly shouted. "Huh?" Many cultivators in the surroundings were puzzled. Yanchuan looked at the sage and smiled. Then, he looked at the Zhua clan and sneered. "Prove the sage? I don't think we need to trouble the sage." Yanchuan smiled. "What?" Many people in the surroundings were puzzled. Since Enrich's memories are sealed in this heart, there must be a lot of cultivation experiences inside. How about this? Let's hang this heart in the air and let everyone use their consciousness to read the memories at the same time. How about that? Yanchuan said. What? Zhuqing was shocked. The sage also looked at Yanchuan in shock. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up. The memories of an ancient expert? Read? Everyone was looking forward to it. Under the heart-seeking curse, the heart of 7 orifices is flawless. It seems that Enrich is indeed a virtuous person. There is nothing that he can't tell others. Since that's the case, let's let everyone see Enrich's past to prove his innocence. Everyone, no matter what you get, please spread the news to hundreds of cultivators of the same level. Yanchuan shouted. Countless cultivators naturally agreed. Enrich thought about it. Although many of the En clan's secrets might be exposed, so what if they were secrets now? He was the only one left in the En clan. All right, apart from the Zhua clan, everyone can use their consciousness to check the memories. Everyone, please help my En clan. Enrich threw the heart into the air. Whoosh! Countless cultivators quickly used their consciousness to check the transparent heart of 7 orifices. Boom! Memories quickly filled everyone's mind. There were too many memories, so it was impossible for them to remember everything. It was like a fast-forwarded camera that played continuously. There were many cultivation techniques and experiences that couldn't be seen completely. But even so, many cultivators still gain a lot. Enriching's life was gradually revealed in front of everyone. Everyone was reading the memories. Many people's faces turned solemn. This was a selfless act for the world. This was an incomprehensible noble sentiment. Many cultivators even felt like worshipping him at this moment. How could there be such a virtuous person in the world? What are you doing? Not far away, Zhuqing suddenly shouted angrily. The Zhua clan looked at Yin Chuan angrily. I've already said that everyone can see it, except for the Zhua clan. If I show you Enriching's life, it will be a stain on Enriching. Yin Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings closed their eyes and recalled this memory. For a moment, the evil aura on some cultivators' bodies seemed to have lessened. There were also Xiozha who suddenly had a breakthrough in their cultivation as their realms increased. Many people suddenly became pious, as if they were touched by Enriching's moral integrity. After a while, finally, someone opened his eyes. A cultivator bowed solemnly to Tian and said, Mr. En, I am sure that Enriching was wronged in the past. Such a virtuous person with a lifetime of merits and demerits was actually slandered to the point of death. How sad. I have received such a great favor and will do my best to clear the name of the En clan. Thank you. Tian knelt down with tears in his eyes. Mr. En, I have wronged you previously. I will testify for the En clan in the future. The Zhua clan is a despicable person. How dare you talk nonsense here? The Zhua clan is a despicable person. Suddenly, many people shouted, Sage, that heart of 7 orifices is fake. Tian deliberately faked it to deceive everyone. Am I right? Tell everyone that this is fake. This heart of 7 orifices is also fake. Zhuqing shouted anxiously. Fake. Many people naturally did not believe that it was fake. However, there were a few people who suddenly suspected that Enriching's moral integrity was too perfect. Was there really such a person? Was it intentional? The sage was silent for a while. It's fake, right? Zhuqing revealed an undetectable sinister smile. It was as if the sage's words were the final word. Around them, many people already believed that it was real. If the sage were to say that it was fake, not only would he not be able to convince the crowd, he might even cause the cultivators who were on good terms with the sage to lose their confidence in him. It's true. Enriching was wronged. The sage finally spoke. Wow. The crowd burst into an uproar again. Old ancestor, did you hear that? Your innocence has been proven. The sage has personally testified to it. Tian suddenly cried out in grief. Zhuqing looked at the sage in surprise. It was as if he could not believe that the sage was not on his side. Ka. In the distance, the heart of 7 orifices that was suspended in the air suddenly cracked. It was as if he had heard the result and felt gratified that his innocence had been proven. However, he could not escape the death of the curse in the end. The noise suddenly stopped as everyone looked quietly at the heart of 7 orifices that was about to disappear. Chapter 1199. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the transparent heart of 7 orifices. White mist emerged from the cracks as the heart of 7 orifices slowly dissipated. The white mist scattered in all directions. All the cultivators who came into contact with it were shocked. My hidden injuries? My hidden injuries are healed? Someone exclaimed. Mine too. How can a wound to the primordial spirit be healed? We will never forget the kindness of the En clan. Countless cultivators looked at the dissipating heart of 7 orifices with gratitude. Ancestor, although the En clan has been annihilated, we are proud of you. We have no regrets. Tian knelt before the dissipating heart of 7 orifices and wept. Countless people started to mourn for Enriching. No one could stop the dissipation of the heart of 7 orifices. Even the sages sighed. The heart of 7 orifices became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it turned into white mist and dissipated. Just as it was about to dissipate, a sorrowful sigh came from the white mist. There's no hope for transcendence. I only hope that everyone in the world can live. The voice was hoarse, but it was filled with endless hope. Even in death, enriching did not forget about the world. In an instant, many emotional female cultivators' eyes turned red. Senior, don't worry. I will help you spread the news and prove the clan's innocence. Many people said sorrowfully. Zwiching clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. The sage's words stirred the emotions of many people. Although Zwiching was angry, she could only suppress it. Inhentian stood up and took out a coffin. He placed Injiching's corpse into the coffin slowly. Looking at Zwiching, Inhentian said to Injiching's corpse in the coffin, "Ancestor, don't worry. We will take back what our clan has lost. Your grandson is unfilial and can only bring you along temporarily. One day, I will bury you in the clan's ancestral grave." Oomph. Zwiching snorted coldly. When Zwiching returned to her district, several experts of the Zwa clan were discussing among themselves. If Inhentian doesn't die, our Zwa clan will never have peace. That's right. Most people would not care about what happened a million years ago. Who cares about who is right and who is wrong? At most, they were just a group of people who had received the favor. As long as Inhentian is dead, everything will return to normal. Yes, as long as Inhentian doesn't die, he will definitely continue to stir up trouble. In fact, he might even cause some of the ancient sects to reconsider the matters of the past. However, if Inhentian dies, no one will care about what happened in the past. Inhentian must die. The group of family's experts continued to discuss in low voices, their eyes filled with determination. The sage looked at Inhentian and finally sighed. Yindi. The sage looked at Yin Chuan. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at the sage. As soon as the sage spoke, the discussions in the surroundings stopped abruptly. Yindi, Injiching is indeed innocent, but what you did a few months ago was indeed a little too much, the sage said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Past? May I know what the sage is talking about?" Gue Guzi and Inhentian's faces suddenly darkened. Not far away, Zwiching revealed a gloating expression. The sage pointed at the sky-burying coffin that Yin Chuan had taken out earlier and said, "No matter what, the sky-burying coffin was placed in the heavenly human palace that day. This coffin already symbolizes the sky corpse coffin. You should not have taken it out." The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. Should not have taken it out? Previously, Inhentian had already proven that this was not the sky corpse coffin. However, if the sage said that it was, no one could refute it. After all, the sage was right. Although it was not the sky corpse coffin, since it was placed in the heavenly human palace, it symbolized the sky corpse coffin. That's right. Hand over the sky corpse coffin. Zwiching sneered. However, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the sage. From the start, Yin Chuan felt that something was wrong with the sage. He seemed to be biased toward the Zwa family. If not for Inhentian's irrefutable evidence, which caused the surrounding cultivators to side with Inhentian, the sage might not have proven Injiching's innocence. Now the sage was targeting Xiao Chun. Ha 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 ha. What a symbolic meaning. Could it be that placing a corpse in the heavenly human palace can represent the sky corpse coffin? Yin Chuan's expression suddenly sank as he rebutted. The sage? So what? Yin Chuan still did not compromise. Hua Qiliang and Inhentian's expressions tensed, showing worry. However, the surrounding cultivators looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Is this person crazy? Is he talking to the sage like this? Gue Guzi stood beside Yin Chuan, determination flashing in his eyes. So what if he is a sage? In his first life, Gue Guzi had followed the Sage King to the Great Thousand Realms. He had also been a sage. The Sage Kings would never change because of others. The Sky Corpse Coffin will not tolerate blasphemy. Yindi, please conduct yourself with dignity, the sage said. Zwiching, who was at the side, revealed an excited smile. Zwiching understood that the sage was trying to make up for his earlier denial. Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Sage, you should not interfere in my matters. Today, I am here to celebrate your birthday. Please do not make everyone unhappy. Yin Chuan said sullenly. The sage was about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted. Ha 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 ha! Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Well said, venerated Hua. Did you hear that? Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Not everyone can see your intentions. The Zhua clan? Rumor has it that you did not care about the Zhua clan in the past. Unexpectedly, you are working so hard for the Zhua clan's personal grudge. You are the sage of the world. When did you become the Zhua clan's sage? Ha ha! Loud laughter rang out. If Yin Xuan's earlier words were rebutting the sage, then this voice was slapping the sage's face. Who is so bold? Nearly everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a group of black-robed men standing in a valley outside the heavenly venerate palace's plaza. All of them carried swords on their backs. Whoosh! The group of people lifted their black robes, revealing their faces. There was a surge of sword chi between their eyebrows. The leader was even more so. His two green eyebrows looked like two bronze longswords, and the sword chi rushed out. The one who spoke was the leader. The man was dressed in a green robe, and his eyes flashed with a surge of battle intent. He took a step forward, and suddenly, stone swords emerged from the ground around his feet. Rumble! With this step, the stone swords emerged from the man's feet all the way to the heavenly venerate palace's plaza. Who is it? Who is this? What a powerful sword chi! My sword is shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, countless cultivators clutched their long swords with a look of surprise. Dugapatian? The sage said in a deep voice. The Dugu clan of the southern continent? Patriarch? The world's #1 sword? Dugapatian? Astonishment filled the air. Dugapotian's face was cold, and he sneered. That's right, Huazun Tian. It has been many years since we last met. Compared to back then, you have disappointed me. Disappointed? Ha! If you are, then why did you come to my training ground? The sage said in a deep voice. Dugapatian said arrogantly, I'm here to borrow your position as a saint. In other words, I'm here to borrow your karmic position of heaven and earth. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were speechless. Sage position? How dare you? The sage was finally angry. It's not that easy to be a sage, especially the sage of the Zhua clan. Ha ha ha! Huazun Tian, do you still remember the promise? No one has ever broken their promise to me, Dugu Patian. Those who have broken their promises have all died under my sword. Sage? Oof. Dugu Patian sneered. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly pierced forward. Whoosh! The tip of the sword tore a crack in the void. A sword-shaped crack in the void pierced toward the sage. The sage immediately struck out with his palm. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. A storm suddenly appeared in Heaven Exalt Palace's plaza, and a large amount of space shattered. For a time, the surrounding cultivators were knocked around by the shockwaves. Only the ancestral immortals were unscathed. Dugapatian, follow me. The sage shouted angrily. Whoosh! The sage flew into the sky. Dugapatian sneered and chased after him. The sage versus the #1 sword under the heavens. Quick, let's go take a look. A large number of cultivators chased after them. After all, this was a sage's training ground. The sage did not want to destroy his training ground and injure his disciples. That was why he moved the battlefield. However, a battle between sages represented a future goal. Who would be willing to miss it? The #1 sword under the heavens? A sage? The battle would definitely be earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators in Heaven Exalt Palace's plaza had left. As for the other Dugu clan disciples that Dugapatian had brought with him, they looked at Heaven Exalt Palace with gloomy expressions and said, Clan Master, kill the sage. We will work together and destroy the sage's training ground. Understood. Boom! Immediately, 10 vast energy swords charged over. Bastard! Hua Bing's expression changed. He quickly activated the formation. At the same time, he merged with the Heavenly Tao and led a group of Hua clan disciples toward the Dugu clan disciples in the distance. Boom! The square of Heaven Exalt Palace was instantly thrown into chaos. For a time, Heavenly Tao, Sword Chi, Saber Chi, and storms wreaked havoc everywhere. Inhentian and Hua Chiliang looked at the sudden change in shock. Chaos in the blink of an eye? Meanwhile, in the Zhou clan district, this opportunity will not come again. Extreme Heavenly Toad Shield. Zhuqing shouted. Roar! Together with Zhuqing, 10 Zhou clan experts suddenly activated a shield-shaped Dharma treasure with a toad swallowing the moon at the top. It descended from a sky and enveloped Yin Chuan and the others. Rumble. Within the shield, Yin Qi surged. A wisp of piercing coldness appeared and instantly froze the surrounding ground. The surroundings instantly turned into an ice field. Boom! Yin Chuan, Giguzi, and Inhentian were instantly enveloped. Ha ha ha, it's covered. Brothers, take advantage of the chaos and refine the three of them here. Zhuqing shouted coldly. Yes, the Zhou clan disciples shouted in response. In the distance, when the emperor saw Yin Chuan being enveloped by the shield, his expression changed. The long saber in his hand trembled unconsciously, and he quickly rushed toward the chaotic square of Heaven Exalt Palace. Chapter 1200. Heaven Revered Hall Square was in chaos. Rumble, Heavenly Tao, Sword Chi, Storm, Shattered Stones, Formation, Heaven Revered Hall Square was in chaos. Most of the cultivators had already chased after the saints' battle. At this moment, most of the cultivators in the square were the saints' descendants and disciples, as well as the Dugu clan and Zhou clan. In the guest area, the 16 Zhou clan disciples all rushed out. Not only here, more and more Zhou clan disciples rushed over to prevent any accidents. Refine! Zhuqing shouted. The Zhou clan disciples quickly activated the great Heaven Toad cover. The toad statue above released a dark blue light, and the great Heaven Toad cover released rolling Qi. Not far away, Desolation Hua's expression changed. On one side was his old ancestor, on the other side was the Saint King. For a moment, Desolation Hua did not know where to run. Looking at the direction Hua Zun Tian left in, Desolation Hua quickly analyzed that he could not catch up to the old ancestor's speed, let alone help. He could only help the Saint King in front of him. Zhuqing stopped. Desolation Hua rushed over. Boom! Heaven Transformation Lord instantly stopped Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua. Ha! This is a matter between Yin clan and Zhou clan. The old ancestor is not willing to interfere. You should not interfere. Heaven Transformation Lord sneered. Scram! Desolation Hua shouted. Stop Desolation Hua. Heaven Transformation Lord shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of Hua clan disciples quickly blocked in front of Desolation Hua. Boom! Desolation Hua attacked without hesitation. However, Desolation Hua was only an ancient immortal after all. He could not break through. Not far away, at the dragon carriage, the Saint King was tricked quickly. 7 fiends shouted. Ong! Dragon 5th replied. Ong! Torvosaurus was somewhat unwilling. Old barbarian, the Saint King is not alone. If you want to die, you can stay here, 7 fiends said. When 7 fiends said this, Torvosaurus suddenly quivered. That's right, the Saint King still had a body in the world of the living. Ong! The 3 dragons rushed into the chaotic battlefield. Inside the great Heaven Toad cover, Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Inhentian were instantly covered. The inside was like a small space. Goo 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 goo. Toad calls came from all directions. The trio could clearly see that there were 9 toads, each of them 10 zhang tall. Each one, 10 zhang tall, blew Qi towards Yin. Boom! Gue Guzi raised his hand. Dragon, Qi, shield, 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 was on the verge of Hell's shield, 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 shield. Not good. It's the extreme Heaven Toad shield, a treasure of a sage in the past. Inhentian's expression changed as he cried out. Treasure, Hentian great treasure, Ichachim. That's right, Yang Qi said. In ancient times, a sage perished. Originally, it was supposed to be in the hands of the Yin clan, but now it's in the hands of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan really paid a huge price this time. This is a magical treasure of a sage. Ancestor. As God. Hention. Ancestor. The Holy King is indeed the essence of the moon, just like the cold essence of the moon in the depths of the moon. With my current young body, I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand it for long. Gigu Z smiled bitterly. Moonlight essence, cold moon essence? We originally wanted to make a trip to the moon, but this saves us the trouble. Yin Chuan revealed a smile. He waved his hand. Wah! An opening suddenly appeared in front of him. The great In Heaven Toad cover was broken. In Hentian looked at the hole in front of him in astonishment. This was a sage's magic treasure. Just how strong was the Sage King? Go out. This emperor will refine this treasure and protect In Hentian well. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Understood, Gue Guzi replied. He took a step forward and brought In Hentian out of the extreme In Heaven Toad shield. Boom. The opening that Yin Chuan had opened suddenly closed again. Boom. When the 9 In Toads opened their mouths, the surging blue energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan didn't even use a protective shield. He opened his arms and allowed the blue energy to rush into his body. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan seemed to have been hit by 9 torrents. Roar. As Yin Chuan roared, his face became ferocious. His eyes were red and 2 blood-red fangs slowly appeared in his mouth. On his back, a pair of huge black dragon bone wings rushed out. Roar. As he roared, the surging blue energy rushed towards Yin Chuan's mouth. Rumble. It was like the Milky Way had fallen and rushed straight into Yin Chuan's stomach. In the outside world, Zhuo Qing led the Zhuo family disciples to control the extreme In Heaven Toad shield. Haha, since you have entered the extreme In Heaven Toad shield, don't ever think of coming out. A sage's magic treasure can be refined by you. In Hentian, Yin Chuan, only death awaits you. Zhuo Qing said excitedly. In the distance, the dragon carriage was rushing over. In another direction, a woman holding a saber was killing her way over. Under the blade of her saber, corpses exploded instantly. What's going on? Yin Chuan's dragon carriage? Why is the 3-headed dragon so strong? Who is that woman? Why is she killing my Zhuo family people? Everyone was anxious. 3rd brother, go deal with those beasts. 5th brother, go stop that woman. Zhuo Qing said anxiously. Okay. Swoosh. The 2 figures shot off in 2 different directions. Boom. The battle between the 2 sides did not end immediately. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more difficult. 3rd brother and 5th brother are both ancestral immortals. How can this be? Zhuo Qing's expression changed. Zhuo Qing, the extreme In Heaven Toad shield hasn't refined them yet. A Zhuo family disciple said anxiously. Not yet? Then let's wait a little longer. Oomph. None of them will live. Zhuo Qing said coldly. No, Zhuo Qing, it seems that you have been having bad luck recently. Just now, you scolded In Hentian and lost. The sage was supposed to cooperate with us, but because of your question, he stopped. Now, the Zhuo family disciple frowned. Speaking of bad luck, Zhuo Qing became even more depressed. Bad luck is only temporary. There will definitely be no problem this time. Zhuo Qing said angrily. Who knows? Didn't these 2 variables come? I'm more worried that because of your bad luck, In Hentian might escape. That person still grumbled. Impossible. A sage treasure. How can they escape? With just them? If they escape, I'll eat this sage treasure alive. Zhuo Qing said angrily. Just as Zhuo Qing finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared on the extreme In Heaven Toad shield. Whoosh! Gue Guzi and In Hentian stepped out. Zhuo Qing, the Zhuo family disciples. The Zhuo family disciples suddenly looked at Zhuo Qing. The disciple from before grumbled, I told you that you have bad luck, but you just had to come. Zhuo Qing was even more exasperated. Roar! Kill him! Follow me and kill him! Zhuo Qing shouted. Yin Chuan is still inside. That person said again. That's right. The extreme In Heaven Toad shield still needs an ancestral immortal to guard it. Old 6, stay here. Don't let Yin Chuan come out and ruin our plan. Second brother, Old 7, follow me to kill Yin Hentian. He must die. Zhuo Qing shouted anxiously. Gue Guzi waved his sleeve and flew toward the dragon carriage with Yin Hentian. Roar. Mr. Gue Guzi, where's the Sage King? The 7 fiends shouted. Don't worry, Sage King. Follow me. Gue Guzi shouted. Roar. The 3 dragons answered. They followed Gue Guzi and flew outside. Zhuo Qing and the 3 ancestral immortals chased after them. On the other side, a group of Zhuo family disciples blocked the Emperor's saber. Ancient immortal? She's just an ancient immortal? An ancestral immortal who was one with the heavenly Tao exclaimed. The Emperor was an ancient immortal, but this ancient immortal was too fierce. The Zhuo family disciples rushed forward. Boom! The moment the saber appeared, 10 Zhuo family disciples were instantly cut in half and thrown into the air. The ancestral immortal slashed with his sword. The Emperor's face suddenly turned sinister. Supreme saber intent. The Emperor shouted. Boom! The Emperor used the power of an ancient immortal to block the ancestral immortal's sword. Boom! The ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao shook, and the ancestral immortal was sent flying by the Emperor's sword. Sent flying? An ancestral immortal was sent flying by an ancient immortal? No, this isn't realistic. This isn't real. The ancestral immortal who was sent flying was extremely shocked and furious. Immediately, nearly 1,000 Zhuo family disciples rushed toward the Emperor in the center. The Emperor looked at the great Yin Sky Toad barrier in the distance, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Those who stand in my way die. The Emperor roared. Screech. Wherever the saber passed, the Zhuo family disciples were all cut into pieces and sent flying. The Emperor's combat strength was shocking. Other than the ancestral immortal from before, no one else was a match for his saber. He killed his way toward the great Yin Sky Toad barrier. The Zhuo family disciples who were in charge of the great Yin Sky Toad barrier were confused. My Zhuo family sent 6 ancestral immortals and 300 ancient immortals. Why is it so difficult to kill Yin Hentian outside of Dijon? The Zhuo family ancestral immortal who was in charge of the great Yin Sky Toad barrier was confused. On the other side, Hua Qiliang was fighting with the Hua family. Hua Qiliang, stop. The Zhuo family wants to kill Yin Hentian. The old ancestor has agreed. The Hua family disciple shouted. Shut up and scram. Hua Qiliang said anxiously. On the other side, the sky-burying coffin was still in the chaotic plaza. Lord Hua Tian suddenly appeared where the sky-burying coffin was. Sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan cares so much about it that he didn't hesitate to offend everyone. Could there be some secret? Lord Hua Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. Lord Hua Tian reached out and grabbed the sky-burying coffin. Just as he was about to pick up the sky-burying coffin, a palm pressed down on the sky-burying coffin. Lord Hua Tian's expression changed as he looked over. It was the scholarly Fu Su who was pressing down on the sky-burying coffin with one hand. This thing doesn't belong to you. Fu Su smiled. Lord Hua Tian's face twitched. In such a chaotic environment where blades flashed everywhere, Fu Su's calm smile was too out of place. It was too strange. In my revered heaven territory, it's mine. Lord Hua Tian shouted coldly. As he spoke, a powerful ancestral immortal aura pressed down on Fu Su. However, Fu Su didn't react at all. He was still smiling. Whoa! Lord Hua Tian felt a huge vibration coming from the sky-burying coffin. The vibration was so strong that even Lord Hua Tian, who had the strength of an ancestral immortal, couldn't resist it at all. Boom! Lord Hua Tian was forced back 10 steps before stabilizing himself. Standing 10 steps away, Lord Hua Tian looked at Fu Su with a face full of shock. Fu Su was also an ancestral immortal, and much stronger than him. Fu Su waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. He turned around and smiled at Lord Hua Tian before leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. Who is this Fu Su? Lord Hua Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1201. The heavenly Tao around the heavenly revered palace was a mess. In the distance, in a place surrounded by mountains. Boom! 4 heavenly Tao were erected in a square formation, with one person standing in each formation. They were Zhuqing and the 4 Zhua clan ancestral immortals. Gue Guzi, Tian, and the 3 dragons were trapped in the center. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Zhuqing sneered arrogantly. At this moment, Gue Guzi smiled. Who said we're running? Lord Yin, I've never seen you in action after entering great perfection for so many years. Can you hold off one of these ancestral immortals? Gue Guzi asked. Tian took a deep breath. Everything about the Zhua clan was taught by my Yin clan. I might need some time to prepare for other ancestral immortals, but I can hold off one of them. All right, too long. Hold off one. Gue Guzi ordered. Hold off? But there are 4 of them. Too long, said worriedly. You just have to hold him back. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Yes, Mr. Gue Guzi, Dragon 5th, and I will hold off one of them. But you have to be quick. We're just ancient immortals. We can't hold them off for long. The 7 fiends volunteered. Gue Guzi smiled at the 7 fiends and nodded. All right, 7 fiends. I'll report this to the Sage King. Roar. The 7 fiends felt energized. They had been waiting for this sentence. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of ignorant fools. Brothers, don't be polite to them. Tian must die. Zhuqing shouted. All right. The other 3 ancestral immortals shouted. Rumble. More than 10 heavenly Tao appeared behind each of the 4 ancestral immortals. The void around them trembled as the heavenly Tao's power crushed inward. Do you know why I brought you here? Gue Guzi sneered. He waved his hand. Roar, roar. Countless dragon roars could be heard from the ground. Boom. Countless dragon veins shot into the sky and surrounded the area. For a moment, endless fog filled the area. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in golden light. Derivative world? You've already set up a derivative world? Zhuqing's expression changed. A derivative world of Feng Shui? Give birth to a similar world? Not good. Quick attack. Another Jiaohu said. I still have to thank Desolation Hua for lending Hua Zuntian this saint's sword. Gue Guzi smiled. Suddenly, Guzi stabbed a glowing long sword into the ground. Boom! The surrounding fog suddenly spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned from illusion to reality, and a huge palace appeared out of thin air. Heaven-revered palace? Zhuqing's expression changed. A palace that looked exactly the same as the heavenly revered hall suddenly appeared. Moreover, a large number of transparent palaces appeared around it. As they slowly solidified, it was as if an illusion had turned into reality. It was like a replica of the heavenly revered palace in the distance. At the entrance of the revered heaven palace, Guzi's body suddenly glowed with white light as he lowered his head slightly. Slowly, Guzi raised his head. At that moment, everyone realized that Guzi's clothes had become exactly the same as the saints. Even Gue Guzi's face was blurred. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering Gue Guzi's face, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Only one kind of person would have such a form, and that was a saint. A saint was formless and formless. The heavenly Tao bestowed them with power, and they were the great duke of the world. At that moment, Guzi's face was also blurred, his body glowing with white light. Guzi suddenly shouted, in front of the heavenly revered palace, I am the Saint Hua Zuntian. Hong! A powerful aura erupted from Guzi's body and spread in all directions. A saint has created a world. He actually created a saint's dojo? Zhuqing exclaimed. Kill. An ancestral immortal's 10 heavenly Tao came crushing down. Guzi snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom! The 10 heavenly Tao immediately collapsed and scattered. Guzi took a step forward and grabbed at the ancestral immortal with his palm. Bastard, bastard. The ancestral immortal roared in shock and struck with his palm. How dare you be so impudent in front of a saint? Giguzi shouted angrily. Boom! The two palms collided and the ancestral immortal was sent flying. The heavenly Tao that he had fused with shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Impersonating a saint? Impossible. There are less than 5 feng shui masters in the world who can impersonate a saint. And how can you impersonate one so well? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. Giguzi swung his sleeve and shouted, I am a saint. I will destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. I will honor the merits of the heavenly revered domain. Follow my command. Rumble. For a moment, the entire heavenly revered domain began to tremble. The earth trembled as waves of energy gathered toward Giguzi. Giguzi's aura became more and more divine. Everyone felt that his aura was becoming more and more similar to that of Huazun Tian. A feng shui master? How can there be such a powerful feng shui master in Dijon? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. Unparalleled sovereign heaven, great might shatters the Tao. Giguzi waved his hand again. Boom! The ancestral immortal's body fused with the heavenly Tao and exploded. The ancestral immortal was slapped to the ground by the saint that Giguzi had impersonated. Puffed! The ancestral immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, impossible! The ancestral immortal cried out in shock. As for Zhuqing and the other 3 ancestral immortals, their mouths were agape as they stared at this scene. I've seen geomancers use derivative worlds to simulate ancestral immortals, but this is the first time I've seen a simulated sage. Moreover, it was a saint that he was not familiar with. How can there be such a powerful feng shui master? Zhuqing exclaimed. The other 2 ancestral immortals grew anxious as well, and they wanted to attack Giguzi as well. Boom! Tian and the 3 dragons attacked at the same time. Guzi had already finished his work. At this moment, everyone naturally understood what it meant to drag things out. Rumble. In the derivative world, a raging battle broke out. In front of the revered Heaven Hall, the sovereign saber was like a meat grinder. Apart from ancestral immortals, anyone who touched it would be sliced into 2. Kill, 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 kill. Along the way, the Zhua clan's ancient immortals were no match for him. Wherever the blade passed, it was all quiet. Ah, ancestor, save me. Granduncle, save me. Countless sounds of Jiaohu could not change the killing intent of the emperor at this moment. The ancestral immortal blocking the emperor was also very anxious at this moment. Heavenly Might Sword. A sword pierced over with a vast sword energy. The emperor's face was ferocious as he twisted his saber. Roar! The mountain-like saber energy went up against the heavens and collided with the heavenly Tao. Boom! A huge gap was slashed open in the heavenly Tao, and the saber energy directly cut through the left hand of the ancestral immortal inside. Ah! The ancestral immortal screamed. The heavenly Tao, that was the heavenly Tao, was cut open by the emperor's saber. Not far away, the Zhua clan's disciple who was controlling the great Heaven-Toad shield had an ugly expression. How could this be? The ancestral immortal Jiaohu, who was controlling the great Heaven-Toad shield, said. Quick, old 6, come and help me. The ancestral immortal Jiaohu, whose hand was cut off, said. Me? Then what about the great Heaven-Toad shield? Yin Chuan is still inside. He's not dead yet. Old 6 said anxiously. As he spoke, Old 6 suddenly saw Lord Huatian not far away. Lord Huatian, go and help him deal with that woman. Old 6 said anxiously. Deal with the emperor? Lord Huatian looked at the emperor who was fighting in the distance. She was just an ancient immortal, but when he saw her strength, Lord Huatian suddenly trembled. No, I'm not going. How about I help you control the great Heaven-Toad shield? Lord Huatian immediately shook his head and refused. Fine. You come and control it with my Zhua clan's disciples. Old 6 had no other choice. Okay. Lord Huatian immediately charged towards the great heaven-toed shield. Lord Huatian, do you want to die? Far away, the Jiaohu who was blocked by Desolation Transformation said. Lord Huatian ignored Desolation Transformation and reached out to take over Old Six's job. Rumble. Lord Huatian activated the great heaven-toed shield. Desolation Transformation anxiously looked at the disciples blocking him. Bastards, get out of the way. Desolation Transformation. Lord Huatian is right. The old ancestor has already acknowledged the Zhua clan. Don't keep making mistakes. A Zhua clan disciple shouted. The ones who keep making mistakes are you guys. Lord Huatian. That idiot. It's fine if he wants to die, but he wants to take you guys with him? Desolation Transformation said anxiously. You? Desolation Transformation. Quickly wake up. The ones who aren't awake are you guys. Desolation Transformation shouted anxiously. In the distance, the two ancestral immortals were fighting the Emperor at the same time. The Emperor's eyes were cold, his short hair slightly swaying. Those who block me die. The Emperor's fighting strength seemed to increase explosively again. Rumble. The fierce battle made the two ancestral immortals tremble in fear, even though they were standing within the heavenly Tao. Because every slash of the Emperor's was able to cut a hole in the heavenly Tao. This was the heavenly Tao. Ancient immortals couldn't shake it at all, but in front of the Emperor, it was full of holes. The two ancestral immortals immediately felt depressed. Quick, have you refined Yin Chuan yet? Old Six Jiaohu asked. No, old ancestor hasn't refined him yet, but a Zhua clan ancient immortal said anxiously. But what? Old Six shouted. There seems to be a problem with the great heaven-toed shield. Something's not right. The ancient immortal said anxiously. Isn't it just refining Yin Chuan? What's wrong? Could he have eaten the great heaven-toed shield? Old Six said gloomily. He had just left for a while, and something had happened over there, inside the great heaven-toed shield. Zombie Yin Chuan opened his mouth and devoured the moonlight essence crazily. Rolling blue energy rushed into Yin Chuan's mouth. The 9 giant toads didn't even have time to spit it out and felt weak. That's it. Oomph roar. Yin Chuan's fangs grew a bit longer, and his devouring power rose again. Googa googa. The 9 giant toads trembled, as if they couldn't resist at all. Bam! Yin Chuan's huge dragon bone wings flapped violently. Roar! The 9 giant toads were all pulled into Yin Chuan's mouth by Yin Chuan's great strength. Yin Chuan swallowed them together with the space inside. Rumble! To the outside world, the great heaven-toed shield trembled violently. As it trembled, Lord Huatian and the others were at a loss. Roar! Suddenly, everyone heard a soul-shaking roar. Boom! Everyone who used the great heaven-toed shield was sent flying by a huge force. Even Lord Huatian took a few steps back at this moment. As he retreated, he saw the surrounding space distort. He vaguely saw a huge monster with huge wings on its back and fangs in its mouth. It opened its mouth and swallowed the great heaven-toed shield. Buzz! Everyone was shocked to see that the great heaven-toed shield disappeared. The square was originally a mess, and at the center stood a huge zombie. Boom! The huge wings on the zombie's back slowly retracted. Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan! Lord Huatian exclaimed. His face was filled with endless fear. Lord Huatian knew that Yin Chuan was powerful. That day, he swallowed an ancestral immortal alive. Today, he even swallowed a saint's Dharma treasure. That was a saint's Dharma treasure. Ancestor. The Zhua family's ancient immortal roared in shock. The 2 ancestral immortals who were fighting the Emperor in the distance were also in danger. What's wrong now? 6th brother shouted anxiously. Yin Chuan really ate it. The Zhua family's ancient immortals shouted in panic. What? The 2 ancestral immortals were slightly stunned. They turned their heads. They saw that the great heaven-toed shield had disappeared. Only Yin Chuan was standing in the center, baring his fangs. What? The 2 ancestral immortals cried out in shock again. While they were distracted, die! The Emperor roared. A vast saber energy descended from the sky and slashed down vertically at a heavenly Tao. Boom! The Emperor's saber split the entire heavenly Tao vertically. The ancestral immortal in the center was split in half on the spot. A huge sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the surrounding battles stopped. Even the battle between Hua Bing and the experts of the Dugu family suddenly stopped. Almost everyone looked at the heavenly Tao that was split in half in confusion. Then, they looked at the person who wielded the saber. An ancient immortal? Hua Bing exclaimed. The experts of the Dugu family also looked at the emperor in confusion. After being struck by the emperor's blade, he was also gasping for breath. However, his gasping for breath sounded like the ringing of a great bell in the ears of many people. The other ancestral immortal who was fighting the emperor was dumbfounded. The emperor also saw Yin Chuan in the distance. "You're fine." The emperor was slightly stunned, but a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. "I'm fine. Thank you so much this time." Yin Chuan nodded. Even if Yin Chuan was not a romantic, he could understand why the emperor rushed over. An ancient immortal was willing to fight two ancestral immortals for him. How could Yin Chuan not be touched? The emperor's expression was complicated. No need to thank me. It has nothing to do with you. I only wanted to kill the ancestral immortal and remove the bloodbathing curse. The emperor's face turned cold again. Turning his head, the emperor no longer looked at Yin Chuan and flew into the distance. The ancestral immortal Lao Lu did not dare to stop him. "Congratulations, Master. Master is mighty," the 12th disciple shouted excitedly. The emperor waved his sleeve and flew away with the 12th disciple. Almost everyone in the heavenly revered hall watched the emperor leave. Whether it was the Dugu family or the Hua family, they all remembered this woman. Yin Chuan came out. Lord Huatian naturally fled in panic. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed. A huge hand grabbed Lord Huatian. "Bastard, what are you doing? I'm the descendant of a sage. This is the heavenly revered hall," Jiaohu shouted. On the other side, the remaining ancestral immortal of the Zhua family did not want to fight and fled into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yin Chuan snorted coldly. The other hand turned into a huge hand and grabbed the ancestral immortal from behind. "Let go." The ancestral immortal's face changed, but Yin Chuan was faster. The two hands joined together, and Lord Huatian and Lao Lu were pulled face to face. Boom! The two ancestral immortals collided face to face and were instantly smashed into pieces. Chapter 1202. Capturing two ancestral immortals with each hand, everyone was stunned. This is the strength of a sixth firmament ancestral immortal. Yin Chuan is already a sixth firmament ancestral immortal. High up in the sky, Hua Bing's expression changed. "Roar!" Yin Chuan roared as the fangs in his mouth slowly retracted. After swallowing the extreme En Heaven Toad shield and absorbing the pure En essence, I finally reached the second firmament ancestral immortal. But it's still not enough. I still need a lot of things to recover my first life's body. Yin Chuan analyzed. "Bastard, Yin Chuan, let me go. Otherwise, when my old ancestor comes back, he will definitely..." Lord Huatian cried out in pain. "If you want to kill me, you should have thought of this." Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Boom! He grabbed the two ancestral immortals and slammed them into each other again. The two ancestral immortals immediately felt dizzy. Bang! After throwing the two ancestral immortals to the ground, two pitch-black chains suddenly emerged from Yin Chuan's sleeves. The chains seemed illusory. Once they came out of Yin Chuan's sleeves, they immediately drilled into the bodies of the two ancestral immortals. Boom! The two ancestral immortals suddenly trembled as they revealed a pained and fearful expression. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The chains locked the two ancestral immortals' shoulder blades. Ah! Ah! The two ancestral immortals cried out in pain. "Stop!" High up in the sky, Hua Bing glared. But Yin Chuan responded with a cold and fierce gaze. On the other side, The group of Hua family disciples who were blocking Desolation Hua were shocked. How could this be? Boom! Desolation Hua charged out of the group of stunned clansmen. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yin Chuan. Sage King, are you all right? Desolation Hua asked worriedly. Desolation Hua, you traitor who betrayed your master. Even now you still call him Sage King? Lord Hua Tian said in pain. Shut up. Desolation Hua shouted angrily. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua and said, Don't worry, you are you, they are them. I, Great Jun, have always been clear. Yes, thank you, Holy King. Desolation Transformation said gratefully. Ha ha, looks like we're not the only ones who want to destroy the Saint's dojo. Who are you? An expert from the Dugu clan laughed. Yin Chuan looked at the expert and did not reply. He did not want to talk to him at all. The face of the powerhouse from the Dugu clan stiffened, and he looked at Yin Chuan with some resentment. Great Ancestor, save me. My strength has been completely sealed. Lord of Heaven Transformation shouted to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's face was gloomy. She looked at the restless experts of the Dugu clan, then looked at Yin Chuan and frowned deeply. Yin Di, Lord Hua Tian is young and insensible. Yin Di, please be magnanimous. Hua Bing said solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, He wanted to kill me, and you want me to let him go? Hua Bing was slightly stunned, not knowing how to answer. Roar. An excited dragon roar came from afar. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage returned once more. The 3 dragons were all injured. The 7 fiends were covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Gigu Zi was driving the dragon carriage, while In Hentian and 4 others with clan ancestral immortals who were similarly chained stood beside him. All of them were covered in wounds. They were filled with grief and indignation. In the plaza of revered Heaven Palace, the Zhua clan ancestral immortals who had been restrained by Yin Chuan saw that all the Zhua clan ancestral immortals had been restrained. They immediately cried out, No. It was not just the Zhua clan ancestral immortals. Lord Hua Tian, Hua Bing, and the Dugu clan disciples were all shocked. For ancestral immortals. For ancestral immortals. How long had it been? And they had all been taken down. Even if they were low-level ancestral immortals, they were still ancestral immortals. Ancestral immortals had the heavenly Tao. Even if they could not win, they could still flee. But now, they had been restrained? This was much harder than defeating 4 ancestral immortals. There were only 3 dragons in front of them. Roar! The dragon carriage landed on the plaza. Bang! The 4 ancestral immortals were thrown in front of Yin Chuan. Holy King, none of them escaped. Gigu Zi laughed. In Hentian sighed. Gigu Zi's imitation of a sage was too shocking. In Hentian only knew about the strength of Feng Shui mastered from his clan's records. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. The 3 dragons were also extremely respectful towards Gigu Zi. Yin Chuan nodded. The 7 fiends twisted their bodies, somewhat anxious. By the way, the 7 fiends of the underworld dragon fought with all their might, charging forward without hesitation. The last ancestral immortal nearly escaped, but the 7 fiends of the underworld dragon managed to stop him despite sustaining heavy injuries. Gigu Zi boasted. The 7 fiends immediately looked at Gigu Zi with gratitude. Yin Chuan looked at the 7 fiends and nodded. Well done. Here are the ancestral immortals. Choose one to eat. Roar. Thank you, Holy King. Thank you, Mr. Gigu Zi. The 7 fiends shouted excitedly. The 7 fiends had been stuck at peak ancient immortal for 20,000 years. Now, they could finally become ancestral immortals. The 7 fiends did not care about the Zhua clan at all. They eagerly opened their mouths and swallowed an ancestral immortal. Bastard, how dare you? We are from the Zhua clan. If anyone dares to touch us, the Zhua clan will destroy you. Zhua Qing shouted angrily. The 7 fiends did not care and swallowed an ancient immortal. All around, whether it was the restrained ancestral immortals on the ground or the Hua clan and Dugu clan in the sky, they all felt a chill. It was not because of the seven fiends. It was because of Yin Chuan's attitude. Ancestral immortals? Reward them as salaries? Reward them for killing ancestral immortals? Eat them? How dare you? Zhou Qing's eyes widened. The other four ancestral immortals who had been restrained had looks of horror on their faces as well. No, you can't eat six, brother. You can't. One of the ancestral immortals shouted. Grand Ancestor, save me. Grand Ancestor, save me. Lord Hua was so frightened that he screamed. High up in the sky, Hua Bing could no longer hold back and flew down. Yindi, Lord Hua Tian has offended you. Yindi, please give me some face and let Lord Hua Tian live. Hua Bing bowed extremely respectfully. All around, countless Hua clan descendants had ugly expressions. They were the disciples of sages. How could they have to act according to others' wishes? Hua Bing was the number one person in the revered heaven territory apart from sages. How could he be so polite to Yin Chuan? Gue Guzi laughed coldly and said, Your face? How can it be compared to the life and death of the Sage King? Hua Bing looked at Gue Guzi with a dark expression. Sage King, how should we deal with these people? Gue Guzi looked at the five ancestral immortals on the ground. Inhentian, the Zhou clan has a great enmity with you. However, we can't give you all these ancestral immortals. Choose one to kill and remove your blood-bathing curse. As for the others, bring them back to the great Qin city and reward them for meritorious service. After killing them, their corpses will be given to you. Grind their bones and scatter their ashes. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Inhentian naturally had no objections. When the surrounding cultivators heard Yin Chuan's words, they felt a chill down their spines. Not far away, Dragon Fifth saw the seven fiends devouring the ancestral immortals. When he heard that Yin Chuan was really going to treat the ancestral immortals as a reward, he immediately looked at the seven fiends with envy. Meritorious service for the ancestral immortal position? Dragon Fifth's eyes turned red with envy. Next time, he would work harder next time. TSK. Inhentian was also direct. After so many years of hatred, Inhentian wasn't willing to wait too long. A sword instantly pierced through the chest of an ancestral immortal. You. The ancestral immortal looked at Inhentian with a look of regret before he died. When the six Zhou clan ancestral immortals came, they were extremely aggressive and forced the sages to retreat. Now, they were captured and killed one by one. Grand Ancestor, save me. Lord Hua Tian cried out in horror. Yin Chuan wasn't joking. Was he serious? Bring them to the dragon carriage. Let's go back. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Gue Guzi and Inhentian replied. Desolation Hua frowned slightly. He looked around and finally sighed. Yes. All right, Lord Hua. Thank you for this sage's sword. I'll return it to its rightful owner. Gue Guzi said with a smile. Desolation Hua received it. His expression changed slightly as he nodded. Grand Ancestor Hua Bing, please return the sword to the Grand Ancestor. I'll return with the Sage King. Desolation Hua shouted to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's face turned ugly. Yin Chuan, Lord Hua Tian is a member of my Hua clan. Even if you don't give me face, you should give Desolation Hua face, right? Hua Bing's face finally turned cold. Desolation Hua immediately said, Grand Ancestor, don't count me in. Lord Hua Tian asked for it. I advised him many times, but he didn't listen at all. Hua Bing's face turned cold. Bastard, Desolation Hua. Remember, your surname is Hua. Lord Hua Tian is still your clan. Grand Ancestor Hua Bing, you only know that I, Desolation Hua, am a person today? Everything I've done is worthy of the Hua clan and the Grand Ancestor. Desolation Hua's face also turned cold. As he spoke, Desolation Hua threw out the sage's sword. Bastard, evil creature. Hua Bing shouted angrily. Boom! 50 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared around Hua Bing. The 50 heavenly Dao surrounded Hua Bing in the center. Hua Bing's body merged with the heavenly Dao. He reached out and grabbed at Lord Hua Tian on the dragon carriage. Desolation, Hua's face changed. He immediately shouted to Yin Chuan, "Sage King, please calm down. The Grand Ancestor has lost his mind for a moment." Looking at the hand seal grabbing at him, Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out and punched towards the distance. Boom! A black fist suddenly appeared and crashed into Hua Bing's palm. The 50 heavenly Tao suddenly burst out with bright light. Endless power gathered into Hua Bing's palm and met Yin Chuan's punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the void shook violently. The huge palm shattered, and the fist aura rushed toward Hua Bing's heavenly Tao like a hot knife through butter. Yin Chuan's power was not restricted by the heavenly Tao at all. He brazenly entered the heavenly Tao's interior. What? Hua Bing's face changed. Boom! With a loud bang, Hua Bing's figure retreated 10,000 feet away. The original heavenly Tao collapsed. Clutching his chest, Hua Bing's hair was messy. He looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Below the sage, the number one person in the venerable heaven territory was actually not a match for Yin Chuan. Countless Hua family disciples were shocked. As for the Dugu family disciples, their eyebrows twitched. Above the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. He's definitely above the sixth heaven. A Dugu family disciple said solemnly, "Thank you for showing mercy, Sage King." Desolation Hua immediately said respectfully, "Yes, he only wants to snatch Lord Hua Tian. I won't argue with him. Let's go." Yin Chuan said indifferently, "Roar." The three dragons pulled the dragon chariot towards the north with reverence. "Yin Chuan, do you know that this is the sage's dojo? Today's humiliation, the sage will not let it go in the future." Hua Bing roared from afar. The dragon chariot flew towards the north. "If you don't let it go, ask the sage to come to my Great Qin. I'll be waiting in the Great Qin Empire." Yin Chuan shouted. Around the venerable heaven palace, whether it was the sage's disciples or the Dugu family's experts, they were all slightly stunned. Waiting in the Great Qin city, Yin Chuan dared to provoke the sage? Where did he come from? A Dugu family disciple asked curiously. Chapter 1203. On the Dragon Carriage, Hua Desolation was guarding the 4 imprisoned ancestral immortals on the balcony. "Hua Desolation, I was wrong. Please help me beg for mercy. I was blinded by greed. I don't want to die. It wasn't easy for me to become an ancestral immortal." Hua Tian Lord cried. Hua Desolation's face twitched. Although he knew that Hua Tian Lord was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and that he only obtained this ancestral immortal position by currying favor with Hua Bing, he didn't expect Hua Tian Lord to be so afraid of death after being imprisoned. Hua Tian Lord was strong in the past because he had a good backer. With a sage standing behind him, he was arrogant no matter where he went. However, it was different now. Yin Chuan didn't care about his background at all. How could he kill the Zhou clan just like that? Just now, he didn't hesitate to offend the sage to take him away. "Hua Desolation, I was wrong in the past. Please help me beg for mercy on the account that we're from the same clan." Hua Tian Lord said. Hua Desolation frowned and looked at Hua Tian Lord. "I can't beg the sage monarch now. If you want to live, you better not say anything when you reach the Great Qin city. Your mouth is always ruining things." "Okay, I won't say anything. For now on, I'll keep my mouth shut." Hua Tian Lord shouted. Zhou Qing, who was also imprisoned, said coldly, "Humph, the family head will soon receive the news. Great Jun, my Zhou clan will not let anyone live." Hua Desolation smiled coldly. "Not a single person will live. However, you'll never see it. If my Great Jun is destroyed, I'll definitely kill all of you before I do. You, Hua Desolation, you're the descendant of a sage. Yet, you're helping an outsider deal with a sage?" Zhou Qing angrily rebuked. "Ha ha ha!" Hua Desolation looked at Zhou Qing and laughed mockingly. Inside the dragon carriage. "Thank you, Sage Monarch. I brought a lot of trouble to Great Jin this time." Inhen Tian smiled bitterly. "Trouble? Because of trouble, Great Jun can rise so quickly. Don't worry, The officials of Dijon aren't afraid of trouble. They're only afraid of no trouble. Yin Chuan laughed. Thank you, Sage King. In Hentian was touched. It's a pity that the sky-burying coffin was placed in the square, but no one knows who took it away. In Hentian sighed again. Gue Guzi shook his head and said, Don't take it to heart, Lord Een. The Sage King purposely put that up for a certain someone. Oh, In Hentian was slightly stunned. You go out first. Check on those Zhua clan ancestral immortals and see if you can get anything out of them. Yin Chuan said. Yes. In Hentian nodded. Stepping out, In Hentian exited the great hall. The door of the hall was closed again, leaving only Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi in the hall. Holy King, Prince Fu Su is here, Gue Guzi said with a smile. In our first life, we entered the Purple Cloud Palace in the vast thousand realms with the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. Is this the place he called Earth? Earth? It's a strange place where the yuan qi of heaven and earth is so condensed that it can't be absorbed. There are only mortals there. I pass my soul down to the Ying family and all the kings of the great Qin Empire. Although I can't cultivate, I gain a lot from that place. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Yes, I also gain a lot from that place. Gue Guzi nodded. Earth is also Hongjuan's training ground, the Purple Cloud Palace. At that time, you were the one who found the path to heaven that Hongjun left on earth. My son Fu Su led a few people and entered it. So that path to heaven was left by Hongjun. He had been planning to take over the weakest world for a long time. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Unfortunately, Hongjun failed in the end. He failed to transcend. He was destroyed by fate. Gue Guzi sighed softly. Haha, no, you forgot one thing. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Oh, how did Hongjun appear when he was about to transcend? Yin Chuan said with a trace of light in his eyes. Hongjun? Gue Guzi's pupils suddenly shrank. Back then, the 7 sages of the great thousand world went against the heavens and died. Later, the sages came back to life. Then the Grand Elder died, Premier died, Junti died, Jane died, and Hongjun died. However, Hongjun came back to life by possessing the body of Tongtian. Why did Hongjun possess the body of Tongtian? Where is Hongjun's body? Yin Chuan said seriously. Sage King, you mean? Gue Guzi said in surprise. I don't know. In an era, Hongjun was the most powerful person in the Great Thousand World. He was not only strong, but also scheming. Hongjun's scheming was rare in the Great Thousand World. Do you still remember Wu Jiong, who we met in the Sealed Realm? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong should be someone from Earth at that time. Yushi said that Wu Jiong once opened my imperial mausoleum. Emperor Qin's mausoleum? He found a heavenly order inside? We have told you before. Do you still remember? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. My imperial mausoleum seals the path to heaven that Fu Su came from. It is a path that Hongjun left behind that leads to the weakest world. However, there has never been a path to heaven, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Sage King, do you mean that Hongjun put it in before he died? Gue Guzi asked in a deep voice. Earth is also called the Purple Cloud Palace. That was Hongjun's Taoist right. Even if it was not in his hands, he might have been able to enter. This heavenly order at least created the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in Wu Jiong. I'm not sure whether Hongjun is dead or not, but at least I'm sure that Wu Jiong is related to Hongjun. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, although this world looks weak, there are turbulent undercurrents. Gue Guzi nodded. No matter how many undercurrents there are, we must lift them up. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Heavenly Revered Palace Square. A group of Hua clan disciples looked at the dragon carriage, leaving with ugly expressions. Great Ancestor, what should we do now? A few Hua clan disciples asked anxiously. Even Hua Bing could not stop Yin Chuan. What should they do now? Wait for the old ancestor to return. Hua Bing could only sigh. In the sky, a group of Dugu clan disciples looked at each other. Suddenly, someone revealed a bitter smile. Everyone, Did you feel that you were completely ignored just now? A Dugu clan disciple smiled bitterly. It's Yin Chuan. He's so arrogant. No, Hua Bing, who can fight evenly with us, is not even a match for Yin Chuan. He can completely ignore us. Yin Chuan, one person's aura has already overshadowed all of us. Do we still want to fight? A Dugu clan disciple smiled bitterly. Destroy the sage's Dao field. Let's go. My heart is already thwarted. There's no point in destroying the Dao field. If the clan head wins, the Dao field will be destroyed. Let's go and cheer for the clan head. A Dugu clan disciple said in a deep voice. Senior brother, your state of mind has changed? A person beside him asked. I suddenly understood that too hard is easy to break. The arrogant dragon has regrets. Ha ha, the gains and losses are uncertain. Let's go. The Dugu clan expert laughed. Yes, a group of Dugu clan disciples shouted. Then, the group of Dugu clan disciples shot towards the east. There were a few Zhua clan disciples who managed to escape. At this moment, the group of Zhua clan disciples seemed to have collapsed. 6 ancestral immortals. Not a single one of our Zhua clan's ancestral immortals escaped. How could this be? A Zhua clan disciple said with a sorrowful expression. Senior Hua Bing, the Hua clan, and our Zhua clan, but... The Zhua clan disciple said anxiously. Hua Bing shook his head. Your Zhua clan has already lost 3 ancestral immortals. They must have had life tablets in the Zhua clan's headquarters. The Zhua clan head, Zhua Chuanxiu, must have already known that their life tablets have been destroyed. There's no need for you lowly clan heads to worry about the matters of the upper echelons. Yes. A few Zhua clan disciples immediately responded. Hua Bing pointed at a few Hua clan disciples. Stay here and clean up the area. The rest of you, follow me to cheer for the ancestor. Yes. Netherworld. Inner South Continent. An enormous palace. The palace's name was Palace of Spring and Autumn. The doors to the palace were wide open. Within the palace, there was an azure-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. In front of the azure-robed man was a clump of azure-colored mist. The azure-robed man faced the mist, his mind seemingly immersed within it. He didn't move at all. Reporting, clan head. An urgent voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Whoosh! The mist in front of the azure-robed man suddenly dispersed. The azure-robed man slowly turned around. It was a white-faced man. He looked extremely valiant, his long hair draped behind his back, and he looked incomparably dignified. The azure-robed man looked at the red-robed man who had rushed in from outside the palace. When the red-robed man saw the azure-robed man, especially the azure-robed man's pupils, his body suddenly trembled, and he knelt down. Pupils. The azure-robed man had 2 pupils in each eye. Polychoria. Looking at the polychoria, the red-robed man felt as if his soul had suffered a violent blow. He fell limp to the ground, his entire body trembling as he knelt down. Clan head, clan. The red-robed man said in horror. The man with polychoria was the Zhua clan's clan head, Zhua Chuanxiu. Why are you in such a panic? What happened? Zhua Chuanxiu said in a low voice. Patriarch, this is bad. 3 ancestral immortals in our clan's ancestral immortal life tablet hall suddenly exploded just now. They were 3 of the 6 ancestral immortals who had gone to the sage Taoist, right, to kill the remaining members of the Yin family. Something might have happened in the sage dojo. The red-robed man said with some fear. Zhua Chuanxiu's 4 pupils contracted slightly. 6 ancestral immortals? They can't even handle such a small matter? Zhua Chuanxiu's face showed no signs of anger. Clan head, what do we do now? The Yin clan? Back then, he was chosen by the heavens not only because of his sincerity to the world. Since there are remnants of the Yin clan, they must die. Immediately go to the heavenly revered hall to investigate the situation. If things are really difficult, let the saints take action and kill Yin Hentian. Zhua Chuanxiu said in a low voice. Ah, the saints? The saints will agree? The red-robed man said in surprise. Zhua Chuanxiu sneered and said, he will agree. He has no choice. Yes, the red-robed man said respectfully. Also, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. Other than the Zhua clan survival, no one is to disturb me. Pass down the order. Anyone who dares to disturb me will die. Zhua Chunqiu said coldly. Yes. Chapter 1204. Above a vast sea, the emperor carried a long saber on his back, and 12 disciples followed behind him. There was a huge dark cloud in the sky, and countless lightning bolts flashed violently in the dark cloud. However, the dark cloud had been split in half, and some saber chi could be vaguely seen between the two halves. Congratulations, Master, for killing the heavenly tribulation and becoming an ancestral immortal. The disciples immediately said, Did you see it clearly? The saber is unstoppable. When the saber intent reaches, it can cut through everything. Remember, it's everything. The emperor lectured the disciples in a deep voice. Yes, the disciples immediately nodded. However, the disciples were still somewhat repulsed. After all, who could be as fierce as their master? The heavenly Tao, that was the heavenly Tao. Fusing with the heavenly Tao was basically flawless. Ancient immortals were unable to break through the heavenly Tao. According to contemporary cultivators, an ancestral immortal who fused with the heavenly Tao could fight against 1,000 ancient immortals. However, that day in front of the heavenly hall, their master had cut the heavenly Tao vertically with his saber. A vertical slash. That wasn't just a small cut. The emperor seemed to have seen through their thoughts. I picked all of you out. You all have innate saber bones. There are no innate experts, only weaklings who do not work hard. Although your talents are high, you cannot slack off. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, the disciples replied. Immediately follow me to the inner North Continent. Challenge all the 36 territories, one by one. Challenge all the sects and countries. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, it seems that the east of the inner North Continent is the Great Perfection Holy Court, and the north is the outer North Continent of the Netherworld. Yin Zizai has set up a training ground there? A female disciple said. Yin Zizai. The emperor narrowed his eyes, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I received news that Yin Zizai has occupied 10 territories in the outer North Continent of the Netherworld. He has set up a temple in each territory. 10 Feng Shui temples, the female disciple said. The emperor squeezed his saber and frowned slightly. I know, Yin Zizai. One day, I will fight Yin Zizai with my saber. On that day, I hope that you can help me. Don't disappoint me. Yes, the 12 disciples answered loudly. Underworld 10,000 Ghost Domain, Great Qin City. The dragon carriage finally returned and landed in the Great Qin City. Great Jun's officials quickly came forward to greet them. Welcome back, Holy King, the officials said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. There are also 4 prisoners on the dragon chariot. Holy King, who are these people? Yifeng looked at them curiously. Lord Huatian didn't dare to say anything. As for the 3 ancestral immortals of the Zhua clan, their faces turned ugly. We've arrived. We've arrived at Grey Jun, but the family head hasn't arrived yet? Did the patriarch not make it in time, or did the patriarch not care about us? They're all ancestral immortals, Yin Chuan said somberly. You've worked hard these past few years. Pick one and slay him to become an ancestral immortal. Yes. Yifeng nodded in surprise. The other officials were also shocked. Pick one to kill? How dare you? Yin Chuan you. Zuoqing shouted with grief and hatred. However, their will couldn't affect Yin Chuan at all. Hua Qiliang's eyes flashed with anxiety. After all, although Lord Huatian was annoying, he was still a member of the Huatian clan. However, Hua Qiliang didn't rush to speak. Giguzi seemed to have seen through Hua Qiliang's anxiety. He smiled and looked at Yin Chuan. Holy King, Hua Qiliang's contribution in capturing these ancestral immortals is not to be overlooked. Lord Huayan's eyes lit up with joy when he heard Gigu Zi's words. However, Hua Qiliang said, I've only been in Great Zhun for a short period of time. My contributions aren't enough for you to praise me. Yin Chuan looked at Hua Qiliang. Indeed, Hua Qiliang's contributions in Great Zhun weren't as much as Yifeng's. However, since Gigu Zi had spoken, Yin Chuan went with the flow. He wasn't afraid of the saints, but he didn't want to disappoint his officials. All right, Hua Qiliang, pick one of these people to deal with. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, thank you, Holy King. Hua Qiliang said gratefully. As for the remaining two, give one to Lu Buwei and the other to Li Si. Yifeng, you do the cursive script. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Yifeng replied. The surrounding officials were envious. Great Zhun's benefits, bestowing ancestral immortals? This was too exaggerated, especially the Holy King who had been persuaded by Hua Qiliang. At this moment, he was looking at the ancestral immortals being bestowed with red eyes. He was also a Holy King back then. Why was he so miserable? The officials naturally didn't dare to compare their contributions with Li Si and Lu Buwei. There was no way to compare. They could only silently swear that they would work harder in the future and make the Holy Kings pay more attention to them. Perhaps they would get a share of the ancestral immortals next time. Yin Chuan arranged everything and returned to his palace. He left the officials looking at the prisoners in amazement. Lordy, I choose Lord Huatian, Hua Qiliang said. Lord Huatian's eyes were filled with joy. He had escaped and didn't have to die. Yifeng nodded. Gigu Zi smiled and said, Great Zhun has always been very fair. The Holy King usually doesn't favor anyone. Although your contribution is great, how is it compared to Zhang? Naturally, it's not as much as the 7th Legions. Hua Qiliang said truthfully. It's good that you know. The Holy King doesn't want to disappoint you. I hope you don't disappoint the Holy King. Gigu Zi said. Hua Qiliang bowed slightly and said, Thank you for your advice. I naturally understand the Holy King's painstaking efforts. Gigu Zi nodded and said goodbye. The Zhou family's disciples were taken away. Only Hua Qiliang was left looking at Lord Huatian. Hua Qiliang, thank you for this time. In the past, it was all my fault. Lord Huatian cried out with a sense of relief from escaping. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, Although I saved you, I don't plan to let you go. From now on, you will stay in Great Zhun's prison. What? You won't let me go? Lord Huatian glared. I saved you not because of your face, but because I don't want to cause trouble for myself or the old ancestor. You better be honest and stay in Great Zhun's prison. With me here, no one will kill you. Hua Qiliang said in a deep voice. Why? Are you so afraid of Yin Chuan? You don't even dare to let me go? Lord Huatian shouted irritably. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, The Holy King gave you to me, so I can do whatever I want with you. However, I naturally won't cause trouble for the Holy King. How can I not know your character? If I let you go today, you will definitely cause trouble in the future. You won't be able to rest in peace. I won't. On what basis do you say that I will cause trouble? Lord Huatian still argued. Because you have no faith in life. Thus, faith is worthless to you. Although my Hua clan has the support of the old ancestor, and people say that saints are invincible in this world, saints are not the strongest compared to other clans. This is also the reason why I came to Great Zhun. You, on the other hand, can only be said to be the Hua clan's misfortune. Attracting hatred everywhere is not good for the old ancestor. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, No, I won't. Lord Huatian begged. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, Being locked in Great Zhun's prison might not be a bad thing for you. Think about your past. Your abilities aren't great, but your ability to cause trouble is not small. I hope that when you are released, you will be able to rebuild your faith in life. Don't disappoint me or the old ancestor. Release? How long are you going to lock me up for? Lord Huatian anxiously asked. That depends on you. Hua Qiliang shook his head. No, I don't want to go to prison. I don't want... Lord Huatian angrily said. Lord Huatian used to be high and mighty, and was even the ancestor immortal of the world. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would be imprisoned? At this moment, he was naturally incomparably sorrowful. Even his resentment towards Hua Qiliang was extremely deep. But how could Hua Qiliang's will change just because of Lord Hua Tian? Don't worry. In order to give you a quiet time to comprehend, I will personally take you to the Yang Realm's prison, outside revered Heaven Hall. The earth had been restored. It had been some time since the battle between Sage Departing and Dugu Patian. Outside revered Heaven Hall Square, a red-robed man was surrounded by a group of Zhua clan disciples. The red-robed man held a broken jade slip in his hand. It's broken. The remaining 3 life tablets are also broken. They were all killed by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan is so ruthless, the red-robed man said with a face full of resentment. Old ancestor, what do we do now? A Zhua clan disciple asked with an ugly expression. Taking a deep breath, the red-robed man said, How is Sage Departing now? He fought with Dugu Patian. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses and went back. Sage, a Zhua clan disciple said. Both sides suffered heavy losses? Sages can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They can be said to be invincible powerhouses. Both sides suffered heavy losses? Dugu Patian? His strength can't be underestimated. The red-robed man said with a gloomy expression. Old ancestor, how strong is this sage? Sage? Only ancestral immortals have the qualifications to become sages. Huazun Tian should be at this cultivation level. However, this cultivation level is nothing. The key is that he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. In other words, he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The red-robed man said with a solemn expression. The 6 old ancestors have all fallen. What does Patriarch plan to do? The red-robed man looked at the heavenly hall. At this moment, Hua Bing walked out of the heavenly hall. Zhuahong, the old ancestor wants you to go in. Zhuahong nodded. She walked towards the heavenly hall alone. After stepping into the hall, the doors of the hall slammed shut. Hua Bing stood guard outside the hall, preventing anyone from approaching. The hall was slightly dark, with only a ray of gentle white light at the center. Huazun Tian sat cross-legged on a large futon, looking at Zhuahong, who stepped into the hall. Greetings, sage, Zhuahong said respectfully. Zhuachunxiu, why are you here? Huazun Tian said solemnly. Patriarch said that Yin Tian must die. Sage, please take action. Zhuahong said respectfully. Yin Tian has enmity with your Zhua family. Why doesn't your Zhua family appear? Why should I appear? Huazun Tian said with some displeasure. Patriarch said that you have no choice. Zhuahong said truthfully, not daring to look at the sage. After all, these words were threatening the sage. However, Huazun Tian suddenly fell silent. Zhuahong was curious. After a moment of silence, Huazun Tian sighed. Yin Tian, when my injuries are healed, I will go. Go back and tell Zhuachunxiu that this is the last time. Okay. Zhuahong nodded blankly. That's it? Leave. Huazun Tian sighed. Yes. Zhuahong left the hall. In the hall, only Huazun Tian was left. Heh, sage. Huazun Tian's voice was filled with bitterness. Chapter 1205. Netherworld. In front of the revered Heaven Hall. Zhuahong walked out of the revered Heaven Hall. A group of Zhua clan members quickly gathered around her. Zhuahong did not say anything. Instead, she led the group of Zhua clan members to her own hall. Ancestor, what did the sage say? What about the vengeance of our ancestors? The group of Zhua clan members asked anxiously. Zhuahong's eyes turned cold. We must avenge Zhua Qing and the others. The sage has already agreed. The sage has agreed? The sage has already agreed to personally take action. Zhuahong nodded. Everyone was shocked. Let's help the sage. Zhuahong said solemnly. What? Spread the news that the sage is recuperating. Once he recovers, he will use his heavenly might to destroy the great perfection sage court. Zhuahong said solemnly. Spread the news? That's right. Although the sage has agreed, this is just a precautionary measure. He has no choice but to go. Zhuahong said solemnly. Understood. Yang Realm, Xianyang. In an open area south of Xianyang, lightning clouds flashed in the sky. Rumble. The tribulation clouds churned as if they were shaking violently. At the foot of a mountain below, a large number of soldiers were standing guard. 3 huge dragons were circling the foot of the mountain. They were Torvosaurus, 7 Fiends, and Dragon Fifth. 7 Fiends was covered in injuries, but his face was filled with excitement. Beside him stood great perfections officials, Li Si, In Hentian, Lu Buwei, and Yifeng. Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted. You've finally transcended the tribulation and become an ancestral immortal. Dragon Fifth looked at 7 Fiends enviously. Haha, little 5, aren't you the same? The Empress personally took action and removed your curse. Can't you speak now? 7 Fiends said. Torvosaurus revealed a bitter smile. Torvosaurus, you should be content. Think about your own situation. You asked for it. The Sage Monarch is benevolent, and you contributed greatly. General Meng Tian, who attacked Barbarian Dragon Weave, did not kill your clansmen. If it were you, what would you have done? 7 Fiends curled his lips. Indeed, Torvosaurus nodded. The Great Perfection is strict with rewards and punishments. As long as one's contributions are good, the Sage Monarch will not be stingy. How can the other holy halls have such benefits? Now that the 7 Fiends had benefited, they began to flatter Dejun. Of course, they might also be trying to curry favor with Dejun's ministers. The 2 dragons did not speak. Furthermore, I feel that Dejun still has a great future ahead of it. When we were heading to the Sage Dao sect, an ancestral immortal from the Netherworld actually tried to barge into the Yellow Springs Road. In the end, he was surrounded by Jin Diyu and Bai Ditian. In the end, he was killed by Bai Ditian, who also became an ancestral immortal. I believe that as time goes on, Dejun's group will become more and more common. Dejun will also become stronger. The 2 of you don't look so bitter. 7 Fiends advised Erlong. Erlong thought about it and finally nodded. Boom! The tribulation cloud in the distance suddenly exploded. Roar! A loud tiger's roar rang out as Bai Ditian stood in the area where the tribulation clouds had dispersed. His eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations, Supremacy Bai, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Buwei, Li Si, and In Hentian also smiled and nodded. The 4 of you have also become ancestral immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Bai Ditian laughed. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. All right, since all of you have become ancestral immortals, it's time for us to return and report, Yifeng said with a smile. All right, everyone nodded. Just as everyone was about to fly back to Xianyang, Lu Buwei suddenly flew in front of the 3 dragons. Torvosaurus, Lu Buwei said. Lord Lu, Torvosaurus said extremely politely. Did you hear what 7 Fiends said just now? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. 7 Fiends was excited. Yes, Torvosaurus nodded. Back then, when you took the lead to offend Xianyang, the Sage King did not pursue the matter and allowed you to pull the carriage. This is already a favor to you. This time, you also contributed to the Sage Dao sect. The Sage King has instructed that you will be rewarded for your contributions. You can persuade your descendants to join Dejun. Dejun will definitely treat them equally. In Dejun, at the very least, they will be protected by Dejun and you. If they wander outside, they might be used by some schemers to influence you. It's up to you whether you are willing or not. Lu Buwei said. Torvosaurus's eyes flickered. Dejun wanted to completely devour Barbarian Dragon Weave. However, when he thought about it, Torvosaurus smiled bitterly. Just as 7 Fiends said, Yin Chuan was indeed merciful to him. Yes, I will. Torvosaurus nodded. Lu Buwei nodded. Lord Lu, Little 5 worked very hard that day. 7 Fiends immediately pointed at Dragon Fifth and said. Dragon Fifth looked at 7 Fiends gratefully. Lu Buwei smiled and said, Don't worry. Dejun Sage Hall will definitely reward those who have contributed and punish those who have committed mistakes. I have already asked the Sage King for Quasi-Dragon Fifth to return to the Eastern Sea to visit family for a month. You must return after a month. Ah, you want me to return? Dragon Fifth said excitedly. He was even trembling. Lu Bue nodded and said, I have already delivered the message. Let's begin tomorrow. A month. After saying that, Lu Bue and the other officials flew back to Xianyang. I can go back. I can go back. Dragon Fifth still felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Would the Sage King really let him go? Since the Sage King has spoken, he will naturally keep his word. Congratulations, little five. Seven Fiend smiled. This, Dragon Fifth said excitedly. However, for what I can tell, Lord Lu never makes a losing deal, including me. Although my contribution this time is great, it's not enough to reward me with an ancestral immortal. The Sage King rewarded me with an ancestral immortal as a way of expressing his stance to all of you, as well as all of the subjects of Great Jin. As long as we work hard and achieve success, the Sage King will not be stingy with his rewards. As for you, the Empress has already lifted your curse. Allowing you to return to the Eastern Sea was Lord Lu's idea. Since the Sage King has agreed to it, there must be other intentions. That's right. Torvosaurus nodded. The two dragons helped Dragon Fifth analyze. His excitement instantly calmed down. What does the Sage King want me to do? Dragon Fifth frowned. I remember that the Sage King thinks highly of the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor. He once invited him to become De Jun's sovereign beast. Torvosaurus analyzed. What? He wants me to persuade the Dragon Emperor? Dragon Fifth raised an eyebrow. Based on what I have seen and heard, can't you see the rise of De Jun? It is not De Jun who is trying to curry favor with your Eastern Sea Dragon race. It is your Eastern Sea Dragon race who is trying to curry favor with De Jun. Don't you know the freedom of sovereign beast of De Jun? Look at by Detian and Dogod. Also, I heard that De Jun has two other sovereign beasts of De Jun. They are not under De Jun's control and are roaming the world. Why can't the Dragon Emperor enter De Jun? Didn't you say that the dragon race is in trouble? Will De Jun stand by and do nothing? There is nothing to lose. Seven Fiends said earnestly. Dragon Fifth's expression changed. Torvosaurus thought for a moment and said, Of course, the Sage King did not personally ask you to persuade the Dragon Emperor. It is up to you to persuade him or not. Of course, this also shows his respect for the Eastern Sea Dragon race. Respect? Dragon Fifth was slightly taken aback. That's right. The Sage did not force you or the Dragon Emperor. Everything is up to you. If you go to the Eastern Sea and do not say anything, the Sage King will not blame you. However, if you can persuade the Dragon Emperor, I dare say that the Sage King will definitely remember this favor. Seven Fiends nodded. Dragon Fifth fell silent. Regardless of the outcome, early the next morning, Dragon Fifth impatiently left Xianyang alone and headed for the Eastern Sea. Along the way, Dragon Fifth looked back at Xianyang several times as if he did not believe that it would let him go so easily. Dragon Fifth arrived at the Eastern Sea a few days later, feeling lost. Roar! The excited Dragon Fifth transformed into a golden dragon and rolled around the Eastern Sea several times before confirming that he had returned home. How dare you? Who is it? A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted from the Eastern Sea. Are you all blind? Can't you recognize me? Dragon Fifth shouted. Ah, the five Dragon Kings are back. The five Dragon Kings are back. The group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted excitedly as they rushed into the Eastern Sea. This news instantly caused a commotion in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The five Dragon Kings are back. The Eastern Sea's Dragon Kings quickly gathered at the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor also came after hearing the news. The Crystal Palace was filled with excitement. Dragon Fifth, how did you escape? Dragon One shouted excitedly. Dragon Fifth is very lucky. He finally escaped. Dragon Fifth, you can drink all of my 100 Mortals wine later. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. That's right. We must not return until we are drunk. Congratulations to Dragon Fifth for escaping. The group of Dragon Kings shouted excitedly. The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly, but did not disturb the group of Dragon Kings. Dragon Fifth who was surrounded by a group of dragon kings, also smiled blissfully. However, Dragon Fifth still shook his head. No, the Sage King allowed me a month's leave. After a month, I still have to go back. I came back to gather with everyone. Dragon One, Dragon King, go back. Dragon Fifth, did Yin Xuan cast a curse on you? If you don't go back, you will be cursed? Dragon One asked in a deep voice. The Dragon Kings were filled with righteous indignation. No, there is no curse. He just allowed me a month's leave. Dragon Fifth shook his head. Dragon Kings, Dragon Fifth, is your brain damaged? You escaped with great difficulty. Why do you still want to go back? Yeah, Dragon Fifth, are you stupid? The group of Dragon Kings could not understand Dragon Fifth's thoughts. Do you think that it is honorable for a Dragon King to pull a carriage for a human? Dragon One shouted in disappointment. Dragon Fifth did not speak, but his expression seemed to be admitting it. Dragon King, the group of Dragon Kings was going crazy. What was wrong with Dragon Fifth? You guys go out first. Dragon Fifth, stay. I have something to ask you. The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, the Dragon Kings responded. However, when they looked at Dragon Fifth, they still felt like they were looking at retard. They were waiting for the Dragon Emperor to teach him a lesson before scolding him again. In the blink of an eye, only the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Fifth were left in the Crystal Palace. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth greeted respectfully. Yes, I believe that you would not say that you are willing to go back for no reason. Many things have happened during this period, right? The Dragon Emperor asked kindly. Dragon Fifth nodded. Without hiding anything, he told the Dragon Emperor about what he had been through during the days when he was pulling the carriage. Chapter 1206. Yang Realm, Xianyang. ZZ was holding Yin Xuan's arm, leaning on Yin Xuan as they strolled in the back garden of the palace. I didn't kill an ancestral immortal, but my cultivation has broken through to the ancestral immortal realm. ZZ frowned. Yin Xuan thought for a while and said, Ming, Sansheng, Shadi, it seems that their strength has also increased. You're already an ancestral immortal, so they must be ancestral immortals too. ZZ nodded. I wonder what exactly your race has to say. The blood curse has been broken, Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. I heard from Meng Hongying that our bloodline is very ancient, so ancient that most people in the world have never heard of it. ZZ shook her head and said, You'll know in the future. As long as you're by my side, they're not important. Yin Xuan said with a smile. ZZ leaned on Yin Xuan happily. Meow. Suddenly, a meow was heard. Bang! A kitten suddenly jumped into ZZ's arms, completely breaking the silence. Meow, meow, meow. How long have I been asleep? It was Meow, who kept meowing in ZZ's arms. You're awake? ZZ said in surprise. Yes, how long have I been asleep? Meow immediately cried. Not long. ZZ smiled and said, How's your comprehension after this nap? Yin Xuan asked. Take a guess, Meow. Meow said proudly. I can't guess. Yin Xuan said with a smile. Haha, just you wait. The next time I fight with an expert, I'll let your Lord Meow fight. Haha, you'll be scared to death. Meow cried proudly. Lord Meow? ZZ laughed disdainfully. Meow, Sister ZZ, don't always undermine me. I'm really powerful. Meow cried out gloomily. Good, good. You're amazing. I prepared arowana for you in that pond. ZZ smiled. Meow, Sister ZZ treats me the best, unlike someone Meow. Meow started to criticize Yin Xuan. Yin Xuan smiled. He was happy that Meow had woken up. Just as he was about to say something, Yin Xuan was slightly stunned and said, Huh, what's wrong? ZZ asked curiously. I don't know. It's that fearless person who came to Xianyang to make trouble again. Yin Xuan said with a smile. The mortal realm has the primordial dragon vein, and the netherworld has the Yellow Springs Road. Aren't you clearly digging a hole for those ignorant people to jump in? ZZ laughed. Let's go and take a look. In the outer eastern continent, there should be very few people who would dare to snatch the primal dragon giant vein. Looks like it's someone from another continent. Yin Xuan nodded with a smile. The two of them led Meow to the entrance of the Skyward Hall. Zai and Yang landed on the dragon head of the primordial dragon Giant Vane. At this moment, outside the dragon head, there were thousands of fiery red dragons surging in the south. Ha ha! Deringia told us not to step into the true dragon domain. So it's because of this treasure. The primordial dragon Giant Vane. The primordial dragon Giant Vane. Roar! An excited roar resounded. A group of officials gathered in the plaza of the Skyward Hall. They were looking at the ecstatic dragons in the south. The dragon in the lead was thousands of feet long, the leader of the 1,000 dragons. Ha ha! The primordial dragon Giant Vane, a treasure. Roar! The dragon in the lead opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of flames. Not far from the Skyward Hall, the 7 fiends and the barbarian dragon were looking at the red dragons in the distance. The dragon in the lead was dancing with joy. Is this guy a fool? I think he's crazy and came here to show off. The 2 dragons were speechless as they looked at the red dragons in the distance. Lord Dragon King, you are wise to bring us here first. Ha! The primordial dragon Giant Vane, if you can swallow it, won't you be the same as Ji Zun and the others? No, even stronger, because only in ancient times did the great ancestor dragon swallow it once and become the ancestor of all dragons. A little dragon at the side laughed. Deringia's army is still behind. If they know, they will not let this go. Another little dragon said, Swallow before they come. I will swallow the primordial dragon Giant Vane. I can also become someone like the Dragon Emperor. Ha ha! The fire dragon in the lead shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Dragon King. The group of dragons shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha! I'm looking at where to start. Don't worry. If I eat it, you will also benefit. Huada shouted excitedly. Dragon King, there are still people on the dragon head. What about the city? A little dragon shouted. True dragon territory. 5,000 years ago, I came with Deringia to receive the Heavenly Emperor. I have already investigated the strongest. There is only an ancient immortal. What are you afraid of? If they dare to resist, just eat them. Hua shouted disdainfully. Dragon King is wise. The group of little dragons immediately flattered. Above Xianyang, 7 fiends and Torvosaurus looked at each other. Where did this fool come from? 7 fiends said strangely. 5,000 years ago, I might know. Back then, a large army from the west came here, and the major forces from all directions could not get close. They're here again? Torvosaurus frowned. Ha, you don't say. It is really similar to us back then. Another one to pull the carriage? 7 fiends suddenly laughed. Torvosaurus was speechless. Around Xianyang, there were also scouts from various territories in the Outer East continent. At this moment, they also saw the 1,000 red dragons in the south. For a moment, they were speechless as they looked at the red dragons in the distance. Is there something wrong with the heads of these red dragons? I don't know, but they look stupid. Ignorance is the happiest. The scouts from various major forces looked at the 1,000 red dragons flying in the south with pity. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yanchuan walked over with ZZ and Meow. Sage King, the officials bowed. Yanchuan nodded. He also looked at the group of red dragons in the distance. At this moment, Hua, the leader, flew to one of the dragon horns of the proto-dragon Giant Vane. He opened his mouth as if he was rehearsing how to eat the dragon horn first. Meow, where did this weirdo come from? Meow looked at the ugly red dragon that was preparing to bite the dragon horn of the proto-dragon Giant Vane in astonishment. Puffed. ZZ also laughed. Impudent. Yanchuan shouted coldly. The dragon head of the proto-dragon Giant Vane was the symbol of Xianyang. Now, a red dragon was baring his teeth and preparing to eat the dragon horn? In the distance, Hua, who was baring his teeth in the sky, suddenly quivered. That scared me. Who shouted? Who shouted? Hua shouted. The officials of Xianyang. 7 fiends and Torvosaurus. Dragon King, it's him. That emperor. A small dragon immediately said. Huahua looked at Yin Chuan and said arrogantly, "So with that, Sage King. All right, I'm in a good mood today. Take everyone and leave. I'll let bygones be bygones." The officials of Dijin. Sage King, little dragon requests for battle. Take down this fool. 7 fiends shouted. Sage King, Torvosaurus requests for battle. Torvosaurus also shouted. Yin Chuan looked at the leading red dragon, speechlessly, and nodded. Granted. Roar! Roar! 7 fiends and Torvosaurus rushed into the sky excitedly. 2 huge dragons rushed into the sky. The 1,000 red dragons were slightly stunned. "Who are you?" Huahua shouted. "You'll know who we are soon." Roar! 7 fiends shouted excitedly. "You came without knowing the situation." Sigh. Torvosaurus also sighed. "What did you say?" Huahua asked in a low voice. Roar! The 2 dragons roared and tore at Huahua. Boom! 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 Heavenly Tao appeared one after another. Instantly, the 3 dragons started fighting crazily. 3 ancestral immortals. In an instant, the sky above Xianyang was filled with raging winds. The 1,000 fire dragons looked at the Dragon King with their mouths agape. Isn't this the true dragon territory where only ancient immortals live? A small dragon looked on in confusion. The group of small dragons could not interfere in the battle between the 3 ancestral immortals, let alone help. Bai Ditian, take them all down, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. All right, Bai Ditian nodded. Roar! With a loud roar, a large number of tigers followed Bai Ditian into the sky and rushed towards the 1,000 fire dragons. The sky was filled with dragons and tigers fighting each other. Rumble. In the sky above Xianyang, there were thousands of lights and raging winds. At this moment, the tolerance of the citizens of Xianyang had reached a new height. Xianyang was protected by array formations, so the battle in front of them was extremely rare. Watching the battle often could even improve one's cultivation. Many residents of Xianyang brought out stools from their homes and sat at the door to watch the battle in the sky. There were even 2 families sitting together and drinking tea while watching the battle in the sky. They could even make some comments. How enjoyable! In the sky, the more Huahua fought, the more strange it felt. They're all ancestral immortals. Isn't this the true dragon territory where only ancient immortals live? Did I go to the wrong place? The result was obvious. Huahua was captured, and so were the small dragons. They were all tied up and thrown in the square of the Skyward Palace. At this moment, Huahua still could not understand what was happening. This is not right, not right? I heard you mention Direnjia. You are from the great Zhou Heavenly Court? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I won't tell you, Huahua said stubbornly. The 7 Banes and the dragon showed a look of disdain because the 2 of them were also stubborn. Yin Chuan looked at Huahua and nodded. All right, I also find it troublesome to ask. Lu Gang, bring him down and let him enjoy. Prepare a report for me later. Yes, Lu Gang replied. Enjoy? Huahua did not understand, but he quickly guessed something from the gazes of the people. You can't torture me. I am the Dragon King of Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's army is about to arrive. You can't torture prisoners, Huahua said anxiously. Pitiful fellow. The 7 Banes shook their heads. They watched as Huahua was brought down by Lu Gang. 5 days later, Huahua was covered in wounds and had a sad expression as he was tied up in front of carriage. Beside him was the dragon and the 7 Banes. How did this happen? How did this happen? Huahua said with tears in his eyes. This is the will of the heavens. Who told you to be stupid? Don't worry, I will protect you. The 7 Banes consoled him. The Torvosaurus glanced at him and then closed its eyes to rest. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.